Welcome, everybody. It's time to get out of the matrix. Hopefully you already are out of the matrix, like that popular little cat, our little furry friend today. I hope you enjoyed that intro. That just kind of happened, honestly. I was like, I need something to do this intro with, and I don't really feel like talking here. I'm like, oh yeah, that little laser pointer cat. Somebody sent me that meme again. I was like, I've seen this one before. We'll make something fun out of it. So I hope you enjoyed the Fennec Fox Club in that intro, because it really is something very important. You have to snap out of these dialectics. There are more and more dialectics and false flags, signs and wonders, culture shaping, all the things we're going to be talking about today. And of course, every time we do these things, the Venerable Day of the Sun, it never ends, folks. It never ends. And ultimately, you have to remember that God is using it all for the good. He's using it to bring his people, the elect, out of the mystery religion, out of this mystery system. So everything is going to be used for the good. Everything is determined to happen. God is in control. He's sovereign. Nevertheless, we have to be on our guard. We don't know who is elect, and we have to speak the truth. We have to speak the truth with these things and help people come out of this dialectical, satanic ping pong match that is going to keep going and going harder until the devil will receive worship through the papal throne. Most people don't understand these things, and they're going to be deceived. They're heading deeper and deeper into the matrix. You know, you had two cats in that video. You had the smart one and kind of the dumb cat, which was just sitting there looking around and had no clue that, you know, somebody is manipulating their attention, which is just, it's really cute, but it's a very important statement, right? I mean, it's such a relevant statement to what we're dealing with today. You have two groups of people. You have the people that wake up and see the puppet masters behind the scenes, and realize where all this is going, that the devil is the god of this world and he's going to be worshipped. And then you have the people that are just like, oh, look at the shining lights. Oh, look at The Chosen. Oh, look at, you know, this or that. Look at Mel Gibson going on Joe Rogan and all these other things that are happening. They're controlled by the psyop. So we have to do our best to speak the truth in love and to help these people, because again, you don't know who God has purpose to save. And you certainly don't know, or nor can you predict how God will work through your efforts, whether you are very good at speaking or very poor at speaking. You don't know what God will do through you, so just be courageous and speak the truth and stand up for the truth. It's been a very busy couple of weeks. Gosh, it's so crazy. The rate of time is changing. I don't know if you feel that, but like for me personally, I've always felt in the last 5 years, the time is, there's something about time that's changing, at least our perception, because time is ultimately subjective. It's based on the rate of things that happen. And because things are getting crazier and crazier, and the world's getting smaller, and you're learning all these different things, it just seems to me like time is passing very differently. It's only been 2 weeks since I released, you know, my last big 25.5-hour Synagogue of Satan series. And then after that was another 13-hour Daniel and Revelation walkthrough. Complete walkthrough, by the way, if you are new to Bible prophecy or you want some help, or actually even if you're a seasoned veteran, I really encourage you to go watch that entire series. It's 3 videos. It's kind of an intro and then 2 obviously long videos, one for each book, but it's an excellent series to help just look at everything from all the way from the beginning of Daniel to the end of Revelation, one consistent theme, one message. And of course, there's resources attached to that, like the End Times Prophetic Timeline, which, by the way, will be a poster very soon enough with the Dance of Life podcast merch store. But of course, we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. But I'm very excited because it's been a very busy couple of weeks for me. Even though I said I would take a break, obviously I'm not taking a break. I'm working on other things, and one of them has been this store that I'm looking to launch. And now, if you're watching this, of course, probably by the time it's released, well, no, let me think, probably like another week or so after release, but obviously you're going to be watching it from the future. So make sure you go to the website. I'm not going to release the link right now because it's not ready. There's a couple of things that I need to tweak and do, but it's going to be a great opportunity. It's going to be a great venue for you to have some fun, simple products that anybody can use, and use them as conversation starters. It will be to empower you to have conversations with people, whether it's on the street or in your own circle, you know, in a way that kind of breaks the ice. And, you know, you can talk about things that are really meaningful, obviously, like end times and eschatology and, you know, having discernment and all these very important things. But yeah, time is changing, folks. The perception of time, at least I feel this way. I don't know if you feel differently, but you know, when I say like 7 to 10 years, that this clown show is going to continue. I don't see the world going on for another 20, 30 years. I just really don't. I honestly don't. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm a prophet or anything. I could be totally wrong, but I don't think I am, to be honest with you. I really just don't. I mean, when I look at all the prophecies being fulfilled, when I look at history, when we look at current events like we do today, it's just very clear to me that these things are happening very quickly. The rate at which they're able to change culture and create psyop after psyop and dialectic, and then immediately move one group of people into one corral and so on and so forth. It's just really astounding. And so that's why I don't think this is going to be much longer. However, there's a caveat to that, which is that the next 7 to 10 years are going to feel like a very long time. They're going to feel like a very long time. Just imagine 2020, right? 2020. That was 5 years ago. That was the time of this video. 5 years ago, all hell broke loose with the COVID sham. And how much has happened since then? How much has happened since 2020? So much has happened. I feel like I've lived 10, 15 years in that time. I really do. No exaggeration. There's so much that has happened in terms of personal changes and, political changes and upheavals and just psyop after psyop after psyop. Meanwhile, people are waking up and you're learning. So it's a very intense spiritual time. That's why I said the next 7 to 10 years, it sounds like, oh, that's not a lot of time. Yeah, it's not a lot of time. And yet it's also going to be a very long time. If you're around, it's going to be a very long time because there's just so much that's going to happen. So much. Imagine the world must come back to what the papacy enjoyed for over 1,200 years. 1,200 years. The world's going to come back to that. On a worldwide level, people are going to marvel after this institution and take its mark, and it's going to be a worldwide federation of nation states pledging their power to the Pope. That sounds crazy, and it is crazy. And people will be completely deluded, and everybody will be converted to this new thing. And you, as a narrow road Fennec Fox, refusing to bow down, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego type of person, are going to be a very small minority in this enormous empire. The mystery religion coming to the forefront in one final hurrah to express itself. It's such a profound thought. So there's a lot that needs to happen, and of course it is happening very quickly, and we'll talk about that today. But nevertheless, a lot of things also I've been working on, like the devotional, the Dance of Life devotional. I'm very excited for that. Again, that's going to be in the store. I'm getting a test product of it, hopefully tomorrow at the time of this video. So I want to see if everything printed correctly, which will be fun to skip through 640 pages. But nevertheless, that's been a project too. I've been doing a lot. So hopefully all these things will kind of settle down so that I can get back to doing these videos. I'm going to keep doing the VDS series no matter what, but there's other projects that I want to do. And then of course the Salvation series, which I have yet to start. And I'm very excited for that because it's going to be a very prolific series, very important series, and very well timed, I think, as well. So I've been working nonstop, even though I've told you I'm taking a break. I haven't really been taking a break. So I know people are eager to see videos, but it is what it is. I have to prioritize because these things will help in the long run. So, plenty to do still, plenty more. I'm going to keep watching the news because there's just so many things that happen, and I will be consistent with Venerable Day of the Sun. I'm not going to do it every week by any means or anything like that, but we will do regular ones, and certainly this one has a lot to cover. A lot has happened, even in just these 2 freaking weeks, man. The LA fires, the Tesla bombing, the Trump talking about expanding, America to this one world empire, Club of Rome, giant nation state, the UFO paranoia, the globe earth psyops with Antarctica. We'll look at that. Of course, the dialectics with Israel and the Middle East and Hamas and everything. It's just constant. I mean, I'm truly mind-boggled and amazed that these people can churn out so much deception and psyop after psyop after psyop. It's truly crazy. That's why I said, it's also important to focus on the things that matter. This stuff is important. It's important to have your finger on the news. And again, I'm never going to be first to the news. I'm really not. So don't count on me for that. I'm not interested in being first to the news. That's not my thing. My thing is to give you perspective, because it doesn't really matter to be constantly with your finger on the pulse of everything that's happening. It really doesn't, because you know the destination, folks. The Bible gives you the spotlight. Poosh. Revelation 13:2. Out of all of the satanic things in history, It reveals to you the locus, the center of Satan's activity. What does he want to do? What is the thing that is driving his every decision? All of these satanic things that you see, what is the thing driving them? Well, it's driving them because Satan's going to be worshipped. And the way that he's going to be worshipped, the Bible tells you in Revelation 13:2. The dragon gave the beast, i.e. the papal institution, his throne and power and great authority. So that's all you need to know. So it's not important to have your finger on everything that happens. It is important to be watchful and to be watchful for the right things, because there's a lot of watchmen and watchwomen that are very, obviously dispensationalist. I think we'll see one of them today. I think her name is Ashley something, I forget. But Ashley's one of them. And there's just so many of them, and they're watching the wrong things. They're blind watchmen and watchwomen. And I don't mean that like an insult, but it's like you're watching the wrong things. Again, God will use it for the good and wake people up, but nevertheless, we have to have discernment. So that's important, but it is really crazy how all these things have happened. And you have to be smart. You got to be like that smart cat that sees the laser point, not like the noob cat looking at the floor, and getting entertained. It's so funny because it's like Plato's cave. I don't know if you know that story. It's a famous story by Plato from 2,000 plus years ago of the Matrix. The Matrix of illusions. It's a profound thing. You have to figure out who's holding the laser pointer. And of course, the important reason is why. Why are they holding the laser pointer and doing this back and forth, left and right? Why are they doing it? Of course, the Bible tells you, folks. The Bible tells you that's why you need the Bible. And also you need history. You need both. The Bible is the standard of judgment, and history is the second witness that allows you to interpret current events. If you don't have both of these in alignment, then you're going to be deceived, guaranteed. Because again, there's many antichrist threads in the world. There are. You could spend 10 hours a day. You could literally, if I dedicated my whatever I'm doing here every single day, and I made a video and I did like a live stream talking about satanic stuff happening in secret societies and blah, 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 you would never run out of material. That's how much stuff there is. So that's not my goal. My recent Synagogue of Satan series that I released, very good series. Check it out. It'll be the last thing I ever do on secret societies and these kind of things, because that's it. Yeah, you don't need to know more than that. Is it useful to know all the little nitty-gritty stuff? Yeah, it can help to some degree, but it also can be a distraction. Case in point, a friend of mine shared with me that they shared it with one of their friends, the Synagogue of Satan series, and their friend was like, oh, well, it's okay, but, they're missing the Sabbatean Frankists in his narrative. I'm like, who cares? Do you realize, I'm missing actually a lot of things in the Synagogue of Satan series. I am. I'm not saying that's not an exhaustive list of Satan's activities in history. Not at all. In fact, I say that in the beginning. This is not an exhaustive list of all of the evil things that the devil has done in the last 6,000 years of history. It's not. It can't be. I would never have time to document all that. But what matters is that you see the head of the snake. You see the one that's holding the laser pointer, and you understand why they're moving the laser pointer. Satan is going to receive worship through the papal power, by the papal power being marveled after and enforcing its mark through the image of the beast. Because the mark of the papal power is Sunday rest. It is total rebellion to God's rest, and only God can provide rest, and acknowledging the devil and this materialistic matrix as the one who provides for you, as the one who redeems you, and the one who has created this golden age. That is why the mark of the beast is the ultimate rebellion. 666. Triple sin, maximum rebellion, maximum sin. You're taking the character of the beast upon you, which is ultimate rebellion to God. Refusing God's rest and saying that you can provide rest, which is blasphemy. It's blasphemous. So this is the direction of history. How every little thing is going to play out, we have to watch. I don't have all the answers. I certainly don't. But we have a very, very clear idea of where history is going. And when you see these stories today, you'll see that every time I do these, they always confirm the previous one. So what matters is understanding that we're headed towards a false light golden age, that the New World Order is going to happen, and it's going to be Christian, quote unquote, religious. It's really going to be a religious New World Order, not a communist New World Order, not a Jewish New World Order, not a Muslim situation. Most people believe that the New World Order was going to be atheistic and we conquered it. That's the psyop that people need to wake up from. Most people believe that the Jews are the ones pulling all the strings, which is not true. The Jews are papal court Jews getting pulled on by their Jesuit masters. And they're all secret society members, so when it comes time for them to be Catholic, oh sure, we'll be Catholic, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because for them, they have exoteric and esoteric. They don't think the way you think, okay? You and I think like, okay, what am I? Well, I'm a Christian, I believe in Jesus. That's who you are, hopefully, right? If you say something, then you are what you say. You're honest. That's not how they operate, folks. For them, it's I have a one thing that I say to the outside, and to the initiated, I have a different thing. Synagogue of Satan. Go watch that series so you understand what that really means. But this is the problem. So, understanding that the direction of history is the thing that people are frothing at the mouth for right now, with Trump MAGA, with the NAR, with the charismatic movement, with everything else that's happening, with mass baptisms, influencers converting to Jesus and Christianity and all this stuff, and all the things that you see. That is the psyop that people need to wake up from. Whether you know about the Sabbatean Frankists or all of the evils of the Jesuits, doesn't matter. It does not matter. What you need to understand is what the Bible says about the end. And you don't need to be a seminary graduate to do that. I've done the work for you. You can watch the Daniel to Revelation walkthrough. Even if you've never read those books, you can get a very decent idea. And of course, all the other resources available to you, like the End Time series, the Great Delusion series, Synagogue of Satan, so on and so forth. So there's a lot out there, probably over 120 hours worth, not including my news stuff, about 120 hours, I mean, give or take, could be more, could be less, of eschatological material for you so that you can be edified in the truth and understand the direction of history. It's not complicated. Most people are baited by the obvious evil. The destination of history is not obvious. It's going to be a subtle evil that appears like your Savior, that appears good and prosperous and peaceful and friendly. And oh, come on in, it's great, the water's great. That's the problem. How much you know about all the secret societies doesn't affect that problem, because there's a lot of people that know about the Jews, but are going to be easily snared when the Jews are converted. And they're easily snared by MAGA and NAR and Trumpism and so on. So truth must be leveraged with Scripture and with history as a second witness. There's a lot of people who know a lot of truth, but they don't have proper alignment with Scripture. And they give you a little truth, and then they take you off the narrow road. And this is the problem. The truther movement and the conspiracy movement and all these different things is counterfeit light. I'm not saying it's wrong to listen to people that, are truthers or whatever else. Yeah, there's people that report on things and they do a good job. But you always have to have discernment, because most people do not have eschatological understanding. Most people are deceived by the Jesuit version of eschatology, which is, the Jews have to build a third temple, 7-year tribulation, personal antichrist, yada, 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 yada. Most people do not understand the proper eschatological perspective, which is institutional, empires, kingdoms. The beast is the continuation of the empires in Daniel, and so on and so forth. This is the problem. So we have to have the right lens. Satan has done many, many, many things in history, and he's going to integrate them all into this final deception. So the point is, don't get confused. He's done all that on purpose so you get lost. What about this? What about these guys? What about this? Or what about this ancient order? What about this secret society? What about that? Who cares? It really doesn't matter, folks. You need to understand how all these things tie into the final picture, which is the papal power receiving worship. That's what matters. You can learn about those things, but don't let them be distracting to you. The Bible makes it very, very super simple in one verse, Revelation 13:2. Such a brilliant statement. Do you understand how brilliant that is? How brilliant it is that God literally shone a spotlight on the center of darkness, which is, of course, to the untrained eye, the capital of light, which is the papal power. A little old man in a white suit walking around and blessing people and talking about God and everything else. That is the center of darkness. Profound. Such a profound thing. The man of sin has to be revealed. Do you get it? It's a revelation. That means it was hidden before. It means there's a deceptive element to the man of sin, the institution of the men of sin. The man of sin is not a singular person. It's an institution of men. And that institution had to be revealed because it was hidden. And so now we're on the other end of that. It's been revealed. Unfortunately, not for most people. And that's really the problem. So study your history, study your scriptures, and study those recent works I just cited. They're going to be very edifying to you so that you are very, very well prepared to discuss eschatological issues with other people. Today's theme is Ordo Ab Chao, which is Latin for order out of chaos. And of course, if you know anything about secret societies, that's their favorite motto. It's their favorite motto because they want to play God. They want to create the problem so they can introduce their solution. Creating chaos, so that way they can bring in their next agenda. By default, Ordo Ab Chao is dialectical. Order out of chaos. That means you have two elements. You have the chaotic element, and you have the order element. Interestingly enough, the Bible touches on this through John's letters when he talks about the spirit of Antichrist. Antichrist in Greek can mean against or in place of, which is a fascinating reality because the Bible reveals to you this dialectical scheme. In fact, we talk about it in the Daniel walkthrough, Daniel 11, the king of the north, how there's evidence there that suggests that at least part of that prophecy is having to do with the future, with these greater realities. I think Daniel 11 is the hardest chapter to understand in Daniel, and I talk about it there quite a bit. But we know for sure that part of that chapter is having to do with the little horn and all these other grandiose historic prophecies, not just local things having to do with Daniel's time. So the point is that in Daniel 11, it reveals to you that there's a opposition between these two kings, king of the north, king of the south. And interestingly enough, it tells you that these kings are working mischief at the same table, which is such a profound statement. Again, God reveals to you in one line, literally in one line, this profound truth that this opposition between these two parties is actually controlled behind the scenes. And then you have John, who wrote Revelation, obviously, received the revelation, but he also wrote his letters. The letters of John is where you find the word Antichrist. In fact, the only place you find that word, Antichrist. And it's not the Antichrist, it's spirit of Antichrist or Antichrists. It's a spirit. It's a spirit of against Christ and in place of Christ. Again, we see this dialectical situation where there is opposition, but yet they both have the same goal, to subvert Christ. One of them does it obviously, i.e. atheism, so that the other one can come and introduce their solution, i.e. Catholicism, religion. So the spirit of Antichrist and this dualistic Ordo Ab Chao of all these secret societies is there to present you with a problem so that they can present the solution, so that the devil can be your savior. He can appear as your savior, as an angel of light. Now, it's very important to understand before we move forward, and this is something that a lot of people in the truther community need to understand as well, is that we can't give the devil more credit than he's due. We really can't, and you have to be careful with this. God is the primary cause of all things. Order out of chaos is God's thing. It's not the devil's thing. All the devil does is just take what God does and misappropriate it and twist it, invert it, and so on. The devil does not do anything original. Order out of chaos is God's thing. God created the world from nothing. God brings life from death, peace from war, renewal from destruction, hope from hopelessness, salvation from judgment. God uses many dialectics in history to move his plan along and to reveal very important truths about salvation, about himself, about sin, about evil, about good. This is God's story. And God uses many situations that are dialectical in nature to reveal important things and to move forward the plan of salvation. For example, I've talked about this a lot, and there's many such examples in the Bible, but Joseph. Joseph was betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery. They wanted to kill him at first. And he didn't really make it into where he was in Egypt as a very second in command for years. I forget how many years now off the top of my head, 7 or 10 or something like that. But it was a while, right? So imagine when Joseph was being, thrown in a pit and then they sold him off into slavery, he probably was not very aware of God's purpose at that point in time. Neither are we when things are happening to us. And yet at the end of the story, when his brothers are apologizing to him profusely for doing what they did, which was horrible and evil. They wanted to kill him. They threw him in a pit and then they, okay, let's, sell him into slavery. Okay. When they're apologizing for that, Joseph has perspective. He has wisdom. You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. That is a profound statement, again, in one line, on the nature of how evil is subsumed under God's sovereignty between primary and secondary causes. What his brothers did was evil, and they intended to do evil to Joseph. With an intent, there is a direction, right? Imagine just energy going in one direction. There's an intent. I have an intent. The more I walk down an intent, what does James say? Desire gives birth to sin, sin gives birth to, or no, I forget the exact verse, but when sin conceives, it gives birth to death. There's a sequence of like desire, temptation, desire, sin, and then death, right? So the more you lean into that intent, right, it evolves over time. But intent itself is a direction. It's a direction you're pointing your focus in. Joseph's brothers were pointing that focus in a very wicked direction. They were jealous, they were envious, they wanted to kill him. They had no intention to do anything else. The profound revelation of Genesis 50, verse 20, is that here's Joseph's brothers pointing that intent, an evil intent, towards this direction. And God is sitting here above the circle of the earth with his hand on this energy direction, right? This arrow, and going like this and pointing it in the direction that it's supposed to go. So you have, from our perspective, this evil thing happening without an explanation. Of course, Joseph didn't realize what's happening. Why would my brothers kill me? I thought we're brothers. And yet, from God's perspective, this is all part of the plan to make a type for Christ, to save his brothers in Israel from famine, because there's a famine coming in several years, and so on and so forth. So we are in no position to judge God's motives. We are in no position to question how God chooses to use things to move the plan of salvation forward. God has decreed that all of these evil things happen, like the mark of the beast, like the image of the beast, like Satan receiving worship. Because, A, it's going to provide a way, or I should say it's going to reveal, I think is a better word, it's going to reveal God's sovereignty over the plan of salvation. Because the people that are waking up from each of these dialectics and psyops are realizing that it was only by God's power that they came out of such deception, and they give glory to God. And it also will reveal God as the ultimate sovereign and the only God when Jesus returns and destroys this system with the breath of his mouth. So all of these things have been appointed by God to happen, and they are dialectical. They are a dark to light situation. It is order out of chaos. The real new world order is the one that Jesus is going to bring. So all of these things are actually true in the sense that, yes, there is a new world order. I'm excited for the new world order. You should be excited too. The real new world order, when things will actually be made new, because there's nothing new under the sun in this old world order. So the new world order is, the real new world order is coming. The counterfeit new world order is the evil one. Of course, it's going to seem good and prosperous and peaceful and so on. But the devil doesn't do anything original, folks. So, order out of chaos is what God does, not the devil. These people want to be God, and they want to have Satan worship as God, and they're playing God by taking it upon themselves to introduce all these counterfeit situations, these manufactured crises that lead to a counterfeit solution, counterfeit salvation. So, you have to remember that everything at this point is about moving the world closer and closer to the ultimate goal, which is the worship of the devil. How will Satan receive worship? Well, again, through a resurrected papacy and worldwide federation of nation states and some sort of religious new world order. But again, just like with Christian nationalism, how we had to pivot away from that to religious nationalism so we can at least be more specific. Even now when people say, like, are you Christian? Like, I don't even like the word Christian anymore, to be honest with you. It's so sad. It really is sad to me, because the word Christian today is extremely lukewarm and ecumenical. I just say I'm a follower of Jesus. I'm not saying that you shouldn't say you're a Christian. I'm just saying it's one of those things where we need more and more distinction so that we aren't giving our mental energy to the wrong places. New World Order is something that is God's idea. God's idea is the New World Order, a world where everybody is made in his image and is worshiping him forever in a perfect and completely sinless world. That is the New World Order, and it's God's idea. The entire story of history of the last 6,000 plus years has been about why and how and context to bring us to the New World Order. The devil, because he wants to be God, is counterfeiting that plan with his own version of it, with his own dialectical schemes and manufactured crises. Yet the brilliance of God is that God sits on top of that situation. And while the devil is doing all these clever schemes of dialectics and order out of chaos, God is sovereignly appointing these things and using them for his own, story and basically revelation, which is so profound. That's that's a level of chess that you can't even begin to understand. So this is something to remember, folks. Don't give the devil too much credit. You have to put everything through the lens of scripture and history. If you don't know what the immediate angle is or how it's going to pan out, then watch. Get edified so you understand how to watch, but just watch and wait and see what happens. I don't know how all this stuff is going to pan out exactly, but we have a very good idea of the major things for sure. Use the library in the website or on YouTube to edify yourself and be part of the Fennec Fox Club, just like that cat. And the two little foxes, of course, the two little fox mascots, the noob fox and I don't know what to call the big one. I don't know, just cool fox or big fox. By the way, hopefully they'll help people spread a message that's very important, which is the message of discernment. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. We had a lot to go through today. The presentation notes will be on the website in the library for download, along with this video if you want to download it on a hard copy for yourself. And all of that will be available on the website in the library section if you go to the resources page. Our first stop, of course, is going to be this 24-hour sun. Gosh, the 24-hour sun psyop, all the stuff that happened with Antarctica that is just gaslighting people left and right. So off we go to the end of the world. Here we go, Antarctica. All right, well, welcome to part one. I figured we'd start with this particular psyop because it was just a big deal that happened. I don't remember exactly when they did this, I think a couple weeks ago, but either way, everybody's been talking about the final experiment. And of course, the flat earthers are all over it because the globers were absolutely horrible in presenting this thing. They fumbled so hard and they're getting exposed. And of course, on mainstream channels like YouTube, if you look up the final experiment, you're going to find only pro side of things. And it's just amazing to me that people are still defending it when the filmography and just all of the errors that are in, you'll see, we'll document a few of them today. It's just so obvious. They're horrible, like moon landing type of stuff. It's just in today's day and age, you have to be much more clever if you're trying to deceive people. But nevertheless, it's an interesting situation. Now, I'm going to preface that I have probably around 40 hours of content when it comes to cosmology. Between my cosmology series and my heliocentric conspiracy series, which is really like episode 5 of that series, but it's a giant episode. It's like 22 hours or something. So I have a lot of content on cosmology. People are very quick, unfortunately, to react emotionally to everything these days. For example, in my Synagogue of Satan, I think for some reason the introduction to that series, the introduction video, went, I don't want to say viral because it's not super viral, but it got a lot of views. I think it's like 20,000 views or something like that. Anyway, it was just the introduction. So there's not much that I'm talking about there. I'm just relaying the context, which is very important for a 25.5-hour series. But of course, people are reacting to it like it's the only video I ever made. So, they're reacting emotionally to that. And then I said something like, I don't know, like I'm not a flat earther. I don't know exactly what I said, but I said something like that in there. Like I'm not a flat earther. And of course, without listening at all to the context of what I'm saying, people immediately, tune out and say, oh, that's it. Oh, I'm not going to listen because you think the earth is a globe. I'm like, I never said the earth is a globe, dude. I said I'm not a flat earther and I'm not part of the flat earth movement. There's a very big difference. Go watch my stuff if you are so inclined to comment so quickly. Just go watch, evaluate, and then see what you think. So anyway, people are really frothing at the mouth either way, which shows you that they're under the psyop because the flat earth movement is a controlled psyop. But nevertheless, I'm not a flat earther. I don't think that you should be a flat earther either. Obviously, the globe is nonsense. We have lots of evidence on that. But this is just the dialectical logic to you coming to the surface so that you can see, okay, well, if I say I'm not a flat earther, does that mean I believe in a globe? No, it doesn't. It just means I'm not a flat earther. I don't identify as a flat earther. That's an important distinction. But people think, oh, you're not this, therefore you must be that. What are you? Are you a Calvinist? Are you an Arminian? Are you this? Are you that? What are you? Let me put a label on you so I know what part of the dialectic you're on. Otherwise, I can't make sense. I can't have a conversation with you if you're not in the dialectic somehow. I'm not a Calvinist. No, I believe in predestination. I'm a monergist. I believe in a monergistic gospel. But I don't follow Calvin. I'm not part of the Calvinist world. I'm not making Calvinist videos. I'm not fighting Arminians. These are dialectics, folks. These are dialectics that the devil uses to get you off the narrow road, off the mystery, and to make you fight with your fellow man. So this is something we have to avoid because the truth is usually, I shouldn't say usually always, the truth is always between the dialectic. The truth is the mysterious narrow road. And my goal with this podcast is to help you see that narrow road and to do my best to help you walk it, to do my best to walk it, and to avoid the deceptions that are both on the right and on the left. The truth is very mysterious and profound, and it's also very simple because it doesn't have a label. People go, what denomination are you? Are you Seventh-day Adventist? Are you this? Are you that? Like, where do you belong on the dialectic so I can put a little pin and understand how I should relate to you? What if I'm not on the dialectic? What do you do then? This is the point. So I'm not part of a denomination. I'm not a Calvinist. I'm not a flat earther. Deal with it. And neither should you. You should try to follow the way because the way is profound. And the way doesn't need to be a denomination, doesn't need to have labels because the truth is profound. It's simple. And yet, unfortunately, so few people understand it. Nevertheless, I don't know what the shape of the earth is. After all of my research, and I've put dozens and dozens and dozens of hours into cosmology research. I've researched quite a bit. Don't know everything under the sun, but I can effectively argue my position. I think I've done that through my series. Nevertheless, I do not know what the shape of the earth is. I don't. I know that the earth is flat. Absolutely. That's non-negotiable, and that's easy to prove. However, what does the earth look like? What does the system look like? I don't know. It's not a circle, and that brings up a real problem because then how do you have continuity? Well, my venture is that from our perspective, it's just an infinite plane. That's how they can get away with telling you that it's a sphere, that, oh, you're just going around the sphere. No, I think it's just an infinite plane that repeats itself. It's like a video game. From God's perspective, it's probably, he's outside of time and space, so he sees it like a square of some kind, like a footstool. Who knows? We explore some of these things in the series, but either way, I don't know what the shape of the earth is. Nevertheless, from my worldview, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not an issue. It's really not. Even if there's irrefutable proof, even if I see it with my own eyes, it doesn't destroy my worldview. It really doesn't. Because in my worldview, that would be possible. Because the earth is some form of a square, it's not a circle, and the sun is just moving across the earth. And it moves up and down laterally on the tropics. And when it's down here, okay, well, maybe the sun is shining all across Antarctica and it zoops back to here. Again, we have supernatural continuity. How all that works, don't ask me. The size and position of the sun, the behavior of the sun. There are a lot of mysterious things that we explore in this series. But nevertheless, the earth is flat. And if there's a 24-hour sun, okay, great. I would be really curious to see it. However, I have not seen convincing evidence. I really haven't. We'll look at some evidence today. I have not seen convincing evidence that what happens in the Arctic, which we'll look at an example today, is also happening in the Antarctic. I haven't seen evidence that happens the same way. There's definitely a lot of evidence that the sun is out a lot in the Antarctic. That's a tricky one to say, Antarctic. There's a lot of evidence that the sun is out a lot. Like they have really periods of a lot of daylight. However, the sun, I haven't personally seen yet that it behaves in the same way as it does on the north of the Tropic of Cancer, the Arctic sun, which we'll look at today. So anyway, the flat earth community is frothing at the mouth because for them, they can't have a 24-hour sun because the earth is a circle. So this is this whole shindig about, oh, now we're going to take these flat earthers to Antarctica and, we're going to film it ourselves. And there we go. The globe is proven. The flat earth circle is refuted. It's just such a theater. It's such theater. And the question to my mind is, what are they using this for? Is it just to distract people? Are they going to, do something more with it? We'll talk about that a little bit. But either way, this whole experiment was designed to refute flat earth, and it was a total failure. So now the flat earth movement has even more momentum because they're exposing these guys. And it was just done so poorly. And again, it's like the question is, what is behind this major blunder? Because it's a major blunder. It really is. On the world stage, to have the blunders that you'll see that are just like elementary blunders. Like, have you learned nothing from the moon landing? Come on. We live in a very sophisticated technologically time that you could do better. Let's put it that way. So what I think, because it's so obvious, and every time something's obvious, you have to realize like, okay, I'm being baited into a belief system here. Whenever something is obvious to you, then they are using it to bait you into a direction. Because true evil is not obvious whatsoever. Genesis 3 says the devil is the most subtle creature that God has ever made. The devil's not stupid. The devil's not obvious. He doesn't just play his hand. Oh, there you go. He doesn't just play his hand. And if he does play a hand, he does it to say, oh, come on, believe this. Check this out. So that's why I think there's something more to these shenanigans, because the failure of the Globers was just so obvious and horrible and stupid, really. And now they're getting exposed. And so I'm like, there's something here. Either they want to push this conflict more, keep people in the dialectic, and, basically keep people arguing and distracted at the very least, right? Or maybe they're going to use the flat earth. I mean, I'm not saying this will happen. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's fun to theorize. Maybe they might go so far. So the maximum, what would be the maximum here? Okay, the maximum would be that they would actually expose the globe earth. Since more and more people are learning about cosmology, the devil has to do something with these people. You can't let them go completely to the truth. The sheep are waking up, okay? It's time for this lie to expire, so we got to herd them into this next one. And maybe that will play along with this whole Christian nationalist NAR revival across the world and everything else. Maybe they're going to change the cosmology. Of course, it's going to be a counterfeit cosmology because the earth is not a circle, and that whole circle is an occult symbol, just like the sphere. So I don't know. That's to me is the maximum. I don't know where this is headed yet. I'm just saying that's the maximum. And the minimum is they're just doing this to keep people arguing and distracted and continue the dialectic. So who knows? We'll have to watch it. The Bible doesn't tell you what the earth looks like as a whole system. I think there's some clues that it's square of some kind, at least from God's perspective. Maybe from our perspective, it's, functioning like an infinite plane, like I said. But either way, we talk about all these things in my cosmology series, so check it out. It can't be a circle. The earth cannot be a circle. If you believe in a flat earth or biblical cosmology, that's another distinction. There you go. It's another opportunity for distinction. I'm trying to get away from saying flat earth to, I believe in biblical cosmology. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not part of your dialectic. Biblical cosmology. What is biblical cosmology? Well, it's not the flat earth movement, I can tell you. There's overlap there. There's some overlap, right? There's some overlap in the sense that we both acknowledge that the earth is flat. It's not like a ball or any other weird shape. Oblate spheroid. But there's not that much overlap because the flat earth movement also has a lot of new age and it's circular and everything else. And that's the monad and there's a whole symbological issue there and so on. It's just, just like the heliocentric system with its circle in the center and the sun in the center. It's all just really weird pagan stuff. So biblical cosmology is, yes, the earth is an enclosed system. It's flat. God created the lights in the sky. It moves. It's like a clock of some kind. And that's it. It's a mystery. There's a lot of mysterious things about it. It's an enclosed system and God's at the top. It's a very intimate system. You're not floating around some void. There's not multiple worlds with multiple alien life forms or anything else. That's nonsense. It's New Age mumbo jumbo, which is also, by the way, how the flat earth gets you. They say, oh, well, beyond the ice wall, there's these, rings, and then there's all the ancient cultures are there, and all, it quickly turns into mythology. So biblical cosmology, not flat earth. Either way, the point is to get out of both psyops, heliocentrism and the flat earth movement, because they're both controlled. So flat earth is becoming very popular now, and the question is, do you think that it's the full truth? Absolutely not. If it's popular, you can guarantee it's not the full truth. What I believe, or at least what I make an attempt to document in the cosmology series, is very mysterious. It's very difficult to explain. You thought you were crazy trying to explain flat circular Earth to your globe friends? It's even crazier to try to explain, well, the Earth is flat, but it's not a circle. How do you have continuity? Well, it's supernatural, probably, because God is supernatural, and there's a lot of supernatural things in the reality. Maybe we live in a very supernatural realm, and they've tried to convince you that you don't live in such a realm. Oh, that sounds crazy. You see the point? The truth is always going to sound the craziest to people who are in the world. The crazier you sound, the closer you are to the truth. And that's the point, because the truth is so profound and so mysterious that there's no friendship between the truth and the world. So the closer you get to the truth, and the farther away you are from the world. It's plain and simple. So anyway, with that out of the way, now that we have some proper context for this shenanigans that we're going to watch, let's take a look at some things. Here is a video from this guy named Anthony Bear. He's got some decent explanations.
Okay, here we are, Antarctica, 24 hours.
This is their supposed 24-hour sun video, which of course is just full of nonsense.
Sun. Okay, look where the sun is right here in the beginning. So it starts like right there, next spot after that little V. Okay, now we're gonna go around. Oh, there's that little V, and then it's about right here, 44 seconds. And it keeps going up to 48. So there's about a 4-second overlap. Okay, so let's do a nice slow side-by-side so we can compare them. Okay, let's ease up in here. Okay, now, see this little flare down here on the ground? Right there, look. That's the same. All right, the little flare coming out of the sun, that's the same. Okay, let's creep up a little more here. The flare disappears at the exact same time. All right. Cruising along. The sun shrinks. That's funny. Now here's your little cloud coming up on the top. It's a lens flare. Looks like a cloud to me. If it was a lens flare, then it would be there all the time, right? Because it's following the sun. All right. So now there's a cloud. Look at it coming in real nice. Now look at the flare off the top of the sun. And then there's a little flare on the left side of the sun right there that's identical. Wow, pretty amazing. Let's cruise back. There's your flare. There's the one on the ground. Right there. What can you say?
See? They're looping their videos. They're manipulating the videos. It's all just fakery. And of course, people are documenting this now. And it's so quick to document and expose because we have the internet and all this technology, and so they've really fumbled on this. Here's another example. This is a Facebook post. Alleged, here we go. Alleged shills go to Antarctica to film 24-hour sun. Must be difficult being a shill in a world where everything is being revealed and technology is so good you can picture and match anything and find the location. Yeah, exactly. They didn't plan all the AI being used against them, or did they? For those that need further explanation, this looks like a Photoshop to me. The picture up top was taken 8 years ago, and the picture of them below is the last month. Everything is the same on snow belts. That's impossible. Yeah, so here's the picture. I wonder if I can get a better view of this. No, not really. Well, either way, here's the picture. You can see this is taken 8 years ago in 2012 or no, 2016. And here's the picture of them supposedly in Antarctica doing this thing, and the background is photoshopped. It's exactly the same mountain from this original picture with exactly the same snow features, which is impossible. This is not possible. Just like how they would Photoshop the Earth, or I've looked at like pictures when Jeff Bezos went up with, what's his name, Captain Kirk. I forget his name now, but anyway, they were showing pictures of them in their suits, and it's actually the same picture. It's just photoshopped. The color's slightly different. They have the same features on there. It's just ridiculous. This is how sloppy they are. So people are figuring it out pretty quick. Here's another video. This one's, I think, by Eric Dubé. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Turn the sound on and...
News releasing, and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies. It's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called Final Experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set. Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others. Amazon Volume, or Amazon Studio 15, for example, are state-of-the-art studios which take the standard of green or blue screen technology and completely blow it out of the water. With new 360-degree panoramic LED screen studios, the entire background and ceiling or sky are digitally created in Unreal Engine, then projected live in up to 16K resolution so the actors on set can see, react, and interact with everything in real time. Amazon's sets comprise 3,000 seamlessly connected LED panels 80 feet in diameter and nearly 3 stories tall, enclosing 130,700 cubic feet of interactive space. Keeping all this in mind, let's review some footage from the Final Experiment. To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video, and pay close attention to its shape. Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person, or in genuine footage of the phenomenon from the Arctic. Now, pay attention to the changes in length and direction of McToon's shadow as he paces around the base camp. In the space of walking only a matter of feet, his shadow somehow completely changes direction and triples in length. Watch as his shadow stretches, contracts, and sharply
just like the moon landing, it's always the shadows that get them.
Changes angles within the space of just a few paces. This is not at all normal behavior of shadows being cast by sunlight, or of a man walking only a few steps. The following is a simple demonstration of how light and shadows work depending on the distance of the light source. In the first example, the light source is held close to the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see quite pronounced changes in the length and direction of his shadow. In the second example, the light source is held farther away from the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see much less change in the shadow length and direction. In reality, the sun is much farther away in scale than this demonstration allows for as well, so even the amount of change seen here is being generous. A man walking such a short distance outside should never have a shadow that changes direction 90 degrees and triples in length. Now let's watch as McToon and Austin Whitsitt respond to commenters asking them to show their breath in the Antarctic. As they blow hot air out their mouths in freezing temperatures, there should be a cloudy mist that forms in front of their faces as the water vapor in their breath condenses. Instead, however, every time they blow, not a trace of fog appears. In Whitsit's live stream, he claimed this was because the air was allegedly too dry there. Someone then asks him to pick up some snow, which he initially refuses to do because his hands would be too cold. So he turns his camera off, walks into the shed to grab some gloves, then comes back in front of the camera and exhales 1.5 breaths, which now mysteriously do show vapor appearing in front of his face, only to abruptly stop again. He says to the camera, "There's a little breath. What's up now?" As if somehow proving the skeptics wrong, and claiming that he took a sip of water in the shed, which was supposed to account for it. Another camera, recording from a different angle, however, caught Whitsit while exiting the shed.
See, this part right here is part really trips me up, because it's like, are they really that stupid that they wouldn't know another camera was filming? Or is this part of the act to make you believe, like, oh, this is a conspiracy. Maybe the flat earthers are right. Do you understand what's going on here? Like, if they're actually trying to deceive people, they would cover their bases. They wouldn't make something. I mean, of course, there's always something that comes out, but this is a really stupid mistake to have a camera of him doing what he's doing while the other one's turned off. I mean, I don't buy it. I think that this is staged. Just like everything else, there's narrative and counter narrative, and they're pushing people into the counter narrative by giving you a little taste of conspiracy so you can follow the rabbit trail and basically, go into that corral.
Doing what appears to be hitting a vape pen just before turning his camera back on. For comparative purposes, here is what someone's breath looks like during winter in Maine, USA. Every time you exhale, there is a visibly noticeable cloudy fog that condenses from the difference in temperature between the hot air in your lungs and the cold air outside. So after exhaling his vape hit into the camera, rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some? Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow. Here he moves his left foot, and there is no impression, footprint, or displaced snow. Another thing apparent while watching the footage was the complete lack of wind or any precipitation whatsoever. Throughout the live stream footage, I don't recall a single instance of any wind or even a light breeze strong enough to affect their hair or microphones. Even on a calm, sunny day, if they were really outside and not in a studio, we should see or hear the effect of wind on their bodies or microphones, but it was mysteriously absent the entire time. Jaron, Whitsit, and others involved also made comments several times about how the mountains in the distance seemed so close that you could touch them, but that they were actually several miles away. The mountains do seem strangely closer than they should appear, and if you pay attention to where the background and foreground meet in footage from the final experiment, particularly the 24-hour sun time-lapse, it seems we are seeing where the digital backdrop ends and the studio floor begins. There is a separation line indicative of a film set apparent in much of the footage and made clear through the use of video editing technology. By adjusting the contrast, it becomes clear where studio reality meets digital fakery. In the 24-hour time-lapse sun footage, the mountains and sky are both chroma keyed out, showing they are both part of the studio backdrop. Compare this to other footage taken at Union Glacier. When chroma key is applied, only the sky disappears, leaving the real mountains untouched. This makes the case that the final experiment is potentially a mixture of doctored studio footage to fake the 24-hour sun and other authentic footage actually taken from Union Glacier, Antarctica. The founder of this final experiment, Pastor Will Duffy, has also had a recent clip surface from a sermon of his that gives some real insight into the mind of the man behind this production.
Okay. We finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
Oh my goodness. What a joke, man. That thing with the footprints in the snow was really trippy. I mean, this is sorcery. You have to realize that if you showed this to anybody who wrote the Bible, whether it's Old Testament or New Testament, they would say that this is sorcery, what these people are doing. This is misdirection, magic, illusions. Well, you can't trust anything these days, especially with AI and all these technologies that can render, unless you're there for yourself, it's practically impossible to trust anyone these days because there's so many ways to manipulate visual information. It's crazy. It is crazy. Now, this is a guy named Matty K. Jordan. And he's like, how many subscribers does he have? About 700,000 followers. He's like this guy that's in Antarctica. He's verified, Matty Jordan, Antarctica. And he's one of, several people there that posts videos like, oh, look, 24-hour sun, 24-hour this. He wasn't in this challenge, but my point to you is that these people are operatives. I believe so, because I don't think you can get to Antarctica and post things on the internet about Antarctica unless you are, approved and part of the club in some way. So this is a video of the sun, supposedly, in Antarctica, and we're going to watch it, and we're going to break it down a little bit as well. Here it is. Now watch, because this is the first iteration, is just going to be raw footage that he put. Watch the sun as it comes to this little section here. Watch what it does. It's really weird. Did you catch that? It suddenly went up here. So it's down here. Look. Here it is. Now it's here. Well, it's here again. It doesn't, like, if you look at the Arctic about what it actually does, here's footage from the Arctic, okay? Here's what it actually does. This is from, it's some place up in, let's see. It'll say in just a second here. Spitsbergen. We'll look at time and date too to see. Here's actual footage, right? So obviously there's some distortion with this lens, but what you'll notice very importantly that you didn't see in the Antarctic is that you see how the sun goes? Like, it gets dark. The sun moves away like it's about to set. Look at that. It sets almost, and then it comes back up. Like, it is moving across the horizon. There's a lot of movement there. And then you'll see it starts to come back up. So it does like a V shape, because it's perspective. It's moving away, and then it comes back. Notice the sun is not wobbling or doing weird contortions either, which is proof that that was an altered video. So it comes back up to the top, to the zenith, and it goes all the way back again. Gosh, what a beautiful place. I hope that the first 1,000 years of eternity, I'll be able to just explore the new creation, the new earth. There's so many beautiful things on earth, but I don't dare to want to travel and explore them because we live in the Genesis curse and we're at the end of history. But I would love to travel and explore all of these fascinating places, like the Arctic or the Antarctic or the deep ocean or the jungles. There's so many fascinating things. Imagine how many fascinating and beautiful things God gets to enjoy because he sees it all. It's really, truly profound. But you can see that this sun, let's go back here for a second. I want you to just see, here's the sun at its zenith, at its top. Oh, come on. It's at the top, right? And then it goes yada, 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 boom. It goes all the way to the bottom. It travels significantly all the way to the horizon, then it comes back up again. Now, if you look this place up, Spitsbergen, if we go to timeanddate.com, in the date that they were saying, which is April 24th, 25th. So you can see it's up all day. So you just look these times of it. It tells you what direction the sun is rising from. So you can see that, once we enter April, it's east-northeast at about 65 degrees, and it sets west-northwest. So it rises and sets in the north, right? It's got an arc, right? But as time goes on, a very curious thing happens with the sun, which is that you can see these angles get very, very extreme, almost to the point where it's like, rising and setting in the north, which is really weird. So what this looks like on a map, if we were to do, let's say just a Mercator map, for example, let's say the sun goes like this, right? East to west, it's traveling east to west. Well, for this place, what they experience is that here's northeast, northwest. It's like an arc like this. It comes from the northeast, northwest. And then eventually the arc gets so extreme. This is not an accurate statement of how the sun is moving in terms of where its position is, but the arc starts to do this. It goes like this for them. It rises practically in the north. It goes south and it sets again all the way very northwest, like 359 degrees. And then it just circles above like that, which is just so strange. I would love to see it with my own eyes. It's such a strange phenomenon. But that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen here in the southern, in the Antarctic. It doesn't. You can see videos of the Antarctic of the sun just kind of traveling across, but it doesn't do this thing, which you just saw, where it goes all the way to the bottom of the horizon and it comes back up. I have not seen convincing evidence of that happening in the Antarctic. If we go to a flat Earth model, quote unquote, the Gleason's map, this is kind of a tiny one, but okay, this is better. You can see here's the center of the Earth, and this Spitsbergen is somewhere around here. The sun would have to, first off, they believe the sun is circling like this, east to west, right? Well, the angles of sunrise are so extreme. Gosh, I wonder if I could just zoom. There we go. Okay, good. Perfect. All right, so Spitsbergen is somewhere around here. Here's Greenway. Here's Greenland, and Greenway's a street in Phoenix somewhere. But anyway, Greenland, here's Greenland. Here's Iceland, okay? If I can make this bigger, here's Iceland. Spitsbergen is somewhere around here, I think. So the flat Earth says that, okay, the sun goes like this in a circle, right? Here's the sun going in a circle. And the Tropic of Cancer is here somewhere in this circle, like this. Meaning that the sun does not go north of this circle. Okay, did you see a problem already with the situation? Spitsbergen sees a sunrise and sunset that is very north. That means that for them, the sun would have to go like this. It would go in a circle for some reason, and then suddenly it would cut like this across the world, and then it would go like that. This is how the sun would go in the 24-hour period on a circular map, which is just nonsense. The sun does not do this, because then you'd have the entire Earth have 24 hours, of light. It's just, there's no way to reproduce the daylight hours. We talk about this quite a bit in my series, so go check it out, especially the last episode on why the Earth can't be a circle. But this is not possible. Either map, either orientation is bogus. Now I want to show you this thing. go back to this video here. I have to show you the whole screen because this thing's super finicky. Okay, here, let me see if I can make this bigger. Can I make you bigger? How do I make you bigger? Oh, there we go. All right. That's about as big as it gets, I think. This is that video from Instagram, but the contrast and stuff is, I played with it just so you can see it. So look, here's, I don't know. This thing is just really weird to me because again, it doesn't do what you see in Arctic videos where it goes like way up to the zenith and all the way down to the horizon and so on. It doesn't do that. So watch this play. We're just going to go like this. You see there's like a light. Obviously there's the sun. And it's just moving across the sky. It's not like oscillating like we saw in the Arctic. But then it does something very strange in this video. You see, look at this. Look at this. Boop. That was that point where I told you that suddenly it kind of just shot up, which doesn't make any sense. You can see this entire time where the sun is. The sun is like right here. See that light? Watch this light here. Watch this right here. You see? There's the sun. Here's the sun, obviously. And it's moving across the sky for sure. It seems to be just staying in its own spot. But then now suddenly, just moves up. Like, why does it do that? Why does this do what it's doing? Now it's up here. And now it's kind of doing its thing again back to this video. I think these are cut videos, man. There's some other guys that have been exposed that are supposedly stationed in Antarctica and they're posting these videos and they're time lapse, but they're really not. They're faked videos. They're not fake in the sense like CGI necessarily, but they are manipulated. Look at that. Whoop. Whoop. It's just really weird. It's just so strange to me. Again, I'm not a video analysis expert, but I think that's really weird and it deserves investigation. Again, for me, having a 24-hour sun situation is not a deal breaker. It doesn't destroy my worldview. It doesn't destroy biblical cosmology whatsoever. I think it's possible because I don't know the position of the sun. I don't. I have a general idea of what it's doing, but I don't know its exact position and behavior. And it doesn't matter. I don't need to know. All I need to know is the horizon, water, gravity's a farce, and the gospel, and how the gospel and heliocentrism are incompatible. They're just not. Those are the big four, folks. And if you understand the big four, then you won't be deceived by the heliocentric model. But nevertheless, the 24-hour sun is very strange. It is very strange. I would love to see it. Up north, the arc of the sun becomes perpendicular, basically, which is just so weird. So weird. Doesn't make sense with any maps that we have. Not on a circle map, that's for sure. And even on some kind of square Mercator map, I just can't figure it out. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Either way, I have yet to see convincing evidence of this exact phenomenon happening in the Antarctic. They can have really long days, but the 24-hour sun phenomenon with the north-south perpendicular movement of the sun, I just don't see that happening. I have not seen convincing evidence for it. So the final experiment thing is obviously faked, but the question is, what is their end game? Again, I think at the baseline is just to distract people with more dialectics and keep them arguing with this thing. But again, why would they, what people are already arguing about it naturally. And more people are waking up, quote unquote, to the flat earth pill. So why go through this trouble to make such a stunt that would only result in you being exposed even more? That to me is really curious, folks. And I think, again, that there may be, we have to watch, but there may be some angle that they're going to use this flat earth thing. Because the devil is not going to waste his psyops. The flat earth movement is a psyop. And if that's true, which it is, then that means the devil's going to integrate it somehow. Somehow he's going to use this thing. Maybe it's time for the globe model to collapse. What a thing that would be. Imagine. Maybe it's time for the globe model to collapse and for this flat earth movement to be mainstream, and that's going to bring people back to God, collapse the atheistic system. I'm just saying it could totally happen. I would not be surprised if this happens. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we have to open the possibility that it may happen. That they may, along with collapsing the left and the communistic atheistic paradigm, they may even collapse the heliocentric model. That would be something. That would be something. But either way, even if that does happen, you know that you will not be fooled because the flat earth is a flat earth model, I should say, is a psyop. The internet destroyed their ability to lie about the moon landing and all the things that they've done. And I don't think they foresaw all the research and AI and image analysis that people could do 60 years in the future, of course. So, they're between a rock and a hard place because more and more people are realizing that these things are faked and questioning the cosmological model. So that's a problem. And it's a problem because it's impossible to go back to the heliocentric model once you've realized that it's just a total delusion. And so the devil has to do something with these people. He can't just let them, find their way back to Jesus. So he's going to create a counterfeit and shepherd people into this pen while they're waking up. This is why you have to have, if you're the enemy, if you're the devil, then you have to control both sides. Because everything that you do is going to make people wake up. Do you get it? When you're doing crises, it makes people wake up. So you need to be ready there with your counterfeit solution so they don't wake up to the real truth. And this is the point. So we'll have to watch this stuff. But remember, it's just dialectics like everything else. Bread and circuses too. Basically keep you distracted. If you haven't yet watched my cosmology series and get edified on how to walk the narrow road on this topic, what does biblical cosmology actually mean and what does it not mean? And how to draw the line between flat earth, the flat earth movement, and true biblical cosmology. People have criticized me for wasting my time, in quotation marks, on cosmology, on cosmological issues, but it's not. It's not a waste of time. Oh, it's not a salvation issue. How do you know it's not a salvation issue? How do you know that God does not have a plan through my cosmology video to rescue somebody who is totally deceived by climate change and would have taken the mark of the beast if they didn't learn the truth about biblical cosmology? How do you know? You don't. Biblical cosmology is given to us in Genesis 1. So if God found it right to give you cosmology, of course he would, because he created the world, then I think it's right to study it. I don't think it's right to obsess over it and to make that the only thing that you do, because a lot of these flat earth people like, what's his name, Owen Wilson, or not Owen Wilson, Benjamin Owen. Gosh, I'm totally butchering his name, I think. I think it's Benjamin Owen. He's a really famous guy. I guess now he's like thinking about Islam. He's denying the Trinity. I mean, it's just, this is the problem, folks. This truther movement is counterfeit light. So you have to be careful because this is the problem. Either way, learn what biblical cosmology really means because God gave it to us. And it's important so that you aren't deceived by aliens, little green men from Mars, false signs and wonders in the sky, all these things that are going to happen. God did not give us every scientific answer to the cosmos, to the reality that we live in, which is a profoundly supernatural reality. But he did give us enough so that we wouldn't be deceived by counterfeit cosmology, which of course the devil has to create in order to justify his new world order, which is really the old world order. What you believe about cosmology determines a lot. So it's important to know the truth so that you don't go to the right or to the left. Now, onward to part 2, culture shaping. Welcome to part 2. In this part, I want to look at how they are shaping the culture to ultimately prepare people to adopt the image of the beast. The fact that they're shaping culture faster and faster tells me that there isn't that much time left. That's why, again, I say about 7 to 10 years for all of these things to really come to pass and the mark to start to be enforced. So culture shaping is another indicator that we can put our finger on the pulse and realize, okay, how fast is this happening and where are we going? They are shaping culture with many things like influencers, trends, realignments of social platforms, dialectics, culture wars, all the different things that you already are probably very familiar with and will become very familiar with as we keep going through these things over and over again. It's important to understand the ultimate direction, though, of all of these things and not get lost in the things that are happening. A lot of people are aware that things that happen are dialectical in nature, that what you see on the news isn't always the truth and you have to research it, that there's an ulterior motive behind things, that there are false flags. People are aware of that now. And they know that people are aware of that, which is why the psyops are getting more and more intense. You'll see, like with the LA fires, when we talk about that, how there's multiple layers, like with the whole Trump being a quote unquote shot at or whatever. There's the mainstream narrative, which people have come to question like immediately. Then they offer you the counter narrative. But the truth is beyond those things, because the counter narrative is also a psyop. The psyop is that it's a psyop. Do you get it? And so now they're manufacturing things on multiple levels so that you go through the process of, oh, this is not true. So they provide you with the legacy media. Then they give you the counterfeit solution, which most people fall into, that pen. And you have to always question and go beyond. And the reason, again, I should say the way that you question things and you go beyond that pen that is there waiting to grab all the people who are questioning the mainstream. The way you get beyond that pen is by using the scriptures and history in proper context. That's the way you do it. Otherwise, the pen of the counter narrative is there waiting for you with its arms wide open for you to be deceived. So you can't forget with the ultimate direction, all these things, folks. It's for the papal power to emerge and be worshipped yet again. People forget that the Pope was called and considered God on earth. Do you understand the weight of that reality? That people literally worshipped the Pope as God on earth. Finally, thou art another God on earth. Look it up. Look at my Synagogue of Satan series. Episode 4, I believe, on the Jesuits. A section there on the men of sin I have documented, and you can go and access all of the documents. I have them all for you highlighted, old papal decrees, 1,000-page PDFs in Latin with highlighted sections that you can go and extricate the sections yourself and translate them if you want. You can see for yourself, folks, that what the peoples of the past said about the Pope and what the Pope said about themselves. So this is not a conspiracy. I'm not pulling out of my hat. These things are well and documented. The Pope was considered God on earth. And of course, Satan gave his power to this final God King situation because he's always had a man on the throne through these various empires. And the Catholic Church and Catholicism is the final empire. It's the fifth empire in Daniel 2. It's the continuation of all these pagan systems and the final manifestation of the mystery religion. So of course, there's nothing new under the sun. Either way, the culture is being shaped to return to that kind of thinking. You need to realize that. So if you want to learn the future, go read about the past. Go read about people calling the Pope Jesus Christ on earth and God on earth, so that you understand what does it mean when the Bible says that the world will marvel after the beast and say, who can make war with it? I.e., this is God. Who could challenge this authority? This is what we're returning to. And so culture needs to be shaped quite a bit because they have to get out of that atheistic paradigm. They have to get out of it quickly and move people into this religious fervor for the Pope as God on earth. This is the reality we're headed to. So how are they doing that? Well, through things like this. This is from X. It's a post on Denzel Washington getting baptized. Let's watch. Is there sound? Yeah.
I know I got religion. I know I got religion. I know I got religion. Take me to the wall. Take me to the wall.
It took a while, but I'm here. But it can't be stated.
And the lights came up at intermission, and we were sitting next to each other. And 45, 46 years later, here I'm still sitting next to him. As only God will have it, you know. So I'm very proud of you. You are the head of our house. Amen. And you have set a great example for our children who are now adult children and who know the difference because we have shown them the difference. And this step has taken the next step. So you've walked the waters, you've been dipped in the water. Praise God.
Actually, 50 years ago, I turned 70 next week. I was 20 when I sat in my mother's beauty parlor, and Miss Ruth Green was known to have the gift of prophecy. Some of you may have heard this story. And she prophesied. She said, boy, you are going to travel the world and preach to millions of people. Years later, look at God. So, if he can do this for me, there's nothing he can't do for you. The sky literally is the limit, and there's no limit to the sky. Anything and everything I can do, I will do for this church, for the Almighty. I just want to be in that number. And the saints go marching in.
Oh, goodness. What to make of it, huh? Well, there's more. This is from Fordham University's website. Denzel Washington, Fordham College at Lincoln Center, class of 1977. When Denzel Washington commits to something, his commitment endures. Whether it be to a role, a charity, his alma mater, or his family. Not only has he become a tremendous box office star and one of the great actors of our time, but he is a dedicated father and husband, a longtime spokesman for the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and a champion of theater education at Fordham, which is one of the top Jesuit universities. The two-time Oscar winner served at the university's Board of Trustees from 1994 to 2000 and returns occasionally to the Lincoln Center campus to inspire theater students with his advice and success. In 2011, he established the Denzel Washington Endowed Chair in Theater with a $2 million gift to Fordham and made a $250,000 gift to establish a scholarship fund for theater students. In creating the endowment professorship and scholarship, the Mount Vernon, New York native said he hoped to, quote, offer the next generation of students positive influences, like the kind he received from his Fordham mentor, the late actor Robinson Stone, Ph.D. Washington carries with him on location a recommendation letter written by the English professor and theater teacher in which Stone predicts the actor's talent will become, quote, among the most exciting and fulfilling of our time. Washington clearly proved him right. The year he earned a bachelor's degree in theater from Fordham, he was cast in the television film Wilma. But it was his stage performance as Soldier's Play that impressed NBC's St. Elsewhere producers, who cast him as Dr. Philip Chandler in the hit series. In 1991, Fordham awarded Washington an honorary doctorate for exploring the edge of his multifaceted talent. And he went on to push those edges even further. His career includes 5 Oscar nominations and 2 wins for Training Day and Glory, among dozens of other acting and directing accolades, including several for his powerful portrayal of civil rights leader Malcolm X in Spike Lee's 1982 film. Critics routinely describe his work with words like electric, high voltage, and fiery. When he wants to get better, he told Fordham students in 2005 he returns to the stage, where he won a Tony Award for Fences in 2010. So Fordham and him have a very deep relationship. It's not like he just graduated there. He's given them a lot of money. They've given him a doctorate. And of course, as these things are, they're very murky. Now, of course, God will use all of these types of things for the good. Whatever Denzel Washington will end up doing to preach and to go out into the world, God will use it for the good to reach the people he's chosen to save. However, given Denzel Washington is an actor, given that he has very deep ties to one of the top Jesuit universities, given the fact that this is in a string of celebrity conversions, I'm just skeptical. I'm not saying anything left or right. I'm not judging. But I am saying it's something to watch, because when you see a very well-known celebrity having these conversion moments, and we know that the future is one of counterfeit Christianity, it's something to pay attention to. That's all I'm saying. So let's watch his fruits and see what he is doing and whether or not he's going to play ball with the coming system, or will he actually be a genuine voice of truth against the system. That'll be something interesting to watch either way. Here's another one. Jordan Peterson breaking. Jordan Peterson says he believes Jesus is God. Would you look at that? pretty soon he's going to be taking the Eucharist. Let's see, where's the sound on this silly thing?
I want to be clear. Is what is the God you believe in?
I think that the claim that Christ is the embodiment of the prophet and the laws, I think that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Catholics make that claim too, by the way.
But
So,
that's complicated. It's very, very complicated. But I think it's true.
so you believe that Jesus was
God?
God?
Yeah.
I'll ask you again because I
Yeah, the Catholics believe that Jesus is God too. Yeah, they believe that when you, as the priest, invoke the Eucharist, you are creating the Creator. So yeah, the Catholics believe that Jesus is God too. That's why it is complicated, in the sense that you have to be very nuanced and distinguished, because the truth and the counterfeit is almost right. If it's 99% right, but it's the 1% that kills you, that's the difference. Do you understand the severity of having distinctions, why it's so important to have distinctions? So we know that Jordan Peterson is very much about institutional religion. He's getting highlighted as a figure. You know, his wife is Catholic. I know some of his fashion choices are very much pro-institutional religion. Like, he has this jacket with all these like icons, like Eastern Orthodox looking icons. I don't really know exactly what it is, but either way, my prediction is that Jordan Peterson will be taking the Eucharist pretty soon. Who knows when, but nevertheless, it's coming up. It's coming up for sure. Oh, here's another good one. Young single men are leaving traditional churches. They found a more masculine alternative. New parishes are planned across the U.S. to accommodate tsunami of male worshipers who have converted since the pandemic. That's right. The Ortho Bros. Young single men are flocking to the Orthodox Church after discovering the masculine Christian religion through online influencers. Some converts said that they felt disillusioned with the feminization of the Protestant Church. Counter-Reformation, anyone? And were attracted to the authenticity of orthodoxy, which they claim pushes them physically and mentally. Oh, priests are now planning to open new parishes to accommodate the tsunami of young men who have converted since. This is actually a true statement. When I went to, just a quick pause, but when I went to, was it Easter? Christmas or Easter, one of those things I went to with my mom and my dad. And there's a big Greek Orthodox church around here. And the priest was giving a homily. He's like, man, so many young people are coming back into the church. This is great. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not great. Of course, I was probably the only one in that church thinking that thought, but either way. Moving on, they say that most of the new converts found the Orthodox Church by watching YouTube videos or listening to podcasts. Well, you didn't watch my podcast on the Eastern Orthodox Church, that's for sure, to come to that conclusion. Matthew Ryan, a former atheist, found Orthodoxy after he saw a comment about good and evil on YouTube after hitting rock bottom. The science teacher 41, who had moved to Salt Lake City in 2022 to escape New York's draconian COVID rules, dark, began researching the Bible. This eventually led him to a 1-hour YouTube video in which a Protestant visits an Orthodox church and speaks to a priest. Quote, I watched that and I was like, okay, this makes a lot of sense, Mr. Ryan said. What really drew me to Orthodoxy was the structure, the guidance, the authenticity, and the historicity, he said. Mr. Ryan, who was baptized into the Orthodox Church in September, is among scores of men who have joined the strict church since the pandemic. Here he is. Now look, when he said, what did he say here? What drew me to Orthodoxy was because it's true. No. Was the structure, the guidance, the authenticity, the historicity. What does any of that have to do with anything, folks? Look, we'll take a quick break here. I want you to realize, like, when you watch my podcast, or you tell anybody about my show or my podcast or a video that maybe touched your life in some way, please do not tell them because there's Fennec foxes or something silly. Okay? All those things are fun and secondary. I hope that the reason you watch my videos is because I do my best to speak the truth. That I do my best to be honest, that I do my best to present you with all the evidence so that you can make an informed decision, that I document what I say, that I speak the truth. I hope that the reason somebody asks you why you believe the gospel is because you say it's true. Because it's true. Not because it makes you feel a certain way or, gosh, I love fellowship or whatever else. Those things are all secondary. When somebody asks you, like, what's the best part about heaven? And you say, oh, well, it's going to be I get to live forever, or it's going to be in a great world, or I'm going to have all my friends. That's not the right answer. The best part about heaven is God. If God did not exist in heaven and you're just there forever, you would be actually in hell. Of course, there's no such thing as eternal conscious torment, so thank God for that, but it would be hell. If eternal conscious torment would be such a thing, it would be that. It would be living forever in a situation where you are not in communion with God. That would be hell, even if that situation seemed like paradise. Do you understand what I'm saying? The heart of a reason is the justification for everything else. Okay, masculinity, having structure, having guidance, having historicity, authenticity, none of these things are bad inherently. They're not evil. But if these are your primary reasons, then that's a real problem, because the counterfeit is almost right. Do you understand? You should believe what you believe and do what you do because it's the truth. And then, yes, there are other things about it. Like, yes, it's authentic. It's got historic qualities to it. Of course, yeah, what I believe, the Bible is a very historic document. It documents thousands of years of history, up and until including the end of the world. So yes, it's got historicity to it. Is it authentic? Absolutely. It's the most authentic document there is, by an infinite being revealing himself and his plan of what he's intended to do and what he's done, and all these great wonders and signs that he's done and that he will do. Does it have guidance? Yes, the Bible has lots of guidance, basic instructions before leaving Earth. Does it have structure? Absolutely. There's plenty of prescriptions of how to live your life, but it's not about the prescriptions. It's about walking in faith. So all these things are not evil. To have structure, guidance, authenticity, masculinity. Masculinity is good. It's good to be masculine. It's good to be feminine if you're a woman, but it's also good to understand masculine and feminine in your approaches to things. I used to work in sales, and you have to understand how to be masculine and push for the sale to close the deal. And you also have to understand how to be feminine and nurturing and compassionate and flexible. All these things are part of the deal. So masculine and feminine is created by God is a good thing. But when they become your reason for doing something, I feel more masculine in the Orthodox Church because I've been so robbed by this secular, atheistic, liberal, woke society. Do you see how this works? Antichrist? You have the openly against Christ that destroys all things, including the family and your masculinity and everything else, so that, guess what? So that the counterfeit can come with its arms wide open and provide you with all of those things that you desire, to make you feel like a man again, to make you feel like a bro with your Orthodox shirt on and your prayers and going to church and, oh yes, we have all these structures and guidance and all these things that we're being told what to do, and the priest says this, and then we have the bishop and the metropolitan and the patriarch, and pretty soon it's going to be the pope over all of them. So yeah, people love that stuff when they're devoid of the truth. Because if you live in the truth and if you are of the truth, those things are an abomination. All these people that are putting themselves between you and Christ. Why would I want to have that? Why would I want to have icons in my room and saints and all these things? These are just honoring dead people. Why would I do that? If you live in the truth, then these things are an abomination. But if you don't live in the truth and you're sucked out of all the meaning by this liberal, atheistic, counterfeit devil, which the devil arose to basically make himself look like the Savior, then yeah, tradition and icons and decorations and rituals and prayers and, big churches with painted insides, all that stuff just provides you with so much meaning. It's so authentic. No, it's not authentic at all. It's a counterfeit. Authentic is opening your Bible, reading the Gospel of John, and reading what Jesus said. That's authentic. And getting in tune with that and walking that narrow road, pondering the fact that God is self-existent, that he has existed forever. He existed forever before he created the world. He will exist forever. He cannot change. He cannot make mistakes. He cannot do anything evil. He cannot lie. He does everything perfectly on the first time. He has predetermined reality. These things are so profound. If you are swimming in these things, you have no time for tradition and for saying this prayer 40 times and then going to that pilgrimage or doing this or doing that, because you have such a richness of meaning from the truth. But if you don't have that richness of meaning, then you need something to provide you with meaning. And this is exactly what's happening for all these people, folks. They love religion because religion seems good compared to atheism and secularism and wokeism, draconian, COVID rules and all this stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So this is a trend. This is a trend that's happening. And these people are going to be ripe for the picking when Sunday laws come and they are told to rest. They think, oh, it's good. I'm honoring God. Next one here is from the Wall Street Journal. Meta ends fact-checking on Facebook, Instagram, and in free speech pitch. Let's see. I don't think I highlighted anything here, but basically Meta is flipping to the right, just like Mark Zuckerberg's appearance changed from being Mr. Steal Your Data to Mr. Steal Your Girl, if you've seen that meme. This is from Truth About Fluoride. Facebook and Instagram now allowing its billions of users to say being transgender is a mental illness. Do you agree with this? Yes or no? So just get a load of how ridiculous this is, okay? The fact that you would get banned on Facebook for calling transgenderism a mental illness, which it is. People are demonically possessed, which is also another problem. That's the real truth. These people are demonically possessed and oppressed. And then the secular world calls it a mental illness. Oh, you have a mental illness. No, most of the time it's demonic in nature. Yeah, there are things like, there's certainly like depression and anxiety, obviously, but there's a lot of mental illness that's demonic. And we have put that under the rug with secular psychology, because psychology is about explaining things without God, explaining human behavior without the influence of the supernatural, which of course you can't do because we live in a supernatural world where there's the Holy Spirit and then there's the enemy spirits that are basically in the world and doing their things. Either way, the point is that Facebook at some point would censor you for saying that transgenderism is a mental illness. They would censor you automatically, right? Now they're saying, oh, you can say that now. Now, this is not just like, some willy-nilly detail, okay? If you as a billion-dollar company that controls billions of accounts come to the executive decision that you are going to align with insanity and censor people who call out insanity, and then a year, 2, 3 years later, you flip entirely on that and say, no, we're not going to do that anymore. Now you're just obviously a puppet. Like, at least, okay, you commit to one direction and you're crazy and we can at least deal with that. But this is just so obvious that you are just a puppet and doing whatever your masters tell you. Okay, go here, now go there. Now go up, now go down. Now go left, now go right. Now go dark, now go light. Okay, Mark, you need to change your appearance. You need to look a little more patriotic, buddy. The lizard man thing was really working for, the woke Facebook. But now Facebook's got to be hip and chill and patriotic and Christian. So we need to change it up. Mark's got to look sexy and relaxed, and he's surfing with an American flag and his hair is all undone. He's got a healthier complexion. He's smiling. He's talking about, doing all patriotic stuff, eating steaks. And Facebook's not going to enforce all that liberal stuff anymore. Now everything's got to switch because they got to shape the culture. It's just profound to me that these things are just happening. 20 years ago, we didn't have Facebook, folks. This is the thing. How much has happened in the last 20 years with these platforms? It's truly amazing. It's an amazing thing. NBC News, Meta's pivot to the right sparks boycotts and calls for a user exodus. After Meta and its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, announced a series of changes that shifted the company and its policies to the right ahead of the president-elect's Donald Trump's second term, some users are fleeing the company's platform, including Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. In the barrage of changes made in recent weeks, the company ended its third-party fact-checking program in the United States and said it would pull back on content moderation around political discourse. Instead, Meta will use a community notes system similar to Elon Musk's X. Updates to Meta's policy on hateful content include that LGBT people can now be called mentally ill because of their identities. Meta also disbanded its diversity, equity, and inclusion team. Just puppets, man. Zuckerberg isn't the only big tech billionaire currying favor with the incoming president. Musk and Jeff Bezos will both be seated in prominent spots at Trump's inauguration on Monday. But Meta's changes, along with Zuckerberg's personal appeals to Trump, have caused a cascade of reactions among its users. NBC News reviewed hundreds of posts and comments across various social media platforms and said users would delete their Meta accounts, stop posting, or boycott the company in response to the changes. Good luck. Since Meta's changes were announced, Google searches for deleting Facebook and Instagram have sharply increased. According to Google Trends, the exodus is reminiscent of when X, formerly Twitter, users left the platform in large numbers after the 2024 election. That's right. So just like the conservatives left Twitter and then they came back, then these are just sheep moving from one pen to another, folks. But as long as you're in the devil's farm, this is the problem. You go from this pen to that pen, but you're still in the devil's farm. You got to get out of the matrix. You got to be like that smart cat and realize who's pointing the laser pointer. So these are just dialectics that are shaping the culture. And of course, again, God is sovereign. He's sitting above the circle of the earth and doesn't have any concern. The liberals who are being betrayed by their own liberal movements, and they're waking up with all this. Imagine you're a liberal, and now Facebook is against you as a liberal. And God has elect within the liberal community. God has elect within the LGBTQ and trans and people that are going to wake up and rebuke that old lifestyle and come into the truth. There are people that are coming out of those things. And these things are necessary for them to be betrayed, just like Trump betrayed you and I if you're a conservative. I voted for Trump in, 2016 or, no, 2020. It was 2020 that I voted in Trump. Either way, Trump betrayed me. I was conservative, more naturally conservative. So I aligned with Trump. But of course, either one you align with is a deception. So God is going to use it for the good. Whether you're a liberal or conservative, you're going to be deceived. So now it's time for more liberals to be deceived and betrayed. And out of that suffering and pain will emerge people that God has chosen to reserve for himself so that they can learn the truth and come out of it. So this is all part of the plan. But nevertheless, we have to be aware that these things are happening also for an agenda to shape the culture. Russell Brand, our favorite Catholic New Age convert.
Now that we are tethered potentially to continual self, we are going to have to, I believe, learn new ways of understanding Scripture and new ways of receiving Him. Because as the word was written in the language of its time, anticipating all time, for surely He exists beyond time and beyond space and outside of the senses. The ultimate reality is beyond the conditions of our reality as we appreciate and receive it. We, as inhabitants of this realm, are going to have to learn how to operate within technology. Otherwise, that technology, I reckon it could become pretty Luciferian. It could become a kind of false light. Now that we are...
You don't say. He's straight from the horse's mouth, man. Interesting that he said realm. I don't know what he means by that, but that is interesting, that it is a realm of some kind. But nevertheless, we have to find new ways of reading the scriptures and discovering Jesus. What does that even mean? What does that even mean, Russell? What does it even mean? You don't need new ways. You know why? Because the truth is timeless. The whole point of the Bible is that it's a timeless piece of information. You could open the Bible no matter where you are, whether you're 2,000 plus years ago or today, and you can encounter Jesus. You don't need to go to a revival. You don't need to go to a worship concert. You don't need a QR code. You don't need anything. You just need what God has given you, which is a brain, your eyes to read, or somebody to read it to you so you can hear, and to encounter the word. Faith comes by hearing the word. Of course, when you read it to yourself, you're hearing it in your mind. So God has made it timeless because God is timeless. And anytime we try to add to that timelessness with, remember from orthodoxy, authenticity, masculinity, technology, we need new strategies. All these, this is all man. You don't need to add anything to the truth. When the truth is given to you from a completely perfect being who is timeless, who is self-existent, who is beyond anything we could ever even begin to understand. That's why we will have all of eternity to discover God. But when God gives that truth to you, you don't need to add anything to it. It's perfect as it is. Just read it and get familiar with it, study it, so that you can realize why you shouldn't be a Catholic anymore, Russell Brand, and come out of her, lest you share in her plagues. All right. SOS, Sons of Sunday. This is Stephen Furtick. I think this is a new CD somebody sent me. It's a new release, Sons of Sunday. Stephen Furtick, Brandon Lake, Chandler Moore, Chris Brown, Leland Mooring, and Pat Barrett. They have this SOS here in Old English. I wonder what this reminds me of something. SOS. What could it be, man? There's something that's giving me a little ring. I feel like it's something that I know, but I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? It's probably not important. But either way, Sons of Sunday, you know who they belong to. Hopefully they will learn the truth, but otherwise, moving on. This is an article that says, from the Christian Institute, new school bill requires home ed parents to report Sunday school attendance to the state. Now, this is, I think, in the UK somewhere. Parents in England who home educate could be required to inform the state of if their children attend Sunday school or football clubs under government proposals. Clause 25 of the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill require local authorities to create a register of children in their area who are being home educated. In addition to the names and addresses of parents and children, the register will also require parents to specify the amount of time the child spends receiving education from each parent, along with details of any education received from other people. Intrusive bureaucracy. The bureaucratic requirements could see parents having to provide an hourly breakdown of a child's life and relationship with their parent, as well as their involvement in sports clubs and places of worship. The Christian Institute has warned that this is overreach and may interfere with the human rights of both children and parents, including the right to a private and family life under Article 8 of the European Convention. The Christian Institute's Deputy Director Simon Calvert said, quote, "These new proposals clobber hard-working parents with excessive and intrusive bureaucracy just because they home educate. It doesn't make sense to require officials to discriminate against them when they are simply seeking to provide an education in the best interest of their child. Treating all home educating parents as suspect category is not fair. They're being asked to disclose sensitive information to officials about their family lives that is not required from those that choose to send their child to school." Which, of course, these are all good points, but what is the point of this? This is that when they drop a little ping in there for the dialectic to begin, this is designed to move the needle forward. You're going to have opposition, then you have people that are for it. Then you have opposition, then you have people that are for it. And through this little dance, this ping pong match, the agenda moves forward and other things come along and culture is shaped and so on. So when you see these things, folks, the point is another very important point with all these news stories. When you see such things, it's not necessarily an indicator that this is going to happen exactly like this. This is a path. It's a path that leads to a direction. And we know what the ultimate destination is according to the Bible and history. But this is a path. And it's a path that's going somewhere. And the question is, okay, I need to watch this. I need to just add it to my general sense, your general sixth sense, your Fennec Fox sense of what's going on. And so that you can watch carefully. Because these are going to be more and more in the public eye. What do we do about education? Well, maybe we should all rest on Sunday then, and so on. Oh, okay, now we can agree on a compromise and everybody rest on Sunday for the family, that type of thing. These things are dialectics. The beast doesn't care about your family. The beast wants to use your family to manipulate you into receiving worship. That's why Sunday sacredness and the family and homeschooling and family hour and family time and kids, it's all related. So you have to pay attention. This is on YouTube. We're not going to watch. There's a clip I'm going to pull from it, but this is Mel Gibson on the Joe Rogan Experience, which again, this is another thing. Joe Rogan is highlighting one of the top Catholics in Hollywood and, of course, the author of The Passion of the Christ, which is total Catholic propaganda. But let's see. This is a clip from the interview.
A South American idol into the church to worship. Really? He did.
So he brought, of course, low-hanging fruit. Here we go. Dark versus light. Mel Gibson is a sedevacantist, which is an important thing we'll look at in just a second. But now they're criticizing Pope Francis and the obvious evils that he's doing in the church and blaspheming God through all of these various ecumenical movements and pagan. In fact, in my Synagogue of Satan series, in the last video on the current events, we looked at, they had this Native American shaman guy doing a dance in a Catholic church, which really, if you understand what the Catholic Church is, it's, that's business as usual. But anyway, the traditional Catholics were very infuriated by it, of course. And of course, it's just a blasphemous display of paganism. But either way, they're picking on low-hanging fruit. So now let's listen.
Pachamama.
I don't know what that is.
It's kind of like a South American god, Pachamama.
Why would he do that?
Good question, but he did.
Did he have an explanation for why he did it?
Yeah, it's kind of a weasel-worded thing of like, oh, all religions are just as good as one another. But, if that's his contention...
He shouldn't be the Pope.
No.
How can you be the Pope if you say all religions are just as good?
Yeah, we all worship.
Do you catch that? Joe Rogan, who's like a secular dude, is saying, how can you be the Pope if you argue that all religions are good? I.e., he's arguing the Catholic perspective, which it's true in some sense. Like, how can you be the Pope who's supposed to be, the leader of the Catholic Church and say, well, all paths are true. How can you be that way? That's some truth there. But Joe Rogan, he was like an atheist like a couple of years ago. Now, dark to light.
So he brought that in.
Yeah, into the Vatican. Then the hierarchy even worshipped. They had a ceremony around it outside.
What?
So, well, that constitutes apostasy.
Yeah.
That's an apostasy.
Yeah.
Right?
Worshipping false gods.
Yeah. That's number one on the Mosaic hit list. You know? Moses goes up on the mountain. He comes back down. People are worshiping a golden calf.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah.
So you can't
People are still worshiping the golden calf today, by the way.
do that. And the very nature of apostasy means that you have to be part of it to fall away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an inside job. We got a pope that brought out.
It's an inside job. And again, if you understand Mel Gibson's perspective, he's of the belief, at least last I checked, that since Vatican II, the seat has been vacant, sede vacante. So there's no active pope. We need to go back to the good old days of the Catholic Church, which, of course, he believes that Mary is a co-redemptress. There was nothing wrong with the Catholic Church before Vatican II, which, of course, there's plenty wrong with the Catholic Church for 1,200 plus years since its formation, into the Reformation and beyond, and in the last several hundred years since the Counter-Reformation. So this is who you're dealing with, and he's being interviewed on a major world stage, and Joe Rogan is becoming increasingly more friendly to these types of conversations, which is an interesting situation. This is from LifeSite News, kind of a follow-up on this. Donald Trump appoints Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone as special ambassadors to Hollywood. You really can't make this stuff up, man. In a surprise post on Truth Social, Trump announced, "It is my honor to announce John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone to be special ambassadors to a great but very troubled place, Hollywood, California." A great but very troubled place. There's nothing great about Hollywood. It's nothing but evil and deception. From its beginnings as a Catholic tool to shape culture, from the hundreds of years of Jesuit theaters from Europe, Hollywood is the manifestation of that, to its liberal phase, which is now ending, to now it's going to be part of the image of the beast to reinforce the Catholic propaganda. Elaborating on his decision, Trump continued, "They will serve as special envoys to me for the purpose of bringing Hollywood, which has lost much of business over the last 4 years, to foreign countries, back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears, and I will get done what they suggest. It will again be, like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood." Hollywood had its golden age, and when it was its golden age in the 20s, 30s, 40s, that was the Catholic golden age. All three of the Hollywood stars are baptized Catholics and have to some varying degree professed and defended their faith both in God and the conservative principles more generally. The appointments come just days after Gibson, who is well known as an outspoken Catholic actor and director, appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience, making headlines for defending the resurrection of Christ, talking about the post-Vatican II crisis in the Catholic Church, and speaking candidly about the important role his faith has played in his life. Gibson's house is also one of many that burned down in the fires ravaging Los Angeles, describing it as a form of purification. Similarly, Stallone, who talked about his return to Christianity in early 2000s after drifting away in his younger years, was also in the news recently for saying for the first time publicly that he is the survivor of abortion. As for Voight, he was raised Catholic and attended the Catholic University of America, and is well known for holding conservative views and talking openly about his belief in God. He also is the father of the famous Angelina Jolie. So you don't see a Protestant being named. Of course, not that it would matter. I mean, let's be honest. At this stage of the game, even if there was, 3 Protestants being nominated, they'd probably still be Jesuit operatives. But all Catholic, man, that tells you everything of how hard they're going with this direction. Now, sedevacantism is an important phenomenon to understand in the Catholic Church because there is a rift. I've talked about this before. There's a rift in the Catholic Church that was created by the Jesuits in the 60s with Vatican II on purpose by liberalizing the church so that there would be this rift between conservative and liberal. They always do things in twos because they need that opposition to work the agenda. And there's a great deal of people that are either sedevacantist or, kind of mildly, I forget what the word for it is. There's another word for it. It's like proto-vacantist or something. Anyway, there's another vacantist type where it's like you're not so hardcore, like there's no pope, but you do want reform. So either way, there's two groups of people, and Mel Gibson is a sedevacantist. Now, sedevacantism is the idea again that the seat is vacant, meaning that they don't think that the pope in question is legitimate, and there hasn't been a legitimate pope since Vatican II, because this whole thing is apostate, and they're applying all of the apostasy language of the New Testament, the great falling away, to the Catholic Church. Do you see what they're doing? And so therefore we need revival. Well, of course, the Bible doesn't tell you about a revival. The Bible tells you that there's going to be a great falling away, a counterfeit Christian reality, people marveling after the beast, and the man of sin, so on and so forth. The counterfeit religious reality is the falling away. It's not the revival that you think is coming, that people think is coming, I should say, because if you're watching these videos, you don't think there's a revival coming. But the people out there who think that the revival's coming, that's actually the great apostasy. Do you get it? And in order to make the apostasy look like revival, they need to make a counterfeit apostasy, a counterfeit devil. So they make Pope Francis, who's a jester, doing all these blasphemous things that are so easy to pick on. Gosh, I hope you learn this. I really hope you learn this. The devil is not obvious, man. When the devil does something obvious, it's designed to bait you. It's like those giant fish. Gosh, there's this meme. It uses, I forget what the name of the fish is, but there's these horrifying fish in like the abyss, in the Mariana Trench, which have these crazy teeth. And they have these little dangly things on their heads. They're like little lights, they're hanging around. It's like ching, 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 ching. And these little fish come around and say, ooh, that's shiny. That's really obvious. Let me go bite on it. And then this thing just whoosh, swallows them. Just horrible way to die. But, fascinating creatures. But this is exactly the point. Like, if the devil does something obvious, he's baiting you with a little blasphemy here, a little, anger there, a little emotion there, just anything to get you off balance so that you move in the direction that he desires. So when he has Pope Francis doing the Pachamama thing, of course it's so obviously evil. Even a baby in the faith can recognize that that's obviously blasphemous. That's by design so that you justify swinging to the other side, which of course is what's going to happen with the next Pope. Will it be Viganò? I don't know. I think it is. I get a real strong hunch that it might be. I could be wrong. I'm not saying it is, but so far he's the only candidate that's really made himself, visible. It just is very sharp and conservative and very vocal of the Jesuits, which is also another fascinating thing. But anyway, sedevacantism, let's read about this really quick because this is an important thing to understand. There's a very important detail here to understand. The term sedevacantism derives from the Latin term sedevacante, which means with the chair being vacant. In the Catholic Church, when an episcopal see becomes vacant due to the death or removal of a bishop from office or whatever reason, in interim, the diocese is automatically in the state of sedevacante, until a new designate is appointed and duly elevated to his see. With sedevacantism, this is specifically in reference to the see of St. Peter, the Catholic papacy. The term sedevacantism, as a thesis that the post-Second Vatican Council claimants to the papacy operating out the Vatican City are non-Catholic antipopes, originated from a 1973 work, Sedevacante, Paul VI is not a legitimate pope, by Mexican Jesuit priest Joaquin Sáenz Arriaga. However, there were some instances of proto-sedevacantism avant la lettre reaching back to the 1960s. Now, why is this an important detail? Well, first off, because there's a Jesuit, so that's a ding, ding, ding. But even more importantly is that no Jesuit publishes any book without the approval of the Jesuit general. That's why when we look at The Art of War, which was translated for the first time in history into the French language a couple years before the French Revolution by a Jesuit, Jean-Marie Amiot, we know that he didn't do that translation and put it out into the world without the approval of the Jesuit general. And if you read The Art of War, it's very clearly about the Jesuit general and the papal power and this dualistic scheme that's going on to basically bring the world under the papal power. Nevertheless, the same thing is in this situation. The work of sedevacantism, which was right around after the Second Vatican Council, was beginning in a book by a Mexican Jesuit. Now, the Jesuits also are the ones who are responsible for the liberalization of the Catholic Church. So they're playing both sides as usual, folks. And this is the point. And they're doing this because, again, they need to justify the revival because people are catching on to the Catholic Church. And of course, you need a scapegoat to say, oh, yeah, this Pope is the Antichrist. You see, look at him. I mean, he's just so Antichrist. Now we have a scapegoat. Pope Francis is the first Jesuit ever to be a Pope, which is not even possible, shouldn't be possible, but it happened. And of course, there's a lot of controversy around that. And he's doing all of these liberal things and destroying everywhere where he goes. That's by design. Because the next one is going to swing everything back into the iron grip that the beast enjoyed for so long. So, conclusion. These are just a small sampling of a greater and greater campaign to prepare the world to worship and marvel after the beast. If you learn to spot the main strategies that they're doing, then you can see things very quickly. You really can. So what are the main threads? Cultural influencers converting, like Jordan Peterson, Denzel Washington, Russell Brand, and then they become mouthpieces for religion and the religious mindset and Catholic propaganda, depending on what part of the stream they are. For example, you see like Russell Brand, he's still, like, if you watch any of his stuff, he's still very New Agey. Oh, good evening, my awakened brothers. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean awakened? That's a New Age term. He's very New Agey, and because he's integrated, he's a Judas goat for that sector of the market. Candace Owens has a more clean-cut, very religious, vocal attitude towards what she's doing. So she has a different sector of the market. They all bat for the same team, folks. This is the point. So you have cultural influencers. They use dialectics like wokeism, failing Protestantism, ecumenism, all these things to glorify the old religion. Look at the Protestants, how feminized they are. Look at the Methodists, which is really ironic because like 150 years ago, Methodism was like super conservative. Now it's like on the other extreme of the pendulum. And of course, that justifies religion. Well, we had it all wrong, all this Protestant stuff. We had to go, without the guidance of religion and authority to rein it all in, look what happens. We need the authority of the Pope. We need religion. We need that guidance. We need that authenticity, that masculinity. We need that authority. And of course, that authority is not the authority of God. It's the authority of religion. But this is what they do. They use these dialectics. They flip social platforms, and they're creating the echo chamber. Over and over again, they layer things on top of each other, and they're able to change the echo chamber. I mean, literally, they're able to, again, in the last 20 years, how much has happened, folks? Facebook, I don't even remember when Facebook came online. Was it like 2003 or something like that? I don't remember. But if you consider the fact that these social media platforms have not been around that long, and the major, major changes that they've done in such a short period of time, relatively speaking, is truly astounding. And this is why I said the outcome of worshiping the beast is not going to be very difficult to obtain. They're shaping culture like this. Oh, just, okay, now it's okay to say that trans people are mentally ill. Yeah, go for it. Now everybody's going to do this, now we're going to do this, and now you're basically controlling how people interact. And you're controlling the experiences and thoughts and emotions people have through all of these algorithms and AI and content and stuff. It's truly mind-numbing how much control they have over people's perceptions. That's why you have to anchor yourself in the Word and in history so that you are not swept up by this stuff. The echo chamber is very real, and it's full of counter-narrative. At this point now, the echo chamber is completely established. They have successfully transferred everybody over to this new thing. And you're going to see more and more of it as time goes on with false signs and wonders, dialectics, false flags, new attitudes, new policies. All these different things are just shaping faster and faster and faster to prepare the world for this final outcome. It's all the same. Nothing new under the sun, because the devil is predictable. It's God who is unpredictable, folks. You have to remember that. God is not, you can't predict what God's going to do. He's the one that's bringing the new world order, the true new world order. No eye has seen, nor ear has heard what God has planned for those who love him. You can't possibly predict what the new eternal state is going to be like. You can't possibly predict it. And that's a good thing, because God is unpredictable in a good way. The devil is predictable, and, he's predictable in a bad way. But God has given us, in his mercy, what he has done, what he will do, so that we have faith, we have hope, we have love with one another, and we can have love for others and speak the truth and try to help them out. So don't lose hope with all these things. I know it feels ominous. I know it feels crazy with how much they control and how much psychological warfare is going on with all these things. I know it can feel overwhelming. Don't let it get to you. Don't lose hope, but just remember to use these things as fuel to help others out of deception, because the elect still have to come out of Babylon. Until the bowl judgment drops and people start getting sores all over their body for having taken the mark, there are people to save. And of course, we're not doing the saving, but we're participating in that saving through God's Spirit and through promptings and all these different things that we're learning. Denzel Washington coming back to religion is one in a series of multiple celebrity conversions in the last 5 to 10 years, and it's only going to increase. Denzel went to a Jesuit school. He's very involved. Again, we'll have to watch the fruits of these things. Jordan Peterson, same thing. Jordan Peterson is practically a Catholic. I would not be surprised that within the next year he converts to Catholicism. It's coming. There's no other direction he can go. He's surrounded by Catholics. His wife is a Catholic. He's not going to be a Protestant. He's all about institutional religion. So, he's definitely controlled opposition, and he has a sector of the market. So there's a timing to everything. They can't all just be converted all at once. They have to go this one, then this one, then this one. And there are people who are shepherding these people to do what they're supposed to do. Joe Rogan is also becoming more and more of a platform for this Christian reality, quote unquote Christian. He's one of the most popular voices in the world. You look at his podcast, like literally within days, he's got I don't know how many, 3 million views or something crazy. And it just takes a couple more steps to move the audience from where they were with Joe Rogan to this rebellious, secular, conspiratorial audience to now, hey, let's talk about religion and spirituality and why the Pope shouldn't be this way and Jesus and everything else. These things are important shifts, folks. The world and the gospel are not friends. So when you see things becoming popular, you have to question them, because the narrow path is narrow for a reason. Again, I don't doubt at all that God will use somebody like Joe Rogan, even if he's a secret society member, even if whatever else, he's controlled opposition. I don't doubt that God will use Joe Rogan to reach the elect, just like God used Billy Graham and Joel Osteen and Benny Hinn, all of these agents of the devil, God used to reach the people he wanted to reach, because God uses the foolish things to shame the wise, to reveal his glory. So God will use it for the good, but on our side, we don't know who those people are. So we have to speak the truth and wake them up from delusion, because these things are also being used by the devil to deceive people into this final situation. Joe Rogan is like everybody else. He's a Judas goat. He has a sector of the market, a very large one, and he's moving that slowly to the next sheep pen. Eventually, Joe Rogan is going to talk about religion and Christianity. Just give it time. Give it, I don't even know how much time. It's so hard to predict these days because things just happen so quickly. But my guess is within the next couple years, you're going to see Joe Rogan talking more and more about religion, specifically Christianity and Catholicism. He's going to have Catholic people on there. He's going to have people who are ecumenical in nature, and it's going to be about this new thing. Maybe he might even have a charismatic experience. We'll have to watch. But that's another point or person to watch. It's another, not that you should obsess over what Joe Rogan is doing, but it's another measurement of how culture is being shaped, because Joe Rogan is very influential. So when you start seeing Joe Rogan talking more about religious things and Catholic this and hosting Catholics on there, that's a sign that culture is being shaped in a particular direction. Mel Gibson being interviewed shows you who is paying Joe Rogan's bills. And of course, Joe Rogan is not his own master. He's just doing what his masters are telling him. That's very obvious, hopefully. But either way, I document Mel Gibson's beliefs and his movie The Passion in my End Time series. I believe it's episode number 19, The Image of the Beast, where we talk about the Passion and how there's so much strange occult symbolism and Catholic propaganda designed to traumatize you and to make you basically fall in love with this abomination, which is the Eucharist and the sacrificial Mass and all this Catholic propaganda. And of course, it's a very ecumenical movie. All the Protestants love it and they're all over it. And this is the point. And he's making a second movie called Resurrection, which is, I think, going to be out in a year maybe, or maybe starting to film next year or something like that. But it'll be perfect timing for all this Image of the Beast stuff to come to life, which is really You know how they do their movies. Well, Mel Gibson is part of that. Just because he's on the light side doesn't mean that he's not doing predictive programming and doing all these things and putting it out into the ether for it to manifest. That's how these people think. Okay, so the fact that he's doing another movie titled Resurrection, and it's in line with all this stuff coming to life, resurrection of the papal power, the revival of the Catholic Church, the new thing coming to town, I don't find that that's a coincidence. I think that's all by design. Trump's announcement to appoint Mel Gibson and all these other Catholics as, ambassadors to bring about Hollywood's golden age. I mean, if you know anything about Hollywood's history, it started as a Catholic thing. And of course, it's a Jesuit thing because the Jesuits owned the theaters in Europe to form opinions and culture, just like they've been doing for hundreds of years through the Counter-Reformation. Nothing new under the sun, folks. Everything they do, they've practiced for a very long time. Communism was practiced for 150 years in the Southern American provinces, Panama, Uruguay, all that whole area. The Jesuits practiced communism, and I document it in my Synagogue of Satan series. Then they had the French Revolution. Then they, got people like Marx and Engels, who was a Protestant, quote unquote, to start communism and proliferated throughout the world. And we looked at in many, many countries, Russia, Latin America, China, Jesuits, everywhere you look. Were the Jews involved? Absolutely. The devil's not going to just do one thing so you can figure out his strategy. The devil's going to have multiple threads. But if you have the light of the Bible that tells you that the center of satanic activity is the papal throne, and you know that the Jesuits are the army of the papal throne, designed to bring power back to that papal throne, and you see the Jesuits everywhere, literally, then just 1 + 1 = 2. It's very simple. Either way, Hollywood was the center of exporting propaganda. And of course, it was liberal in the last 60 plus years. It went liberal for a reason, because that had to be the phase of things, and now it's coming back to being conservative and Catholic, along with things like PureFlix and Angel Studios and all these things that are very common today. So it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the world is Catholic again. Whatever it's going to be called, whether it's going to be Catholic or some sort of new charismatic thing, who knows? But we know it's going to be Catholic, and people are going to marvel after the beast, because the beast must be worshipped. That is the throne of Satan. So there must be some sort of Catholic church to deal with. You need to see how all these things are being shaped towards that final outcome. And you need to learn your history so that you can help your friends and tell your friends to get out of religion. Doesn't matter if you're a Protestant, if you're an Ortho bro, or if you're a Catholic bro. It doesn't matter. You have to get out of institutionalized religion. Because institutionalized religion, the devil owns the institutions, folks. The truth is not bound by a denomination. The truth is the truth. And again, the reason you believe the Bible, the reason you are a follower of Jesus, the reason you watch my videos, the reason you should do anything is because it's true. Walk in the truth, right? What's your primary reason for something? If it's not because it's true, but because of some other shiny reasons, those shiny reasons are deceiving you. It's not wrong to have shiny reasons, right? It's not wrong to have shiny reasons, but the primary reason should be because it's true. And if something that you're doing is not true, but you're justifying it with, other things, then you're walking in the wrong direction, plain and simple. So get out of religion, get out of religious thinking. Religion can be very intoxicating for this new generation, especially because they grew up in a very materialistic, digital, atheistic, secular paradigm. So they're lonely. They're looking for purpose. They can't really think critically, so they're ripe for the pickings. And they're ripe for being given a purpose and identity, a group identity, by these religious systems. And of course, that authority is going to be the counterfeit authority between man and God, which is the Antichrist system. Religion has always been the enemy, folks. The religious spirit and religion in general, the mystery religion versus the truth, which is a way of being, it's a relationship. That has been the conflict since the very beginning in the Garden of Eden. God offered a way of being, whereas man obeyed the devil and did it his own way and took action upon himself rather than trusting in God, which is a connection that you have through faith. And through that connection, you access a new way of being. There's nothing you do. You are being done to, because God is being. He is, I am the being one. He is the source of being. So if we're going to be like him, then we have to experience a new way of being. Religion cannot offer you a new way of being. It offers you a counterfeit way of being through the perceived, how do I word this? It is perceived spirituality or perceived spiritual progress through religious activity. Oh, I went to church. Oh, I did some fasting. Oh, I went to confession. Oh, I did my rosary beads. Oh, I went on a pilgrimage. Oh, I went and kissed this icon. Oh, I did this, I did that. I went to, youth group. This is religious activity. Now, some of those things aren't too bad, like having groups of people and fellowship and so on. But ultimately, if you're doing those things in error, then having those things only is going to cement you in error. You must walk in the truth. And then other things can be added. But this is the problem with religion. Religion gives you a false sense of security, a false sense of belonging, a false sense of identity through a counterfeit authority, rather than walking in the truth and knowing that your identity is in Jesus, in a relationship with Jesus, in a relationship with the infinite, self-existent God. That is so profound because he woke you up from death and he's given you new life, and all the things that come out of you that are good are because of him, not because of you. And you have this symbiotic relationship that you can't draw a line between where God is acting in your life and where it is you. Obviously, it's obvious when you're sinning that's not God, but the point is, you're still you. Do you get it? You're still you. You're experiencing the life with choices, and you're making choices, and you're moving here and there, and you're speaking, and you're interacting with people. And yet, when you look back on your life, you're like, oh, that was definitely God on that one. So it's a phenomenal relationship. That is such a profound truth. Such a profound truth. Again, if you meditate on these things, you have no need for religion. When somebody presents you with all the things I just listed off, like pilgrimages and kissing icons and going to church and for a certain amount of hours and saying prayers, and when somebody presents you with that opportunity or that system, your reaction should be like, ugh, this is death. This is a death. I don't need this. When I have life, and I have such a profound life that I'm in truth. But when you don't have that life, when you're just stuck in this materialistic world and you're lonely and you don't have a clue and you don't have a sense of purpose and you're just blocked off spiritually, then yeah, all those things like pilgrimages and kissing icons and going to fancy churches and being belonging and having masculinity, it seems like such a salvation for you. And that's exactly the point. And it's so sad that so many people are being devoured by the counterfeit purpose of religion. So get out of religious thinking, get out of institutionalized religion, churches, denominations. That doesn't mean necessarily run for the hills. It means get out of it with your mental participation. Like, do not identify with these things anymore. I actually am not telling you to stop going to church, because I think people should continue to go to their churches and try to become an advocate and try to pull away people from these institutions. I think that if you learn all these things, you shouldn't just run away and keep it to yourself. I think that you should embrace the opportunities for conflict and go into your circles and talk to these people in your youth groups, in your adult groups, in your sermons, your pastors. Talk to them. And if they kick you out, fine, then so be it. Dust your shoes off and go somewhere else. But until then, God has given you an opportunity to talk, to speak, to engage. So don't be shy. Don't be shy at all. All right, well, that covers it for part 2. Now onward to part 3 for some signs and wonders. All right, well, welcome to part 3. We're talking about signs and wonders. And of course, all of these things really go together, but I'm dividing them in just various threads because they're meaningful that way. I don't want us to forget a very important verse in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, which is about the coming of the lawless one. So if we go to the scriptures, it says, the coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power and false signs and wonders, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refused to love the truth and so be saved. This is exactly what we've been talking about. Those who refuse to love the truth. The truth is mysterious, it's profound, it's not limited by your human standards, by labels, by denominations. It's the narrow way. It is mysterious and profound. And if you do not love that truth, if you do not love meditating on the profoundness of God, on the profoundness of the plan of election, on the profoundness of God's self-existence and the fact that he translated all of that into a human body, and he's coming back, and Bible prophecy and historic fulfillment of Bible prophecy, all of these beautiful things. If you don't have a love for those things, then you have an empty space that needs to be filled. And that empty space will be filled by, you know what? Well, it tells you right here in the second chapter, it says, by the all power and false signs and wonders and wicked deception. That's what's going to fill that space. Because the devil is going to put all of his deceptive power into the outcome of being worshipped. Everything the devil has at his disposal, his maximum focus and attention and supernatural power that the devil has as the God of this world, is channeled towards the ultimate outcome, which is on the horizon for us. Now, it's very important to understand that this outcome that's being spoken of here by Paul is not something in the far future necessarily, in the sense that it's exclusively about the coming of the lawless one. When he says the coming of the lawless one, remember, the lawless one is an institution of men. The man of sin is an institution of men. Therefore, the futurist reading of this passage, which is wrong, because the futurist reading is the coming of the personal Antichrist far in the future, is going to be by all deception of Satan. Well, okay, yeah, we know that Satan is very active. And the final man of sin, the final pope, which is pretty much the vicar of Satan on earth, will be by the all deceptions of Satan. But this is much broader is the point here. Okay, this is much broader. The coming of this institution into the world, which is the final iteration of all the pagan empires with their God King on the throne, the coming of this institution into the world and it being revealed and taking power and having a mortal wound and resurrecting and being marveled at, the coming of this thing, the final element, the final iteration of the mystery religion, that coming of that thing is by all power and signs and wonders of the devil. And those who do not love the truth are going to be devoured by it. So it's about everything leading up to and including the end. Do you get it? Meaning the coming of the papal system from Constantine all the way to the Reformation, all the way to modern day. All the things that you've seen, we've seen so much history and so many things happen. I document it in my Synagogue of Satan series. So much deception. The devil has been active in bringing about this final reality of receiving worship through a God King on the throne at the end of time. Today we're at the end of that story, at the end of the end. So that means we can expect this prophecy to be even more relevant. Do you get it? It's at the maximum of the maximum. There's superlative language used here. All power. It's not just some of the power of Satan. All his power and signs and wonders and wicked deception. Everything he's got. Everything the devil has, which you are completely helpless to unless you have the Holy Spirit. And that's the point. The devil has been allowed to do his worst, so that you know for all of time going forward after Jesus returns that you could have never made it through your own quote-unquote free will. You had no chance. 0 donut holes. That's the point. But either way, the coming of this system is by all power and signs and wonders of Satan. And we are at the end of that story. We're at the end of the end. So we should expect massive, massive deception, which includes culture shaping. It includes false signs and wonders, false flags, dialectics, all the things we're talking about today. All these things are really signs and wonders, dialectics. They're all kind of the same thing in some sense, but it's important to divide them also so that you can see things from different threads. So this is where we're at, folks, and hopefully today's stories will jog your imagination and memory of what's happened in history as well as what will happen in the coming months and years. So onward we go. This is Instagram. Oh, this is that Ashley Hayes is her name, apparently. Ashley Hayes. This is the one I was talking about, that she's a dispensationalist, so again, I don't recommend necessarily following her, but she's documenting this thing about the drones, which can be useful because we've had a lot of drone issues and UFO propaganda, but there's more to the story as usual. So let's take a listen.
There is so much more going on with these drones than meets the eye, and it's not just a cover-up for an upcoming biblical event. It actually has to do,
which she thinks is the rapture. It's not. There's no rapture.
With a bill that they are trying to pass, which will lay the foundation for the upcoming beast system. Now, again, I will try to censor myself with this video as much as possible. When I talk openly, nobody sees my account or my videos, and everybody needs to know what is going on with this one, what they are doing behind the scenes, and who's actually pulling the strings that is playing the good guy in public. Now, to start, BrainChip's brother over here owns one of the largest drone companies in the entire world. Coincidence? I think not. Sure, one of the biggest drone show companies is Intel, chip company, now Nova Sky Stories, and Nova is what Kimball Musk owns. Our sister company, Nova Sky Stories, has acquired the Intel fleet with more than 9,000 drones. Nova is becoming the drone show company with one of the largest fleets in the world. With their own modifications, an entire new, more sophisticated drone has been created. Kimball says he wants to bring art to the skies of every city and town in the world. Remember this headline for when we get into the bill. Kimball also sits on the boards of Tesla and SpaceX. Now, over the past few days, I started to notice a lot of conversation on this topic. I'm not going to read it out loud. And then I started to notice under a lot of these posts would be comments saying that it's misinformation. And that always grabs my attention. If you know, you know. Now, I did a little research, and on Homeland Security's website, I found the exact hearing that discusses these two bills. Now, before we get into the video, I want to briefly summarize what is going on. So this top one here that expires in about a week, that essentially gives our gov basic control of drones in our airspace. Now, because this one expires so soon, and because our government has, let's just say, very interesting plans in the very near future, they have to pass this one. Let's just say that this new bill is the older, smarter, stronger, and more evil brother of this bill. What they're essentially doing, y'all, is they're saying that the U.S. is being threatened by unauthorized drone activity. And by passing this bill, the government is essentially going to protect us. And how are they going to protect us, you might ask? Well, they'll be using authorized drones for surveillance and the monitoring of communications, aka our internet and cell phones.
UASs have become a transformative force. They've been used in countless positive ways that include revolutionizing many industries like agriculture, logistics, film production, and others, while also improving capabilities for humanitarian relief and law enforcement. However, as with any powerful technology, UAS have also introduced significant security challenges. In recent years, the proliferation of UAS, both domestically and abroad, has raised serious concerns regarding the potential misuse and criminal activities, espionage, and more alarmingly, in threats to U.S. national security. The current authorities provided under the Act are set to expire on December 20th, 2024, just 1 week from now.
Last few years, the use of unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, has become common across a wide range of applications. Drones have become increasingly affordable and useful within agriculture, law enforcement, search and rescue, photography, and other industries. However, as the airspace becomes more and more crowded with unmanned aircraft, we must ensure the government is prepared and empowered to protect the safety and security of U.S. critical infrastructure and the American public.
Allow them to, this is a direct quote, to destroy or disable aircraft in flight and intercept signals and communications. This is on American soil. It's a setup, Pastor Jimmy. The other one that was passed, just kind of like, hey, we got to control some of the stuff in the airspace. This one is on steroids. So here they took an act that is going to expire the 20th of this month that gave them very limited control on the skies and drones. And then they take it, and we're not just going to control the skies and drones. We're going to, quote, destroy, disable anything in the air and intercept signals and communication. Folks, that could be your cell phone. That could be your internet ability. That's anything under the guise of we've got to control the skies because of this. Then that gives them the ability to do it.
This is their goal. This is their end game. This is what they want. Everything will be digital. Everything will be green and in the name of climate change. So they're going to push it in a way where everybody's going to go for it and think it's going to be better for the environment. You won't own a vehicle. You'll have to ride your bike or walk. Everything will be in a 15-minute vicinity, and you won't even own your house. So they'll be able to come in and use your space when you're at work working for them. Everything you consider a product has now become a service. We have access to transportation, accommodation, food, and all the things we need in our daily lives. Transportation dropped dramatically in price. It made no sense for us to own cars anymore because we could just call up a driverless vehicle. In our city, we don't pay rent because someone else is using our free space when we don't need it. My living room is used for business meetings when I am not there. Sadly, so many people would think that that's a good thing because, oh, free housing. Once in a while, I will choose to cook for myself. It is easy. The necessary kitchen equipment is delivered at my door within minutes. Why keep a pasta maker and a crepe cooker crammed in our cupboards when we can just order them when we need them?
Amazon was the first company that joined the aerial drone race. In 2013, it announced a new technology that would allow a drone to deliver packages up to 5 pounds in 30 minutes or less. Then the company took time to build, fly, and test its drones. The first successful drone delivery happened 3 years after that. An Amazon Prime Air drone made a 13-minute flight in Cambridgeshire to drop off its first package. It delivered a TV streaming stick and bag of popcorn directly to the garden of a nearby customer who was more than pleased with the drone's work.
Now, they've already started planning for these, but how do they actually implement a complete surveillance system that will eventually take away our privacy? It will monitor everything that we do. Well, they do what they always do. They create a problem to instill fear in the general public, so then they step in and offer the solution.
After 3 years of planning, city administration is presenting its vision to accommodate a population of 2 million people through 15-minute cities. 3 days of public hearings on the plan began at City Hall this morning. Shailen Skulski has more.
The 15 new district plans and corresponding bylaws will replace 54 existing planning documents dating back to the 1980s. Administration says the goal is to accommodate 600,000 new residents in redeveloped areas, with 50% of all new home units added through infill. The plan also calls for half of all future travel to be done by transit.
They will monitor everything and you will have zero privacy, but don't worry, it'll be convenient. Because when you go to the grocery store, there won't be a need for checkout lines anymore. Because when you leave, they can just scan that little chip that you now have in your hand. There is so much more.
Yeah, and some of this stuff, is true. They are going to use these technologies. Their goal is to have, look, if you understand the Jesuit reductions in South America and you read about those and what they did to the poor Indians, then do you understand the direction that we're going? The Jesuits made probably trillions of dollars in today's money off of the activity that they did illicitly in South America before the countries started banning them for extorting all that money, and then they had to start the French Revolution and so on. But nevertheless, that is the model that we're going to. Catholic communism, okay? Whatever you could call it, anything, it would be Catholic communism. And that's exactly what we're going to, with a God King dictator at the top, which will be the Pope. So this is the problem with Ashley's stuff, is that you can tell that there's a lot of good stuff here, for sure. I think that she's onto something about the fact that these drone dialectics, whatever they happen to be, at the very minimum are designed to justify an increase of taking over space that wasn't taken over. Just like with 9/11, just like with everything else. These things are designed to move the needle forward so that they have absolute and total sovereign control over every aspect of your life. So they need to create a dialectic. I agree with that. I think that there's evidence that would suggest that that's the case. It's not true that the end is an atheistic World Economic Forum utopia, where there's just atheism and we're all LGBTQ, asexual, and in our little kibbutzes. Yeah, some of that probably is true because they do want to make... what do you call them? 15-minute cities. Freedom cities, that was what I was going to say, is Trump is now calling it freedom cities, which is really the same thing. So they're working together. The left and the right are working together. And the outcome will be some sort of communistic system. But of course, it's not going to be communistic. It's going to be counterfeit Christian reality with a charismatic revival, converting the Jews and the Muslims. Everybody's going to come to this thing. Maybe the Eucharist will be involved. There'll be Sunday sacredness. It'll be this thing. It'll be the old thing, really dressing up in a new thing type of thing, if that makes sense. There's no rapture. And so this is the problem, is these people give you some truth and, they think that, oh, it's covering up the rapture. There's no rapture, dude. The rapture is a false doctrine. Why on earth, just if you don't know anything about anything, why on earth would God rescue one group of people supernaturally and let the other ones who were way more faithful endure being eaten by lions and crucified for sport. Why? If the seventh church is the lukewarm church and the one that Jesus says nothing good to, we're the only church, by the way, in all of the book of Revelation that has no commendation. Do you understand what that means? How important that is? We have no commendation. We have only the rebuke. I counsel you to get gold refined by fire and to get salve to anoint your eyes, i.e., endure tribulation, study to show yourself approved so you have discernment, and believe the truth and follow the truth, because you're going to be surrounded by counterfeits. The phases of the church are such that by the end of the final church, the seventh lukewarm church, the whole thing is going to be counterfeit by that point. There's counterfeit believers as a theme. I talk about this in my Synagogue of Satan, but the issue of the church age is counterfeit believers, okay? And you see a thread throughout all of the church phases. Well, at the final church, it's like the whole thing is basically at risk of being a counterfeit, is the point. I think that is trying to be conveyed there, which is that, test yourself, get salve to anoint your eyes, confirm your election, because you're going to be surrounded. So if that's the issue, why would God rescue that church? Well, why? Why would God rescue that church when the whole message of the Gospels and of everything in the Old Testament and the New Testament is about enduring to the end? Enduring to the end. That's how you are saved. Endure to the end. And of course, the people who are saved will endure to the end. So anyway, that's the whole thing. But rapture's nonsense, man. It was channeled by, what was her name? Something McDuffie or whatever. And she was just channeling who knows what demon to tell her that as a false doctrine. There's no support for it whatsoever. Now, does that mean that Jesus will supernaturally levitate people at the end when he returns? And we'll all be lifted into the air, because that can't be counterfeited by the devil. They don't have the ability to do that. And Jesus will be doing that. But that's when he returns, man. That's after like the bowl judgments. The seventh bowl, the seventh trumpet, the seventh seal, all is the return of Christ. So if you're going to be here, you're not going to be judged. Obviously, if you're a believer, there's no condemnation for the elect. But you're going to be you're going to be in it. You're going to be seeing some crazy stuff. And so when Jesus returns, then there's a quote unquote rapture in that sense, that we're all be lifted up into the air. Whether you're dead or alive, you're going to be resurrected and lifted into the air. But either way, that's not happening until the end. So these things are, but see, this is the thing, is what makes me wonder is how they're going to play the dispensationalists. The dispensationalism is being exposed now, and the rapture is being exposed, and this is self-destructing and being morphed into the NAR. I talk about this in my Great Delusion series, but there are going to be dispensationalists who refuse this NAR quackery, and they're going to be gaslit, and they're going to be thinking, they're covering up a rapture. They're covering up a rapture. And it's like, how are they going to gaslight these people? Which is really interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because the rapture thing has to be done away with. The NAR is the new thing. So they have to self-destruct that and gaslight the people who believed it and move that group of sheep into another pen. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens to all these dispensationalist ideologies. Either way, here's the next one. False sign and wonder right on the horizon. Project Guadalupe 2031. I bet you haven't heard of this. Answer Pope Francis' call to prepare for the 500th anniversary of Our Lady of Guadalupe's appearance. Guess when that is? 2031. There's a whole video on it. The Home Enthronement Initiative is one of the many efforts of Project Guadalupe 2031, inspiring Catholic families to enthrone an image of Our Lady Guadalupe and consecrate their homes to the Virgin Mary. My God, if paganism, if there was one line that I could read to you that describes the final iteration of paganism, it would be this right here. Enthrone an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe and consecrate your home to the Queen of Heaven. No discernment whatsoever. The Benedict XVI Institute has commissioned a new painting of Our Lady of Guadalupe by San Francisco artist Bernadette Carstensen, and a new litany of Our Lady of Guadalupe and the American Saints of our poet in residence James Matthew Wilson, whom Dana Goya calls the future of Catholic letters in America. These items, as well as a home enthronement prayer and instructions on the devotions, are put together in a beautiful kit. Paganism in a box, folks. You can order it now for the low price. It's probably free, actually. Probably give it to you for free. Our ambitious goal, at least 100,000 home enthronements of Our Lady of Guadalupe in the next 3 years. What an ambitious goal to get ready for this big and momentous occasion of the appearance of Satan. And I can say that confidently to you because I know that Mary, like everybody else who has died, is dead. and she's waiting to be resurrected. Will she have a special place in God's government? I'm sure she will. She'll probably be very close to Jesus. But until that point in time, she's dead, my friends, just like everybody else. She's dead and waiting to be resurrected, because there's nothing that happens after death. You are dead. And to you, it seems like you just went to sleep and you woke up. Oh, suddenly time has passed. I'm at the end of time. There's the throne. That's what it's like. You're not floating around. You're not conscious. You're not in a void. You're not in hell. You're not in heaven. You're not in anywhere. The wicked will be resurrected and they'll be thrown into hell, which is a physical place that will open up. Who knows how and where it's going to be, but it's going to be a physical reality, and they'll be destroyed. Painfully, but they'll be destroyed. So until then, there's nothing. So that means if the Bible tells you that the devil appears as an angel of light, and we know from history that all the false prophets experienced the same thing. Muhammad saw an angel of light. Ellen White saw brilliant white light and appearances of Jesus, and I go into those in my Seventh-day Adventism series. She was definitely hearing from Satan, not Jesus. Constantine saw a brilliant white light. What's his name? Loyola, founder of the Jesuits, saw a shimmering serpent of light. Do you see a pattern here? So when you tell me that this guy, was it Juan Diego, or forget his name, the guy who saw the supposed Virgin of Guadalupe, and she gave him this supernatural appearance too. She imprinted an image in his cloak. Supernatural sign and wonder. But it's not Mary. Mary's dead. So who was that? Well, it wouldn't be Jesus. Jesus wouldn't do that. Jesus has no need to do that, nor would he appear in a different form. Nor would he let an angel do that to deceive you into basically doing all of these, enthrone your house to some image and the Queen of Heaven. Not at all. So who could it possibly be? Let's see. Well, let's run down the list. It's not God. Well, therefore, it must be the devil. Do you get it? It must be the devil, because it's consistent with everything the Bible tells you and everything we know in history. So obviously, that's a really big deal, because what's 2031? Well, 2031 is the 2000th anniversary of the crucifixion. And of course, that's about 7 years. So that's within the time frame that all of these things, I think, could be fulfilled with the image of the beast and mark of the beast. So that's a very interesting timeline. Very interesting to me. Again, we'll have to watch these things. But could that play a part in the final sign and wonder of the sixth bowl, where Satan is released to deceive the kings of the earth and the nations into fighting against the return of Jesus? I don't know. Could be something. But either way, it's something that's on the horizon, and you can bet they're going to be doing some crazy satanic things for this. We'll have to see how it goes. At the very minimum, all this push that you see, their ambitious goals to get this enthroned in 100,000 homes, it's pushed to get Catholicism back into the culture. That's at the very teeny tiny base bottom minimum. At the maximum, you're looking at a false sign and wonder that's going to deceive the nations into warring against Jesus when he returns. Somehow, I don't know. I see a connection somehow, and we'll just have to watch it. But this is a very interesting fact, that the 500th anniversary of this satanic appearance is also happened to be the 2000th anniversary of the crucifixion. So that's going to be a big year, I think. That'll be a very big year. If you are alive to see it, that'll be a very, very big year. Here's some more things. This is the U.S. Capitol struck by lightning days before Congress. A lightning strike hit the U.S. Capitol on the New Year's Eve. Video posted on social media days before the 119th Congress begins Friday shows. And of course, people are going crazy for this, and it is an interesting phenomenon. Of course, we appropriate meaning to everything in our life, so we have to be careful with that. But it is interesting, the fact that 4 of these places got struck by lightning. U.S. Capitol building struck by lightning as we close out 2024 and head into 2025. God is sending us a message. Kristen Ziegler, a Trump supporter and former Republican National Convention delegate, wrote. And this is the problem, folks. This is what it boils down to, is that people are so quick to appropriate it as a sign of God, and what does it mean, and so on and so forth. Where, God is sending us a message. Okay, what message? To Christianize the 7 mountains of society, or else? Because you've lost your way, so you got to bring Jesus back into every single aspect of society and vote Trump? Is that the message? Well, no, God wouldn't be giving you that message. So this is the problem. Jack Posobiec, the pro-Trump editor of Human Events, had one word to say about the lightning strike at the Capitol building: soon. Soon what? Soon judgment? Soon, a reckoning? Mike Lee, Republican Utah, added that the lightning strike feels like an omen and asked, what's it telling us? Maybe it's not telling you anything. Maybe it's just lightning. Or maybe it is telling you something. Or maybe it's a false sign of wonder designed to make you think that God is telling you something. The U.S. Capitol, World Trade Center, and Empire State Building were all struck by lightning tonight. On the final evening of 2024, feels like an omen. I wonder what God is telling us. The Sovereign Bra social media account wrote. Ex-user Natalie F. Denelshon wrote, the U.S. Capitol building getting struck by lightning is a solid sign going into 2025. Yeah, we've really started the year off with a bang, that's for sure, with all of these crazy dialectics already. It's not even, little bit over 2 weeks into this crazy year. So I don't know if it's a sign or wonder or whatever else, but here are some more false signs and wonders that are coming to a neighborhood near you. And if I can get the volume.
Yeah, I don't think people are freaking out enough about what's going on. I mean, not necessarily in a bad or scary way, but there is going to be a content crisis so extreme that the entire internet's going to have to.
All of these videos right here that you see, these video samples, this is fake. These are fake people generated by artificial intelligence. This is not real.
Be rethought. All the videos you're seeing are from Google's new AI video model generating nearly perfect influencer style videos. Now let's think about this. So modern algorithms reward volume, right? The name of the game is shots on target. It's a never-ending slot machine where you can only win. You don't lose anything except time. Not anymore. If you're selling something on the internet, you're going to be able to generate an infinite number of very compelling videos. The AI will be able to analyze what works, what doesn't, and then tweak it in accordance to mass audience psychology. And eventually we just end up with entirely generated feeds based on our unique interests. Nah, no way. I mean, people want the human touch, and I thought that too. Doesn't seem like anybody cares. I mean, take the average person's phone and scroll their For You page. 98% of what they already consume is replaceable by machines. But ultimately, what remains is real relationships with real community creators become ungeneratable, irreproducible. Those two words might be made up. But yeah, this kind of thing. Ungeneratable. Peace. Yeah, I don't think people are free.
False signs and wonders. Now imagine the power of this kind of technology to shape the culture. You'll see some more of it as we go along. And generate these videos of authentic people and creating certain narratives and experiences and things like that. And of course, at some point, people will say, oh, well, it's okay. Even if they tell you, oh, this is artificially generated. Okay, well, so what? You're still going to look at it and it's going to shape your consciousness. That's the point. These things are getting to the point where it's just, you don't know what's real anymore unless you're just walking around and using your senses. But once you plug into the matrix and you're watching videos, you don't know what's real anymore. It's crazy. Very, very crazy. Here's some more false signs and wonders. This is the Vegas sphere. This thing is also extremely crazy, and they're planning to build so many of them.
The tech in the Vegas sphere is insane. Biggest screen ever built, 20 times bigger than an IMAX. But get this, the screen is actually the least impressive part of the whole thing, because the most impressive part is the audio. This is gonna blow your mind. The sphere has 167,000 speakers hidden behind the screen. That's 8 dedicated speakers per person. And this is the wild part. They built a system that can customize sound for every individual seat. That means they can play audio in multiple languages at the same time for different parts of the venue. You hear the concert in Spanish, I hear the concert in English at the same time, which is insane. And they do this using the same engineering as noise-canceling headphones. Now don't get me wrong, the visuals are also crazy, but it's not just the screen that makes them magical. It's the camera. The sphere is so huge and curved, they had to invent the world's most powerful video camera just to film for it. This was their first attempt, 11 cinema cameras welded together, but it was way too hard to sync up and edit. So instead, they invented this, the Big Sky. Shoots in 18K. The footage is so big, 1 second takes up 60 gigabytes of storage. That means 4 seconds fills up your iPhone. They even had to build a secret mini sphere in California that's 1/4 the size just to test how the visuals would look. It's pretty nuts. Now the second sphere is set to begin construction in Abu Dhabi next year. And I bet we'll see 10 of these by 2035. Question is, who's going to be the first artist to run the sphere only world tour? The tech in the Vegas.
Now, what I see with these things happening are massive, massive worship band like Bethel music, quote unquote Christian charismatic revivals in multi-tongues, ecumenical situations. This is going to be a hotbed of deception. And it's coming to a image of the beast near you. At the intersection of artificial intelligence and spirituality. Let's read. This is from, what's it from? DNYUZ. To members of a synagogue, the voice that played over the speakers of congregation Emmanuel in Houston sounded like just like Rabbi Josh Fixler's. In the same steady rhythm his congregation had grown used to, the voice delivered a sermon about what it meant to be a neighbor in the age of artificial intelligence. Then Rabbi Fixler took to the bima himself. Quote, "The audio you heard a moment ago may have sounded like my words," he said, "but they weren't. The recording was created by what Rabbi Fixler called Rabbi Bot, an AI chatbot trained on his old sermons. The chatbot, created with the help of a data scientist, wrote the sermon, even delivering it in an AI version of his voice. During the rest of the service, Rabbi Fixler intermittently asked Rabbi Bot questions out loud, which it would promptly answer. Fixler is among a growing number of religious leaders experimenting with AI in their work, spurring an industry of faith-based tech companies that offer AI tools, from assistants that can do theological research to chatbots that can help write sermons. For centuries, new technologies have changed the ways people worship, from the radio in the 1920s to television sets in the 1950s and the internet in the 1990s. Some proponents of AI in religious spaces have gone back even further, comparing AI's potential and fears of it to the invention of the printing press in the 15th century. Religious leaders have used AI to translate their live streaming sermons into different languages in real time, blasting them out to international audiences. Others have compared chatbots trained on tens of thousands of pages of scripture to a fleet of newly trained seminary students, able to pull excerpts about certain topics nearly instantaneously. But the ethical questions around using generative AI for religious tasks have become more complicated as technology has improved, religious leaders say. While most agree that using AI for tasks like research or marketing is acceptable, other uses for the technology, like sermon writing, are seen by some as a step too far. Agreed. Jay Cooper, a pastor in Austin, Texas, used OpenAI's ChatGPT to generate an entire service for his church as an experiment in 2023. He marketed it using posters of robots, and the service drew in some curious new attendees. Gamer types, Mr. Cooper said, who had never been to his congregation before. The thematic prompt he gave ChatGPT to generate various parts of the service was, "How can we recognize truth in a world where AI blurs the truth?" ChatGPT came up with a welcome message, a sermon, a children's program, and even a 4-verse song, which was the biggest hit of the bunch, Mr. Cooper said. The song went like this: "As algorithms spin webs of lies, we lift our gaze to the endless skies, where Christ's teachings illuminate our way, dispel falsehoods with the light of day." Maybe we should get that Sons of Sunday to sing that in one of those spheres in Vegas. I think it'd be a great hit. This is the future, folks. This is the future, and this is a very scary future, because these tools like AI are going to be maximizing the rapidity, meaning the quickness, the speed of how they can shape culture. Do you understand, again, why 7 to 10 years is not an exaggeration, or I should say an unreasonable estimate? I think 7 to 10 years is very reasonable, because with all these technologies, they can manipulate information so quickly. If an AI chatbot can make a sermon for you in a children's program and a song in literally an hour, maybe, I don't even know how quickly it did it, doesn't say. But, something like that, I'm sure it wouldn't take it too long. Probably even much sooner than that, actually. If it can produce that for you in no time, and it can train on thousands and thousands and thousands of sermons, which, by the way, are all dispensationalist and ecumenical and charismatic anyway, what does that tell you? That tells you that their power to propagate this information quicker and quicker into culture is phenomenal. It's truly phenomenal. Couple more here. What happened when AI Jesus entered the confessional? If you've heard about this, this is some new experiment that they're running, which is, it says, the work of the devil or an enlightened experiment at the intersection of technology and religion. Not surprisingly, the AI Jesus that recently finished a run conversing with visitors in a church confessional booth has been called both. Alyosha Shmolik, one of the technologists behind the avatar, expected as much when he began work on a chatty Jesus powered by artificial intelligence. AI Jesus is now back home with its creators at Switzerland's Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts, where it's once again plugged in and interacting after completing a stint at Peter's Chapel in the city center earlier this year. We were aware that this would provoke very critical voices, Shmolik, director of the university's Immersive Realities Research Lab, said in an interview. The thinking was that AI is out there and the church and religion has to confront the topic. It has to confront the topic. Pope Francis has warned about the potential dangers of AI, calling the technology both exciting and disorienting. That's right, it's got to be reined in to the beast, because the beast is the throne of Satan. Satan's not going to let any thread that he started just run amok by itself. It has to be reined in. Smolik and his colleague Philip Hausbauer conceived of AI Jesus with Marco Schmidt, a theologian of Peter Chapel. The chapel regularly hosts arts and cultural exhibitions and has collaborated with the lab on other tech projects, including a VR experience of the 18th century space. The team dubbed the AI Jesus experience Deus in Machina, Latin for God in the Machine, presenting as an art installation aimed at exploring the promise and limitations of technology's role in religion as the two increasingly intersect. They are increasingly intersecting, that's right, and the final situation will be a return to the medieval papacy, except you're going to have on top of that a layer of technology. It'll be a digital inquisition. Fascinating future that awaits us, my friends, if you're still alive. Here's another article on the same topic. It's titled, Swiss Church Puts AI Jesus in Confessional. And if we go page down, here we go. The experimental art installation in Lucerne is one of a spate of local Catholic initiatives using artificial intelligence in recent months. That's interesting. Last month, the church in Poland debuted what is called the first nano chapel in the city of Poznan, in which parishioners can use a special app to access a 24-hour space for prayer and human interaction, but which also comes equipped with an AI assistant powered by ChatGPT program, which users can ask questions about the Catholic faith. In 2023, the developers of the Magisterium AI trained an AI robot on the database of 456 church documents, including Scripture, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, the Code of Canon Law, the General Instruction. I almost read this as the General Inquisition, but it's practically what's going on. The General Instruction of the Roman Missal, 90 encyclicals, 7 apostolic constitutions, and 26 apostolic exhortations. Imagine when all these Tesla robots, right now, really quick pause, but imagine when all these little bots, right now they have the cute little dog ones and the, effeminate, assistant bot, but pretty soon they're going to have the buff, like alpha male Templar cyborg bot coming after you. They're going to train them in a minute. They're going to train them on everything they need to be trained on, and they're going to be able to police you with Catholic dogma. It sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. It's coming. So get ready for it. Moving on, that project was backed by the rector of the Pontifical Oriental Institute, who serves as chair of the AI's Scholarly Advisory Committee. Look how involved the Catholic Church is with this stuff, man. Look how involved it is. And of course it is, because it's a seat of Satan. And of course, it tells you that the end is a situation where you will not be able to buy or sell. How do you think they're going to enforce that? With AI and with technology, with robots. While the organizers of the AI Jesus project have been clear that they would not want people mistaking the installation for a person, other Catholic AI projects which seek to ape person-to-person interaction have hit significant problems. In August, Catholic Answers, a San Diego apologetics nonprofit, announced that it was pulling its own AI project just days after launching it. Featuring avatar priest character, that's right, Father Justin, which was designed to answer questions about the Catholic faith using material from Catholic Answers' library of articles, talks, apologetics tracks, the program quickly became controversial, with hundreds of Catholics criticizing it online. Some said the priest avatar was inappropriate, misleading, or just plain creepy. Some said the priest simulated virtual sacraments. Indeed, Father Justin gladly heard a confession submitted by the pillar before attempting to give spiritual guidance and reciting the words of absolution. Other critics said that the AI apologetics project lent too heavily into unreliable, controversial, and still confusing technology. In October, the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences held a conference in Rome to discuss AI and its potential impact and implications for the church and society. That's right, we have to discuss it. The conference followed previous Vatican-sponsored meetings on the subject. In 2019, the Center for Digital Culture at the Pontifical Council of Culture sponsored discussions group on AI. The discussions culminated in a book-length study titled Encountering Artificial Intelligence, Ethical and Anthropological Investigations. The fact that the seat of Satan, which is the Catholic Church, is so neck-deep into technology that can be used to shape culture, enforce the law automatically, kick you out of society, that's a prophetic red flag, folks. And they're sprinkling these things in society to test them. These are testing grounds right now. They're testing. Just like with the Hallow app I talked about before, where it's like the biggest confessional booth in history. If you understand that the Jesuits, when they were the confessors to the kings, and that's how they formed the greatest intelligence network in history, because they were confessors to kings, and the kings would tell them everything. And of course, they had spiritual authority over them, and they knew every little intrigue that was happening at every level. That, what the Jesuits did for hundreds of years, is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more potent through artificial intelligence, the Hallow app, where you have a feed of data from everybody's prayer life and spiritual, struggles and depression, and you can measure how people react to certain things, and you can put your finger on the pulse of religious activity. I mean, it's profound. It's profound that these things exist. But it is what it is. The devil will be worshipped, and this is all part of the plan. So, conclusion, artificial intelligence is a modern sign and wonder. It's one of many. Again, if you showed these things to the apostles or prophets, they would not believe their eyes. They would marvel. They would marvel greatly, because these things are just sorcery. We've grown up with them, and we're getting used to do these things and getting desensitized. But these things are signs and wonders, folks. These are marvels of deception and of evil. The ability to create images, videos, human experiences that aren't even real. You saw those videos of those people, those influencer videos. Those are fake videos that look real, that are like totally and authentically real. AI has come to the point where it can create something that feels real, and you have to really discern. I mean, that is profound. By all power and signs and wonders of Satan is the coming of this final outcome. Holograms, sermons, videos, experiences, all these things can be formed like this with AI. And this is very scary. It's sorcery. This is the world we live in. So we have to expect massive deception. And the question is, what are these AIs training on? Well, they're training on religion. Do you get it? What are they training on? They're training on religion, on the institutional model. And of course, all the things that they're propagating more religion and religious things. They're not telling you the truth. God will use it for the good, for his elect. Nothing the devil does can evade God's purposes, right? God will use everything for the good. But nevertheless, from our perspective, we have to stand against it. We have to warn others of these things because they're very deceptive. I will never use AI for replicating myself in video form or anything else. I think the most AI I've used is Substack has this. It's not even, I mean, I guess you could call it AI, but they use like clips. They transcribe your video, then you can pick out clips that are basically from that, and that saves you some time. So that's about as much as I'll go. But I'm never going to ever use AI to write something for me, like to write an episode or to make creative content or whatever else. That's just nonsense. Why would you do that? I would feel so dirty doing that. Whatever I do it myself. I put in the work, and what you see is what you get. But a lot of people are taking the bait, and they're using AI. Oh, I'll just, like I get all these ads for like people who create, this is kind of a random rant, but I'll create a YouTube channel in 2025, and it's a faceless YouTube channel, just use AI. Like, why? How can you possibly feel like you have any integrity doing something like that? Like, the point of a platform like YouTube is that you can speak to others about what you're passionate about and educate them, help them in some way, and create an audience, create a brand, whatever else. Do something authentic, dang it. Now people are just formalizing everything into a formula with AI, with this, with that. Like, that's just really weird to me. I don't get it. Because I've always been creative. I really value creativity in my life. I think everybody has some creativity, and I think that we should all be creative to some degree and should experience creativity. So when you have these things that are basically encouraging you not to be creative, they're encouraging you to skirt the system, to not be authentic, and to be rewarded for it. That's just really wrong, in my opinion. That's just really wrong. It's really stupid, because all you're doing is dulling your own creativity. It's not creative to use AI and to be clever and say, oh, I'll just do this and do that. I'll link these two things up and I'll make money. You shouldn't be rewarded for that. You should be rewarded for doing something genuinely good and contribute to other people's lives. And anyway, that's a whole nother rant. But the point is, these AIs are training on religion. And another problem with AI is that there's so much AI now. Like, I remember reading an article one time about images, that now the AIs are training on other AI images, and it's entering this death loop of regurgitated material. So it's just like, the world is just going crazy, man. The Genesis curse is very real, and it doesn't apply just to biological systems. It applies to everything. Everything dies without God's sustaining influence, and that includes technology. These technologies could be used for the good, and God does use them for the good, but the point is that they're collapsing. This iron mixed with clay empire is just as weak And despite that it seems so strong and worldwide, it's a weakly crumbling satanic system. Satan is barely hanging on, and he's deceiving as many people as possible so he can get just a taste of being worshipped right before the end, which of course God has allowed. But it's a weak system, and it's just collapsing day after day. It's dying because it's ruled by death. It's ruled by death. It's not a system that's based on life. It's ruled by death. So where could it possibly go other than death? Every day it's dying, just like our bodies. So either way, these things are just reinforcing the echo chamber through signs and wonders, through, repeating the same thing over and over again, through institutional religion. And of course, the end is institutionalized. That is the final New World Order. It's a Christian religious, quote unquote, Christian institutional situation. It's like feeding cows grain versus feeding them grass, right? You're graining up a cow to make it fat really quickly, and it's very unhealthy, but it looks, oh my gosh, it looks like it's very robust. Whereas a cow that eats grass all its life and lives a decent life, the meat quality is completely different. So they don't care about the individual. They don't care about people's skills. It's about maximizing attendance, profit, and control with these institutions. They don't care about the average believer and their ability to have Fennec fox ears and discernment. I care about the average person. I really do. It sounds really cliche and maybe stupid, but I really care about the average person. I care about people who are very beginners, to all this stuff, and they feel overwhelmed. That's why I have so many resources freely available, and encouragement, and very well-researched things so that you can put the time in. That's all you need to do. I've put the time in for you. You need to put some time to learn, but it's there for you because I care about people learning. I genuinely care that you learn. I really do. I've taught things left and right, whether it's tutoring or math or English or dance or whatever else, or life coaching or health. I've taught people things for the last 20 years of my life. I really enjoy teaching. I enjoy sharing information with other people and seeing the light bulb go off. I love that moment, especially with people that are very new and they're very confused and they don't understand. It's a joy for me to help somebody learn something. The institutional model doesn't work that way. The institutional model, even if you have pastors and people who are genuinely caring about the people, their hands are tied because they have a bill to pay, they have giant rent due, they have certain things that they have to align with the overall body and the board and the directors, and it's a mess. It's a mess. And as a result, they're tempted to use things like AI to write their sermons. We got to free up some time, we got to do this, and pretty soon it's just going to be one mishmash controlled by the devil. And of course, it already is, as far as I'm concerned. But this is the problem. It's just like, again, fattening up a cow with grain versus feeding the cow grass. Well, okay, let's give them a little worship song. Let's give them, some little 20-minute sermon. Okay, let's have a little structure. Let's do this. Let's do that. You're not actually helping the person be a better believer. You're not actually helping the person have discernment. You're not actually helping the person, make right decisions and understand how to interpret the Bible. Very rarely is that the case. Certainly not in these giant institutions that they call churches, and like Bethel, Hillsong, or these giant ecumenical churches and Protestant churches, and certainly not in the original institutions like Catholicism or Orthodoxy, not at all. So this is the problem, folks. These dialectics combined with AI is only going to increase because artificial intelligence has to be roped by the beast into its methods. The Pope, for the first time in history, went to the G7 conference last year, and I covered that. And what did they talk about? Artificial intelligence. That tells you that now the man of sin has put a stamp on top of this situation. It has been developed, it's run amok a little bit, now it's time to rein it into our purposes. Now it's time for the Catholic Church to do all these experiments and integrate spirituality with artificial intelligence. Just like they did with climate change, which is originally secular and liberal and atheistic. Now they've morphed it into the aim of the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church is all about the climate and saving the planet, and we got to have a climate rest on Sunday. Climate change went from dark to light. Same thing with artificial intelligence. It is a dark thing, dystopian, very apocalyptic type of thing. But now it's going to move into the light of being your little assistant when you're on your Hallow app and helping you pray to Jesus. And, what about this? Or how are you feeling today? Should I help you do a prayer? This is the future. All of that's going to be a little devil in your pocket to talk to you about Catholicism and religion and how you feel today. And, did you rest on Sunday? Why not? Why didn't you rest on Sunday? Well, that's not a good thing. Maybe you should. Here's some links that you can read and consider. Blah, 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 blah. It's all happening, folks. People think AI is the Antichrist or the image of the beast. It's not. It'll be part of the image of the beast, for sure, absolutely. But it's not the Antichrist, and it's not the image of the beast. The image of the beast is a representation of what the beast was, which was a type of government system where there were nation states pledging their power to a god king that was sovereign and independent, and that was what Europe enjoyed for 1,200 plus years. That is going to be maximized to the whole world very shortly, and the kings of the earth will be able to give their power to this system once again. And it'll be a worldwide system. It's going to have AI and digital currency and yada, yada, yada. You know the drill. AI is going to play a major role by creating a utopia of convenience and comfort for you that you will not want to leave. It's going to help control and enforce behavior. It's going to help monitor people's, whatever feelings and spiritual attitudes and shape culture accordingly really quickly. And it's going to facilitate signs and wonders and all the things that you see, like these videos that are generated out of nothing and they look completely real. Well, imagine that being appropriated with a Christian spin of Christian influencers. And hey, I follow this AI. I know they're in AI, but they're super encouraging and fun. And like how people have AI girlfriends now. There's a guy that I think is marketing an AI influencer. People know it's fake. Like literally, it's told you that this is an AI, and yet people still follow this. Because why? Because people are lemmings. People want what? They want connection. They want variety. They want to feel important. They want to feel certainty and having some sort of purpose. These are basic human needs. And if you don't fulfill those needs in Christ, then guess who is right there waiting to fill that space for you? The devil and the world, that's who. In the future, it's going to be very, very valuable to have genuine, real people that you're listening to, that you're interacting with, that are not using AI and that are real. And I promise to you that that will be the case here. I am never going to use an AI to reproduce myself in a visual form and make a video or a script or anything else. I will never do that. I promise you. So if you do see that of me at some point in the future, then know that it wasn't me that did it. But either way, AI is going to be a massive, massive key in the coming image of the beast. The UFO dialectics are also very interesting. Again, a lot of things with that. At the bare minimum, I think that these things are going to justify taking control of the airspace because they will need to monitor everything. With these smart cities and, with the digital currency, they're going to monitor everything so that they can monitor when you're resting and when you're not. I've talked about how they're going to possibly enforce the Sunday laws in my Synagogue of Satan series, in my End Time series. So go watch that, get some ideas. It's not far-fetched. It really isn't. The technology actually, as far as I'm concerned, already exists to do that. The only issue is to move the culture in that direction so that people are, for the most part, accepting it. That's the real challenge for them. It's not enforcing the mark of the beast. They already have the technology to do that. But either way, they need to control the airwaves. They need to control the airspace. They need to have drones flying around to camera everything. Everything you see in China is going to be happening here under the guise of freedom and patriotism. And, we need to help people out and so on and so forth. And convenience and utopia and golden age. It's all just smoke and mirrors, folks. But 2025 was the year that Alice Bailey said the externalization of the hierarchy will begin. Now, there's no little green men from Mars. And again, biblical cosmology, it's an enclosed system. There's fallen angels, there's demonic principalities. So, you do the math. What does that mean, externalization of the hierarchy? Meaning that there's going to be maybe more of these things, and they're going to be used to bring about this final golden age system. How that's going to play out, who knows? Is Trump actually going to meet with a Palladian on live TV? That would be pretty crazy. I think that would be really crazy because it'd probably be easy to debunk. You'd have to have some really good costuming for that. I'm more likely believing that they're going to keep these things in the distance because then it's easier to shape the narrative around them. At the bare minimum, their justification for putting on more laws to control the space and bring about the image of the beast. I think that is probably for sure. Very obvious. As far as what else they're going to do with it, we'll have to watch. From now until the 2031 anniversary of the Guadalupe thing, there's a lot that could happen. And so we'll have to watch and see. Watch my Afterlife series so that you understand the truth about the afterlife. Watch my cosmology series so that you're not snared by all these signs and wonders. All these things are very easily refuted when you understand the truth of what the Bible tells you, plain and simple. And of course, there's a lot to talk about in that space because a lot of people have been brainwashed by eternal conscious torment, by, the globe, by all kinds of things. And hey, it's okay. Look, we've all been there. We've all been there. It's nothing to be ashamed of. But prefer and always stick to the truth above all things. The people who make it are the ones who love the truth. The people who are getting devoured by the false signs and wonders of Satan are the ones who didn't love the truth. That doesn't mean you have perfect doctrine, by the way. It doesn't mean you have to have perfect doctrine, because nobody does. It means you have to love the truth. And those who love the truth will not be deceived, but those who do not love the truth will be deceived. So love the truth. That's the moral of the story of today. But anyway, we'll see what all these things have to amount to. It'll be something to watch for sure. The 2031 timeline also is, the Agenda 2030, the Image of the Beast. 2028 is the Olympics. There's a lot of stuff happening in the next 7 to 10 years, folks. So we need to be watching these things and seeing what angle the devil will take. Now, onward to part 4, dialectics. All right, well, welcome to the next part of this, which is dialectics. Now, of course, all of these are really, you could put them under the umbrella of dialectics, but in this part, I want to focus on very specific tit for tat, dark to light, left and right type of ping pong games that they're playing politically and economically and socially to bring people ultimately to the final situation, right? These are just dialectics and dialectical schemes to get you wrapped up in the game, rather than having perspective like the smart cat and seeing the hand behind the scenes. You get wrapped up like the dumb cat looking at the laser and bouncing to the side and to the left and to the right. There's been a lot that's happened over the last 2 weeks since, at the time of this video, a little over 2 weeks since the new year, which is just crazy. Just to stir the pot, to get things going, to get people constantly chit-chatting and distracted. And at the very minimum, these are just things that are designed to distract people from other more important things that they're usually doing behind the scenes, which is something to keep in mind as well. But the pace is only going to maintain itself, I think, throughout this year. And ultimately, it's important to not get swept up in that. It's really important to focus on the things that matter, on your studies, on the gospel, on the Sabbath, resting on the Sabbath. Make sure you get into a practice of that so you can have a break from this crazy system and return to the things that matter. The Sabbath is my favorite day of the week. It really is. I look forward to the Sabbath. At the time of this video, tomorrow is the Sabbath. I'm recording this on a Friday. I so look forward to the Sabbath. I love the Sabbath. I get to actually make it different from the rest of the days. And if you get into that practice, I have yet to hear somebody, for all the trolls in my comments, I have yet to hear somebody who genuinely adopts a practice of resting mindfully and experiencing a day of gratitude and, worshiping God, studying scriptures, going out in nature. I have yet to see a person who actually honestly and truthfully entertains this practice and then says, you know what, it's not for me. It's not. It's such a burden. I have yet to see somebody do that. So the question is, why do so many people fight against something so simple and so good for you? To rest mindfully is one of the most important things that we can do. So make sure you do that, because you're also going to have to get into the habit for when they start enforcing Sunday rest. So you have to know the difference so that you don't get sucked into the dialectic. But it's easy to get burned out with all this clown show, so make sure you focus on the things that matter. Now, I've split this section into two because there's a lot more stories in this one than the previous one. So we're going to go through two sections. One of them is general dialectics, just general, chicanery and bread and circuses. And the next one is going to be, it's all going to be one section, but there's two segments in this section. One of them is general dialectics. The other one is the LA fires, because that's a whole thing, obviously, that happened, and we need to chat about that. So first section, up we go with Germany's far-right AfD holds march after Christmas market attack. This is from the Wall Street Journal. Did I highlight something on here? I feel like I did, and they erased it. But let's see. I did. Let's see if we can read. Germany's far-right AfD party on Monday held what it called a memorial rally for victims of a car ramming attack on Christmas market that has newly inflamed debate on migrant and security policy. More dialectics in the European continent to get people out of that secular mindset that's been plaguing Europe for the last 200 years since the French Revolution. It's time to undo that and get back to good old days of religion. Meanwhile, an anti-extremist initiative called Don't Give Hate a Chance was gathering nearby in the eastern city of Magdeburg, which was mourning 5 dead and more than 200 injured in Friday's carnage. Terror has arrived in our city, said the AfD's leader in Saxony-Anhalt state, Jan Wenzel Schmidt, condemning what he labeled the monstrous political failure that led up to the attack, over which a Saudi man was arrested. We must close the borders, he told hundreds of supporters of the anti-immigration party. We can no longer take in madmen from all over the world. The party's co-leader Alice Weidel demanded change so we can finally live in security again, as people in the crowd chanted, "Deport, deport, deport." What does the Bible say about when they say peace and safety? Sudden destruction will come upon them. When you think that you are the one that brings about your own security and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon you, my friends. And there's many applications to that phrase. The anti-AfD initiative said in a message that we were all shocked and angry to see that people want to exploit this cruel act for their own political ends, called for tolerance and humanity. Do you notice how they both telling? This is such a great example of the two sides of the dialectic telling on each other. The hardcore conservative ones, the right-leaning ones, are telling on the fact that, hey, these things are destroying our country, these policies of open borders, which is true. That's the whole point, is to destroy these countries so that it pushes people out of secularism and their comfortable way of being back into demanding religion again, which is something that they would never do. The secular, European, atheistic, socialist, I'm doing me mindset needs to be shaken. And that's going to be shaken by bringing in a bunch of these low-quality immigrants that are just raping and pillaging people and insulting everything that they hold sacred, to the point where that deep core inside, the tradition that's still left there from hundreds of years of Christian Europe, which was not really Christian, it was, Catholic Europe and Protestant Europe, which are both institutionalized, until that little spark goes poof, and there's a fire that's lit. But they're right. You see that the extremists seem very reasonable when you have another extreme, like all these crazily, refugees that are coming and doing all this crime. But the other side is also reasonable too, in some sense, saying, hey, we're all shocked and angry to see people doing this stuff, and we're also angry that people are exploiting, these terroristic acts for their own political agendas, which is true. They are exploiting it. You have the dark and then the false light, and then they're both kind of telling on each other. So it's very interesting these things are happening, but the extremists are there waiting, ready to use all these dialectics to move people to the right. Trudeau says he's not the right choice to lead the party in next election, promises to resign as PM. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he's planning to step down once the Liberal Party has chosen a successor, bringing his time leading the country to a tumultuous end. What are the odds that all of this is intersecting with Trump flipping all of America to the right and the whole world is flipping to the right? What are the odds? What are the odds? I don't know. I'm just wondering. Asking for a friend. Trudeau, who became a Liberal leader in 2013 and Prime Minister in the fall of 2015, announced his long-awaited decision outside his official residence, Rideau Cottage, on Monday morning, following weeks of speculation and weakened support from his caucus. The father of three said he reflected over the holidays and told his children that he intended to leave the country's job over dinner Sunday night. This country deserves a real choice in the next election. It's become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. A sometimes teary-eyed Trudeau told reporters. Gosh, so much drama. All these people are paid actors, man. And of course, everybody is doing their job right on schedule. Right on schedule. We talked about this in last year, 2024, and some of the dark to light stuff, how Canada is going to go conservative. It's just a matter of time. It's happening right on schedule. And of course, you'll see pretty soon here with Trump wanting to integrate Canada into the United States. That's just the perfect setup. This is from The Guardian. Across the West, oh my gosh, so many ads. Across the West, the center-right is collapsing, and with it, any notion of what is too extreme. Now, there's, these things have a more liberal slant sometimes, but you got to eat the meat, spit out the bones. It was once known as the center-right, and this was the year it definitely perished. It never had a coherent political philosophy, but it tended to blend deference to the perceived needs of larger business interests, the championing of so-called traditional values. There were actually long-standing prejudices and admiration for established institutions. Above all else, it supposedly offered a cordon sanitaire, preventing anything further to the right from acquiring political legitimacy. Now, really quick pause. Do you recall what we talked about with RFK and how they do these Judas goats to control different sectors of the market? Okay, well, if you plotted a graph of people's extremism on a bell curve, it would be a bell curve. There are people who are super extreme on the edges, and there's like the average people that are neither left nor right. Well, that's a real problem because you want people to get into one of these manipulatable outcomes. So that's why you have these dialectics, to move people away from the middle of the bell curve to two extremes. Then you can abolish the extremes and create one reality. That's the way they do things. Now, most people are not extreme. So you have to have a wide variety of Judas goats and people that infiltrate these more moderate movements, moderate ideals. And then once the timing is right, you collapse those ideals and you merge them into the extremes. RFK is a perfect example of this. RFK was nothing but against Trump. He had nothing but stuff to say against Trump. Trump is bragging he's the father of the vaccine, for crying out loud. And RFK was like, his entire platform was against the vaccines and health and all this stuff. And then suddenly now, the Democrats are the enemy and we're uniting against the common enemy. And now RFK is make America healthy again. What happened? These people are puppets. That's what happened. So RFK was obviously in charge of the conservatives, but the conservatives that weren't like super frothing at the mouth like for Trump. So that's a sector of the market that's a little closer to the middle of the bell curve, right? The bell curve goes like this. So they're closer to the middle. So we need to get these people over here. So let's get a nice charismatic leader that can kind of warm them up for a couple of years. And then, like a Judas goat, bring them to the slaughter, bring them to the intellectual slaughter, the spiritual slaughter, through these dialectics of, the Democrats are the evil ones, so I'm leaving my party now, we're joining with Trump, and yes, we don't agree on everything, but we're going to be together now, so you just deal with it. And now these two groups of people have to be in the same pen, and they cross-pollinate each other. This is what they do. So with this whole center-right collapsing, it's another indicator politically that we're nearing the end. There's no such thing as center-right. It's become so dialectical that it's always about, what are the opposites? Remember what we just mentioned earlier? What are you? Are you Calvinist or are you Arminian? Are you flat earther or are you a glober? Which one are you? Otherwise, I can't relate to you unless you're on the dialectic somewhere. And this is the problem. All the people out there are like that dumb cat, looking at the laser point going, ding dong, ding dong. Which one are you? Arminian, Calvinist, Protestant, Catholic? Are you this or are you that? Are you this or are you that? Which one are you? I got to know. Instead of waking up and just disconnecting from that ping pong dance, from that constant shuffling of your attention from one side to the other and realizing that the truth is beyond these things. So hopefully these videos will help wake people up. But anyway, moving on. That hasn't quite worked out to plan. Nigel Farage now claims that this is, by the way, in Britain, in the UK. Nigel, and you'll see a nice little thing here. Was it in this section? Did I have it in this section? No, I think it's in the last section with the image of the beast. I have a nice little surprise for you with the UK. Nigel Farage now claims his populist right-form party has a higher membership than the Tories. If true, it is the first time in British history that members of a right-wing rival have outnumbered the Conservative parties. Nearly 2 decades ago, the Tory leader David Cameron dismissed Farage's UKIP as fruitcakes and loonies and closet racists mostly. But today, Cameron's party has ceded ideological ground to its challengers, and the current Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, is fighting reform on Farage's terrain. What is behind the shift? More than a decade of Tory economic policy has brought about stagnating living standards and crumbling public infrastructure. Read this as dark, so that the light can come in. Unwilling to fix problems of its own making, the party has used divisive topics to divert public attention and create scapegoats to shoulder the burden of blame that should be its own. Thatcherism offered council house sales and privatization, short-term bungs that had a devastating long-term cost, but which at least bought off swaths of the electorate at the time. No equivalent exists today. Instead, the Tories feel increasingly compelled to imitate a form of politics they once rejected as too extreme or at least too vulgar. Despite his UKIP bashing, Cameron played a pivotal role in making immigration the toxic centerpiece of British politics and was a key architect of Brexit. Former Tory peer and party chair Saida Warsi voiced her concerns about key Cameron ally Michael Gove's views about British Muslims. Zach Goldsmith's vile Islamophobic campaign for London mayor happened under Cameron's watch. Liz Truss was one of the right-wing firebrands promoted by Cameron's A-list. Brexit was a watershed moment that saw the party adopt a populist demagoguery that breached the walls of any remaining cordon sanitaire. Theresa May lobbed grenades at it with her notorious 2016 Citizens of Nowhere speech. Boris Johnson found himself applauded by far-right extremists. After her benighted premiership tanked, Truss joined the U.S. far-right speaker circuit, savaging the, quote, deep state alongside the lines of Steve Bannon. All peas in a pod, man. But this isn't a Britain-specific phenomenon. Witness the Trumpian takeover of the Republican Party. It was made possible by the party's establishment endorsing conspiracism and Islamophobia. Take Republican ancient regime stalwart Liz Cheney, now recast as a supposed moderate. Back in 2009, she indulged conspiracy theories about Barack Obama's birth certificate. Yeah, they're not conspiracy theories, man. They're true. You can look it up now. There's plenty of evidence on that. Across Europe, the same trend can be observed. Austria's People's Party was the first to cross the old dividing line by forging a coalition with the far-right Freedom Party in 2000. 24 years later, a more extreme incarnation of the Freedom Party is secured first place at the same time as the People's Party surged rightwards. In Hungary, the ruling Fidesz party metamorphosed from center-right to proto-fascist. In Italy, the so-called center-right is a junior partner in a government led by the far-right. Germany's Christian Democrats have shifted right, while the far-right in the country surges. Elements within the old media, not least outlets led by Rupert Murdoch, helped to bring us here by serving up a relentless diet of bile against minorities, Muslims, migrants, refugees, and trans people. Again, these are more liberal arguments, so eat the meat, spit out the bones, but you can see what's happening. The world is flipping to the right, just like we've been documenting for the last year and a half. Today, Elon Musk uses the new media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, as a crude instrument of right-wing radicalization. None of this is to be sentimental about the old center-right, which is from the 1980s onwards increasingly offered sink-or-swim economics and military adventurism. It is to recognize that democratic norms are no longer in fashion and the consensus over what is too extreme has collapsed. On each side of the Atlantic, mainstream right-wingers in politics and media embrace positions they would previously have resisted. From naked bigotry to disinformation to treating opponents as dangerous national threats, the trend is clear. Where will it end? Here, there is no obvious answer because the borders of the mainstream right are no longer policed. The tragic truth is that the Western world may only get this out of its system when confronted with the consequences of such an ideology. A grim reckoning awaits us. Well, yeah, a grim reckoning awaits the wicked, but a very grim deception awaits everybody, and they're going to think that it's a good thing. When all of these things come to a head, and the image of the beast is complete, and there's a revival across the world, and everybody thinks we've made it, and the NAR's Christianized all of society, all the seven mountains, they're going to think that all of this is good. They're going to think, this is the thing, folks, the minority is going to be the people that are resisting this system. The majority are going to think that this Catholic, communist, fascist, proto-whatever, fascist movement that's happening with a Christian New World Order, quote-unquote Christian, religious nationalist New World Order, they're going to think that it's a good thing. It's not going to be something that people are resisting. This is the thing that so many people don't understand. This one point right here. People will marvel after the beast. You can't marvel if you're being oppressed, okay? You're not going to the people who are being oppressed are not going to be the ones marveling. They're going to be you and I, who are going to be kicked out of society or put in jail or murdered or whatever else. Those people are not going to be marveling after the beast. The other ones are going to be marveling after the beast because they have all their comforts and they're going to be great. Oh my gosh, this is a golden age. Do you get it? You can't marvel if you're being oppressed. You marvel when you're being coddled and you have everything you need and want. So the thing that's coming, yes, is hard right. Yes, it's fascist. Yes, it's all the things that have been before. The difference is that the world is going to, by and large, most people are going to think that it's a good thing. That's the difference. Whereas in the past, whenever a power would come up, it wasn't worldwide that people thought it was a good thing. There was always opposition, and there was always something. But this time, Satan's going to unite all of his threads, and the whole world will think that it's a good thing. What a time to be alive. This is Instagram. Let's check in on London. I mean, of course, this is all the things we were just talking about. Here's just some Muslim guy. Just, my goodness, horrible. It's a Baptist church, too. He's wearing a NASA shirt, too. That's really funny. But this is it. And of course, they're letting these people do these things. And they know that these things will happen. Because what does that justify? That justifies going back to religion. And you're going to see, with the UK especially, it's a great example of exactly what's going to happen towards the end. This is, another one. It's another white power one. They're killing our people. We must fight back. We must go back to Christendom, the good old days when the Catholic Church was in charge.
When another white boy or a white girl dies at the hand of an immigrant, we might shake our head. We might let out a sigh. I know one thing for sure, and that is that if nothing changes, if we don't start to seriously fight for our continent, for our religion, for our people.
Who's our religion? What religion are we, I wonder?
Our countries, then this time that we live in will go down in history as the time in which Western nations no longer had to get invaded by hostile armies in order to be conquered. This time will then go down in history as the period in which the invader was actively invited in by a corrupt elite. When another
mic drop, and like a nice good-looking girl there talking to you about the dangers of these Islamic radicalists taking over white culture. We have to get back to European culture. Well, European culture was for the most part under the beast. Is that what we need to get back to? Religion? No, you need to get back to the gospel. And if you believe the gospel, that's all that matters. If God has appointed a wicked person over you, then he's appointed that wicked person. God has appointed all people in power. But you see, this is about getting into the synergistic lens of thinking. This is how the devil baits you into accepting his solution. The last thing on earth the devil wants you to do, when you are exposed to evil, when you're exposed to suffering, the last thing the devil wants is for you to say, my life is in your hands, Jesus Christ, I trust you, no matter what happens, you're sovereign. That is the last thing on earth that the devil wants. Because then you are free from the dialectic. You're free because you realize the outcome is not in your control. And if God is appointed, what does it say in Revelation 13? He who has an ear, let him hear. If you are by the sword to go, then you'll go by the sword. If you're going to die according to famine, then you'll starve to death. If you're going to be poisoned, you're going to be poisoned. Whatever happens to be that's appointed for you, you're going to experience that. And everybody has an appointed thing, a set of struggles and trials. So the last thing the devil wants you to do is to just throw your arms up, trust God, and live one day at a time. Trusting God, loving your neighbor, being grateful, expressing gratitude, all these important things. That's the last thing the devil wants. So in order to divert you really quickly, before you make that decision and you wake up from the matrix and you look around like that little cat did, before you do that, the devil really quickly comes in with a beautiful messenger and a very inspiring message, an emotional message that we need to fight for our country and our religion, otherwise we're never going to get it back. It's up to you. You can do it. Uncle Sam wants you. Roll up your sleeves, everybody. Rosie the Riveter, you can do it. Poison of synergism. Because the moment you espouse the idea that it's up to you to determine the outcome, then you are trapped. You're trapped in the dialectic. You have joined one side of the dialectic. Do you get it? That's how it works. You've joined one side of the dialectic. And as long as you're on that side of the dialectic, you are being manipulated. So the last thing the devil wants you to do is to surrender to God. And in order to prevent that, the weak people are going to be baited by either one or the other, right? What does the parable of the sower tell you? The parable of the sower gives you a profound look into the plan of salvation and how there's counterfeit believers on both sides. Some fall away. Why? Because the sun scorches them and they never grow any roots. So the sun represents trials and tribulations. The others who do grow for a little bit, they get choked by the cares of the world, by the bushes, so they don't ever bear fruit. So those are the two weapons at the devil's disposal in the dialectic: fear, desire, pleasure, pain. Do you understand? Openly against Christ, in place of Christ. Problem, solution. It's the same thing, folks. The devil is either going to bait you into synergism, into this dialectic, by doing all the dark stuff that he's doing, opening the borders, letting these animals come in and start defiling everything that's sacred to you. That's dark, for sure. Or Pope Francis putting that shaman in the Catholic Church and having them dance around and doing a demonic ceremony. Oh yeah, that's obvious blasphemy. Or the Olympics, where they put supposedly the Last Supper, which really wasn't, but either way, there's a whole drama there. And baiting you with blasphemy. That's just obvious evil. To bait you into a reaction, say, no, enough is enough, that's it. And you jump into the dialectic. Or the other side, which is through pleasure and desire and good things. Oh, look at this, look at that. The Hallow app, we're going to have prosperity through Trump. We're going to unite the world. We're going to have MAGA for everybody. Free crypto for all. Bitcoin raining from the sky. It's going to be great. Pleasure or pain, one of the two. And it doesn't matter, but the point is that you go into the dialectic. So this is a dialectic, because the response to these things is to pray to God to deliver you, to protect you, to give you strength to endure if that's what you need, and to surrender to God when you are faced with evil. Not to take it into your own hands, to vote, to start becoming involved with politics, start to fight back and all this. None of the apostles spoke of doing these things. None of the apostles spoke of it. All the apostles, all of them, James, Paul, John, Peter, everybody who wrote anything in the New Testament, spoke consistently of enduring trials and tribulations and surrendering to God, because vengeance is his. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Therefore you can trust that God is going to avenge you. He will avenge you, and he will reward you for being faithful. So there's nothing for you to worry about. Does that mean you have no personal responsibility? Absolutely not. But there's a fine line between saying I have personal responsibility, that I'm called to confirm my election. Yes, I should treat others, I should have fruits of my faith. Obviously, faith and works are together, right? Your works are proof that you have genuine faith. We are saved by faith, but faith without works is dead. So yes, there are things that we do, and there are personal responsibilities that we take on. But there's a fine line between that and the counterfeit of that, the almost right, which is that, you need to vote. We need to enact policies. We need to kick these people out. We need to, do other. No, you should go and preach the gospel to them. You know what a true Christian would do to that person? I mean, I'm not saying that I would have the courage to do this, but what the standard would be, let's say, what would Jesus do, right? Would be preaching the gospel to these people at the risk of getting violently hit. Like Paul. Paul got stoned how many times? He got beaten. How many beatings did he endure for the sake of the gospel? Man, that man endured so much. And it just hurts my heart when people say that he was a false apostle or an apostle of Satan or all these things. It hurts me so much when people say that, because Paul's writings are some of the most important in the New Testament. And they're some of the most encouraging too. Anyway, Paul endured beatings. So the Christ thing to do would be to preach the gospel to these people, not rally them up like animals and kick them out of your country and basically, give them to the devil, basically. And there you go. So this is the dialectic. And the problem is that synergism is something that everybody espouses one way or another. If you want to be free from the dialectic, you have to abandon this idea of synergism and free will and all the things that are, of course, very controversial in today's world, that is just so suckered by this idea of free will and so obsessed with the sovereignty of man and is so offended by the sovereignty of God. So offended are people by the sovereignty of God. It blows me away. It really does. You can argue all day about man choosing and man making choice and man this, man that, man this. But the moment you argue for God choosing anything, suddenly they pick up stones to throw at you. It's so profound. God is sovereign, folks, and when you realize that the basis for the good news is because God is sovereign, not because you can choose God, because you can't. When you realize that the basis for the good news is because God is sovereign, then you are free from the dialectic. As long as there's a hook there, a little place for the devil to hook into you through synergism, you always run the risk of being manipulated, because synergism means that you got to do something. And as long as you got to do something, then you can be manipulated into the outcome. So this is the thing. So don't let these mind games get to you. Mass deportations. This is from CNA, Catholic News Agency. Mass deportations incompatible with Catholic doctrine, Cardinal McElroy says in DC debut. So the same people who started the mess are now telling you, no, it's not moral for you to fix the mess. Cardinal Robert McElroy, the new Archbishop of Washington, D.C., says he wishes success for President-elect Donald Trump's incoming administration, but that he'll be watching closely to see how Trump deals with immigrants who are in the country without legal status. We're watching you closely, Trump. You're going to do what we say you'll do because these people have a purpose. Most of them are Catholic or Pentecostal. It doesn't matter. They're all part of the mystery religion one way or another. And they're going to be great at reshaping the landscape and creating the Catholic revival of the United States. Quote, the Catholic Church teaches that a country has the right to control its borders. No, it does not. The Catholic Church teaches that the countries have a right to bow down to the Pope. Any country that has tried to enforce its borders against the Catholic Church has suffered greatly. And the United States is one of them. If you've watched my Synagogue of Satan, we cover United States history there quite a bit. And how the Monroe Doctrine and the, what was another one, I forget. But anyway, basically the idea, like, listen, we're not going to deal with your sovereign right of kings. We're not going to respect the Catholic Church's borders, trying to infringe on our borders. We're going to reassert our borders. What happened to those presidents? Well, they got assassinated. Anyway. And our nation's desire to do that is a legitimate effort, McElroy said Monday, shortly after being introduced as Washington's 8th Archbishop during an online press conference at the Cathedral of St. Matthew, the apostle amid an unusually heavy snowstorm in the nation's capital. At the same time, we are always called, he says, to have a sense of the dignity of every human person. And thus plans which have been talked about at some levels of having a wider indiscriminate massive deportation across the country would be something that would be incompatible with Catholic doctrine. So we'll have to see what emerges in the administration. We'll have to see, says the authority. The Vatican announced Monday that Pope Francis has appointed McElroy 70 and Archbishop of Washington a high-profile see that includes about 667,000. I wonder if it's actually 666,000, but they had changed it. Catholics in the District of Columbia and 5 countries in southern Maryland. So how does this play out? Well, it's pretty obvious, folks. If you understand that both sides are two wings of the same bird, what's happening here, right? Trump is the one that promised. He went back and forth, though, so you can really take him seriously on anything because he's double-minded and double-speaking all the time. But on this deportation issue, his whole thing was, I'm going to deport everybody, and we're going to, get mass deportations on day one. Okay. So that gave him a real emotional appeal to all the conservatives. Now what's going to happen? Well, now there's a liberal archbishop in Washington, D.C., and that bishop is going to work the liberal agenda of, no, these people need to be here. We need the social justice gospel and everything else, right? So what do you have? You have this force that says, no, I'm going to deport them, which he never really was planning to deport them. Trump is not going to waste trillions of dollars to round up, all these cats basically and put them in the back where they came from. That's a ton of money and resources. That's never going to happen. That was a dialectic. It was stage games to make you vote for him. And so now when the liberal guy comes in place just in time before the inauguration, just before the promise can be fulfilled by Trump, now there's a dialectic. And of course that dialectic can result in, Trump's all about the Catholics, so he's trying to listen to the Catholic authorities, so let's find a compromise. And okay, we found a way to keep these people here, but they're going to have to follow the laws and get chipped or whatever. There'll be something like that. These people are not going to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars to round up all of these illegal immigrants and send them all home. They may round up a few, and they may do that just to practice their AI technology for later usage, because you'll see Trump is all about building AI centers all over the country in the next coming years. But nevertheless, this is a dialectic. It's just two sides, because really the point is what? If you understand America's history, What did they do early on? They conquered America through immigration. They opened the borders. They sent a ton of Irish Catholics to the United States so that they could change the demographic and affect the voting numbers and affect politics and policy and so on. And slowly it took over. Add a few presidential assassinations in there with the Jesuits and, and infiltrations. Then you got a whole country working for you as your arm, your military arm. So this is what happened, folks. And it's no different now with the Mexicans. Most of the Mexicans, like I said, they come from a very strong and superstitious Catholic base. And if they're not Catholic, they're usually Pentecostal, which, whatever, same thing, Kundalini spirit. The Pentecostal and the Catholic charismatic awakening that's happening, that will happen, they're perfect for that. And all the demographics of these people are going to be affecting the new image of the American system, where they're going to create this representation of the government that's going to be all over the world. By having all these people together in one spot and influencing culture, it's going to be much easier to make America Catholic. Now, who knows to what degree it will be Catholic? Maybe they'll keep it as a melting pot or whatever, but eventually everybody has to be converted to one thing because everybody has to acknowledge the authority of the Pope. So it will probably be Catholic, but nevertheless, they've wanted to do that for a while, and they've done it before with immigration, and they're doing it now again. So this is nothing new. The Mexican immigrations are nothing new. They're just like the Irish immigrations of the 1800s. Nothing new under the sun. Vatican news. Let's see what the man of sin is up to. Pope calls on world leaders to cancel debt of poor nations. Always up to shenanigans. After his traditional New Year's Day Angelus prayer, Pope Francis issues a powerful call to political leaders, urging them to set a good example by canceling or significantly reducing the debts of the poorest countries. Debt cancellation for poorer nations. Speaking after his traditional New Year's Day Angelus, he made an appeal to world leaders. God is the first to forgive debts, as we always ask in our Father. Here we go. Opening with the truth, just like the devil tempted Jesus in the desert. What did he do? Just make something up? No, he said, thus it is written, opening with the truth. And then now get ready for the twist to angle it towards destruction. Pope Francis said, the Jubilee calls, now comes the destruction part. The Jubilee calls us to translate this forgiveness into social terms so that no individual family or people is crushed by debt. Does it call you? This is a Jubilee. I mean, of course, the Catholic Jubilee, which is a made-up thing. Yeah. So the Jubilee, which is a Catholic thing, calls us to translate God's forgiveness, i.e. the gospel, into a material social term that nobody can be crushed by finances. Do you realize how antichrist this is? I encourage leaders of nations with Christian traditions to set an example by canceling or significantly reducing the debts of the poorest countries. Instead of saying, I encourage the leaders of nations with Christian traditions to set an example by spreading the gospel to these people and making sure that they believe the truth. Now, of course, having more responsible lending practices is also important because lending practices are extremely predatory and the whole central banking system is just a racket. And yeah, there's a whole thing you could talk about that. But do you see what he's doing? Always supplanting the authority of Christ. Always taking the truth, presenting to you the truth to get you snared in, and then whoop, flip it on you. I love that quote. I documented it in my episode 4 of the Synagogue of Satan on the Jesuits towards the end there on the man of sin. There's all these quotes that we go through. And there was this quote, it was like, gosh, I don't remember exactly how it went, but it's basically like Jesus is the way, he's the door, which is what the Bible says. Jesus is the door. That's why I'm the door. Nobody enters through me, right? Nobody enters except through me. I'm the door, meaning the door to the sanctuary, which was physically a picture of Christ. He's the door. Okay. And then they say, but only you can go through that door if you're led by the hand by the sovereign pontiff. It's just like, you have got to be always paying attention when the snake is speaking, because the snake goes slither, 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 something really nice and nice sounding, and then zoop, at the least notice, he'll flip it on you and get you in a chokehold, and if you're not paying attention, he'll devour you. This is how it works, man. It's just constant switcheroos. He'll give you some truth and then switcheroo on you and give you total poison. Just fascinating. Fascinating, really. They're a master of language. CNN World, Hamas expected to release how many? 32? No, how many? 31? 29? 34? No, 33 hostages in first phase of emerging ceasefire deal, Israeli officers say. Now, do you know that when they do these things, they are signaling to you that this is an occult operation? Do you know that Hamas was created by Israel? Do you know that Israel is a puppet of the Rothschilds, and Rothschilds are Jesuits, and Israel is a Jesuit project, and the Jesuits created the modern prophecies that Israel needs to fulfill, the state of Israel. Yada yada yada. When they voted on Israel in the after World War II to vote on them being their own state or not, it was 33-13. I document that in the Great Delusion series. I think one of those I documented. By the way, 33-13. What is that? Well, that's the two sides of Freemasonry: Scottish Rite and York Rite. York Rite is 13 steps. The Scottish is 33. So 33-13 is the vote. I.e., this is a joint operation of the occult. Both dark and light are involved in it. And we pay homage to our false god by doing these numerological little tells through everything they do. So when you see 33 hostages released, and you know all the truth that is behind the fact that Israel started Hamas, and then Israel let themselves be attacked by Hamas, and just one big dialectic, then you realize that this is just sham. Just sham. And of course, right on schedule with Trump coming to office, suddenly now there's a ceasefire, now there's peace in the Middle East, blah, blah, blah. I mean, come on, man, how foolish can people be to not see the connections between these things, that they're literally scripted? Yes, people are dying, which is horrible, but they're dying according to a script, man. That's just the horrible part. These things are just scripted and manufactured. So sad. The what times? The LA Times? The something Times. The Times, maybe. We're being frozen. Yeah, it's the Times. We're being frozen out of British cultural life, says Jewish artists. Here we go. Some dialectics with the Jews. Artists, writers, and performers claim that they are being excluded because they refuse to describe Israel's actions in Gaza as genocidal. Britain's cultural world has turned its back on Jewish creatives, according to a series of allegations gathered by the Times. Artists, writers, and performers have stated that they are being frozen out of British cultural life because they refuse to describe Israeli actions in Gaza as genocidal. While many have chosen to remain anonymous because of the chilling cultural climate in the country, others have decided to speak out. A film producer who is planning to build one of the biggest film studios in Europe in Sunderland said his industry was institutionally anti-Semitic, while the organizer of the UK Jewish Film Festival said cinemas were making it impossible for it to book venues for screening. A series of literary figures, meanwhile, have described how they have been dropped by their agents because they refuse to use the word genocide, how authors are refusing to have their books transcribed into Hebrew, and how they are being excluded from literary festivals and other readings. My goodness, so much action against the Jews. Wonder where it's going. The art world has also been affected, with Tate, for example, being threatened with a boycott by artists unless it ends sponsorship from trusts set up by individuals deemed to be close to the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Tate has not commented. Another prominent gallery is involved in a dispute with one of its workers who wore an Israel badge. Jonathan Shalit, the head of one of the country's biggest talent agencies, said that he had been warned that his willingness to support Israel and speak on behalf of Judaism would hinder attempts to have him chosen as the chairman of a major organization within the arts industry. Shalit said he was told by unnamed organization's chief executive that some trustees, quote, might have a problem with you as chair because of your Wikipedia page and the fact that you're Jewish and support Israel and speak on behalf of Judaism. Yeah, it's that early life, man. You got to look at the early life. Michael Etherton, the head of UK Jewish Film Festival, said cinemas had made it impossible to make bookings. So the Jews are getting thrown under the bus. This is just the beginning, folks. This is another thing to keep your eyes out for. What is happening to the Jews? Because the Jews have a very special place for the devil and his plan. And of course, they are the last wall of separation between you as a Sabbath keeper and the beast, for the beast to legally prosecute you. Of course, he has no actual authority, but in this world, it has authority. And the Jews are the final wall between you and that situation. So you have to watch what happens to the Jews. Not like a dispensationalist, but like somebody who knows the truth about Bible prophecy. Because the Jews have to be converted. And that means that before the Jews are converted, there's going to be dialectics. There's going to be peace and war, peace in the Middle East, charismatic revivals, the Jews getting exposed, Zionism self-destructing, Jews getting thrown under the bus, Jews this, Jews that. All that stuff is going to come to the surface, and it already is coming to the surface. So you have to watch for that. Here's another one. This is from Aish, which of course is all about the anti-Semitic narrative, but Tucker Carlson has a Jewish problem. Let's see what his Jewish problem is. Does it go? Can I go to the next thing? Oh, I can't. The one topic that unites the radical left and the radical right is Jew hatred. Media personality Tucker Carlson has 15 million followers on X and is highly influential in the conservative movement, yet sometimes he uses his platform to defend tyrants, host guests who flirt with Holocaust denial. Does he host guests who flirt with Holocaust denial? I don't know. And to question the loyalty of American Jews who support Israel. Well, the Holocaust never happened, so there you go. Following October 7th, 2023, Carlson's show has featured guests who criticize Israel's actions, but not those who present the other side. Tisk tisk, Tucker Carlson. He recently said, "Why am I supposed to hate Assad? He's just an eye doctor from London. He protected Christians." Assad killed 600,000 Muslims and Christians during their civil war. Is that not enough reason? Given the scope of his Jewish platform and influence, Jews and their allies should challenge his odious positions and shun his show. As a Christian, perhaps Tucker Carlson should keep this famous verse in mind. Here you go. "I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you." Who is he talking to? Aish.com. Who is God talking to in Genesis 12? Is he talking to the Jews in general in the future? No, he's talking to Abraham. And of course, if you consider the rest of the Bible in context, especially the New Testament, which you probably reject, you should realize that the fulfillment of that promise is through Christ, and those who are not in Christ do not inherit anything from God. God does not promise anybody who rejects his only son who died on the cross. How can he possibly give you anything if you reject the most important thing that he's given? So this is just another dialectic. But again, this is the liberal side of things, and they're up in arms, but it's showing to you that there's more and more of these things happening. There's more and more of these things happening. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. This is from X. Ashley Hayes again, our dispensationalist friend. So Elon changed his name to Kekius, which is a demonic god of darkness. He's also wearing Roman garb because he's anticipating the revived Roman Empire. The dispensationalists are all about the revived Roman Empire, aka beast system, if you have eyes to see. Well, look, if you have eyes to see, this stuff is way too obvious, bro. Kekius Maximus, he's trolling you. This is just trolling. Of course, now there is a thread on America being the new Rome that he posted. And of course, Elon Musk is all about the coming system. But this is obvious stuff. This is one of those things why the reason I highlight it is because it's obvious. Don't you get it? This is way too obvious. Like, hey, here I am. I changed my name to a pagan god. You know, like, come on now. Really? Like, this is so obvious. And the problem is that people think that this is okay. That means that Elon Musk must be the false prophet. Maybe he's the Antichrist. Maybe this, pin the tail on the Antichrist. And all these dispensationalists are going crazy. There is no revived Roman Empire because the history, the sequence of history the dispensationalists believe is misappropriated. In some sense, you could say that the resurrection of the beast through the image of the beast is a revived Roman Empire in some sense. Like, yes, we're going to go back to the way it was, you know, in Europe for 1,200 plus years. But it's more nuanced than that, because if you don't understand what the beast is, then you can't understand what the image of the beast is, and you can't understand what the mark of the beast is. It's all dependent upon your understanding of who the beast is. And that's why the 1260 period is mentioned 6 times between the 2 books, Daniel and Revelation. Watch my Daniel and Revelation walkthrough from beginning to end so you can have a very clear understanding. But this is an example of evil stuff that's very obvious that is being used to distract and gaslight these dispensationalists, which again, it's very interesting to me that what they're going to do with these people. Because the Rapture's getting exposed, Darby's getting exposed, Schofield's getting exposed, the NAR is absorbing all the cattle from one pen to the other. And so the ones that are left, you know, that are still thinking that dispensationalism is true and there needs to be a rapture and so on, it'll be interesting to see what they do with these people to really gaslight them. Because obviously there is no rapture, so what's going to happen? Well, probably they're going to fall away. So we'll see what happens. Let's pray for them that they do not fall away and hopefully reach out to these people. Reach out to them and post on their threads and help them learn the truth. Here we go. Here's some more Jesuit theater for you. Luigi Mangione and the whole thing that happened with the insurance guy.
Into this Luigi case, the more things I find that don't make no fucking sense. And I don't like it.
Now hear me out and tell me, does this make sense to you? They are saying at approximately 5:35 a.m., the suspect left the hostel, which is what we see here. Now, if you look down here, at approximately 5:41 a.m., he is seen at the Hilton, the scene of the crime, basically. So that's like 6 or 7 minutes, and he traveled by bike, e-bike. But when you put in the address from the hostel to that Hilton, it says 19 minutes by bike. And for context, that's 3.5 miles. Now look at it. This is their timeline, y'all. This ain't some shit I just made up. And for the people who don't never believe me, I said, let me ask ChatGPT, is it likely that an e-bike can travel 3.5 miles in 6 minutes? It said, let's do the math. It said that bike will have to be going 35 miles per hour. Most consumer bikes top out at 20 to 28 miles per hour. And the verdict is most e-bikes, it's unlikely without the help of a souped up motor, downhill gravity, or extreme pedaling effort. So I guess Luigi is Lance Armstrong now. Out of here. I'm out. I ain't buying shit they selling.
So, some strange things with this whole situation. Of course, the more you dig into it, there's also Jesuit connections. There's a Jesuit around the corner somewhere if you dig in deep enough. Family of suspected CEO killer shocked and devastated, known for strong support of Jesuit education. Would you look at that? The suspected killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson hails from a prominent Maryland family whose matriarch was a strong supporter of Jesuit education. I highlighted something here somewhere. Here it is. Luigi Mangione's late grandmother, Mary Mangione, was memorialized by Loyola University, Maryland after her March 2023 death, with the university describing her in a tribute as believing passionately in the value of Catholic Jesuit education. In 2010, the late Mangione, who had graduated from Mount St. Agnes College, which later merged with Loyola, had been awarded the school's presidential medal. She and her husband, Nicholas Mangione, were philanthropists and longtime benefactors of Loyola, helping the school to acquire its permanent exhibition of the St. John's Bible at Loyola's Notre Dame Library. Mary Mangione believed passionately in the value of Jesuit education. Over the years, she and her husband gave generously to strengthen the education and experience we offer to our students, said Loyola President Terrence M. Sawyer in the university's March 28, 2023 tribute to her. She will be missed and long remembered for the ways in which she helped ensure that our students would continue to grow in mind, body, and spirit for generations to come. So very involved with the Jesuit infrastructure. And you know the Jesuits are behind these types of things, revolutionaries, agents, murders, assassinations, all kinds of stuff. It's just really weird, man. I'm not saying anything. It's just really, really weird, don't you think? If you know your history, I think so. Here's another strange thing. This is with the guy that did the whole Tesla whatever explosion in the car recently. They found his fireproof passport. More dialectics for you.
I've really got to get me one of these fireproof passports. Those who don't know, on January 1st, a man blew up a Tesla Cybertruck in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Police identified Matthew Allen Livelsberger as the man burned alive in the Tesla Cybertruck because they found his passport. That's right. They found his passport completely intact. You guys, the inside of this Tesla Cybertruck was completely gone. I mean, burned to a crisp. Police were even reporting that the body was burned beyond recognition.
His body is burnt beyond recognition.
But his passport is still intact and actually legible? This kind of reminds me of 9/11, where multiple hijackers' passports were found even miles away from the Twin Towers. There's websites claiming that at least 4 hijackers' passports were at least whole or partially intact. Now, what I find the most interesting about this Cybertruck thing is that the guy's passport expires 911 days from the day of the explosion. So you have 9/11 where the hijackers' passports are still intact after the attack, and now you have this Tesla Cybertruck where the man inside is burned to a crisp beyond recognition, but his passport is still intact. Something is not right here, everybody. I've really got...
Same old stuff. Occult numerological signaling. And, they found a passport in a burning electric vehicle. Those things burn like hotcakes. And you're telling me that, his body is just Burn beyond recognition. We can't identify him, can't do anything, can't do coroner, can't do anything. We just have to take our word for it. Because, police agencies are not known to lie about anything. They're not connected to the Fraternal Order of Police and Freemasons and secret societies, not at all. They have no incentive to lie about these things, would they? They're going to tell you the truth. But they found his passport, which was also, they got some burn effects on there, but then you could see the date that it expires, and it's 911 days after the date. I mean, come on now. What are the odds? Just plus 1 and 1 plus 1 together. What are the odds? There are no odds. These things are crafted, and the question is, what is the point of these things to move around along the agenda? This is going to be an AI voice, or not an AI thing, but somebody's talking over it. But I just thought it was funny because it's humorous, but it's also sadly shows you the reality of the two wings to the same bird thing. Oh, I got to turn the sound on. Wait, where are you? This is hilarious.
Well, Mr. President,
For a second time. Barack, very nice to see you.
congratulations. How you doing?
A lot better, Dad.
Yeah, I bet. Knew you'd win.
Oh, really? Well, come on. Anyone could beat her.
Kidding
She's
me?
just...
I was just as appalled. You know what happened? He just didn't want to leave.
I know.
Is what happened. I did what I could to help her. She was horrendous.
I know. You know what I realized? Hillary still hates me. So much. I know. She'll never forget me. We should meet to discuss
I think so too. We can definitely set something up. Let me know whatever
Oh, the
works
golf?
best for you.
I was going to fly back to Florida tomorrow for the golf.
Okay. Did you see that? She won't even look at me.
Really? I was told some of her people. Apparently they said she fell off the wagon.
I think she actually may have. Sure. And also, she's not really built for this. Amount of pressure, if you're not built for it, we'll do it. Well, Miss.
Oh my goodness. The first thing I want to say about this is give glory to God and thank God that you are not in this club. Do you get it? These people are surrounded by prosperity and, nice clothes and status and power, but they are total and utter slaves to the devil. These people are not free. Not a single person in there is free. They're all slaves. They get their trade-off. They get their little power and status and wealth in this life, but it comes at a great cost. You who know Christ, who lives one day at a time, who knows to rest, who has faith, who walks by faith, you are completely free. And you can walk in the hope that is completely sure that when all of this is said and done, you are going to live forever with Jesus in a perfect world. That is true freedom. That is something the world can never take away from you. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is that this is a parody. Obviously, there's some AI voices here or whatever it is. But it's actually revealing to you. The reason it's funny is because it's true. Let's be honest. Okay. All those years back, I remember when I was it 2016, 2017, whenever the whole Q stuff was going on, they had these mugshots of Barack Obama, and he's the one that's leading the deep state, really, and we're going to execute him and do this and that. All of that hype and talk. Lock her up. Did that ever happen? No, that didn't happen. They were eating dinner at the Al Murray, or is it Al Murray dinner? What's that dinner? The Catholic dinner that's called it's not Arthur C. Clarke. I think it's Al Murray dinner, Al Murphy dinner, or something like that. Anyway, it's that dinner. I'm forgetting the high profile name of the dinner now, but high profile dinner, Catholic dinner in New York, where both parties are schmoozing it up with the Catholic authority. Tells you who's in control, folks. And now, after all said and done, him and Barack Obama sitting right next to each other having chummy talks. Who knows what they're actually saying? It'd be interesting to see if there's any lip readers that could see what they're talking about. But it just goes to show you, like, if you actually were to own the things that you and your Operation Q, which obviously you're associated with, so freaking obvious, so many times with General Flynn and all these other people that were associated with it, that were promoting it, you knew exactly what they're doing. They're talking about locking up Obama and stuff. And now you're sitting next to each other chummy and chitty chatty and like they're golf buddies or something. Tells you everything. Tells you everything, because this is all one dialectical delusion. So, conclusion to that delusion. Well, it's all one big clown show, folks, and the bread and circuses are never coming to an end. At least they're coming to an end when Jesus returns, but that's about it. It's one psyop after another, false flags, staged events, manufactured crises, on and on and on, with the purpose of distracting you, dividing you, and deceiving you. Distracting, dividing, and deceiving. All part of the plan. Over the last year, I've covered how governments are flipping to the right one at a time, and it's happening over the entire world, and it's quicker and quicker. Things have to speed up because Trump, now being in office, is the political anchor for everybody else to follow suit. He's the political thread that is going to unite the world into a nationalist, populist, political structure that then could have a spiritual structure be imposed upon it, which is, of course, going to be the world marveling after the beast. So right now, the political and economic stuff is shifting very quickly to conservatism, nationalism, prosperity, MAGA. All this stuff is going out through the whole world, and they need a locus, a linchpin, which is Trump. Trump is the main anchor for that political shift. But by 2028 and afterwards, you're going to see some hardcore spiritual religious stuff happening. It's already happening as we speak now, but by 2028 and after Trump's presidency, I expect there to be massive shifts and enforcement with spiritual stuff. I'm not saying I think that's when the mark of the beast will be enforced. Maybe it might be, I don't know. But my point is that the first part has to be political and economic. And then they're going to get the spiritual stuff layered on top of it. And of course, these things are not happening like linearly. They're happening simultaneously. And just the first part is the political and then the spiritual. But remember, they both work together. Both hands on the chessboard are the devils. The well-manicured hand and the evil one with the claws, they're both the devil's hands. And the devil's playing himself. The liberals / dark side / deep state made immigration happen all over the world to further dialectics. In the EU, in the European Union, it was a dialectic to bring nationalism, religion, to get people back out of atheism. In the United States, it's kind of the same thing, but also to flood America with Catholics, to change the demographics and get people ready for the image of the beast starting here, especially with the LA Olympics and so on. Roman Catholic Church is telling Trump to keep the immigrants, and Trump is just basically going to find, my expectation is that he's going to find a middle ground and comply, because he's a good little Catholic boy, and he's going to do what his masters are telling him. So, the thing is, he never planned to deport these people and waste billions of resources and hours and manpower on deporting them. No, that was just a scam, like everything else he's talked about that's been duplicitous on. So it's all just antics to move along the agenda and shape culture and dialectics and blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. Meanwhile, the Pope is peddling his social justice gospel, planting the seed for universal basic income, financial collapse and basically change, and debt forgiveness and all this kind of stuff that we know is coming to some degree. There's dialectics with the Jews, which are also important. Again, suddenly now, after endless bloodbaths and a conflict that seemed to have no end, suddenly now Trump comes to office, and right on schedule with his inauguration, suddenly there's a ceasefire negotiation and peace in the Middle East, and now we can get this ball rolling. It's so obviously contrived. I'm not saying that there's no people that died in Gaza, by no means. I'm just saying that this conflict is so manufactured. It's so obvious. It really is, if you have eyes to see. But unfortunately, Trumpers do not have eyes to see. They say that all of these coincidences are, well, it's because it's Trump. Trump, he's just so amazing. Trump. No, this is all part of the plan. They refuse to see that Trump is part of the system. Everywhere else they say, oh, that's not a coincidence. Those things are planned by the Freemasons or the deep state or the CIA, the military industrial complex. Pick your flavor of satanic unit organization. Well, but when it comes to Trump, no, he's not part of the system. He's a rogue. He's a lone wolf operator that came to take the system down. It just happens that all these things are working in his favor because, he's just so amazing. He's the chosen one. I mean, come on. Like, how ignorant do you have to be, man? Seriously, history is so important. If you knew the history of this country, go study it in my Synagogue of Satan series to see how the U.S. was taken over by the Jesuits. If you understand the early history of this country, how this country had at least 6 presidential assassinations in the first 100 years. At least. 6. Plus a civil war, plus fires all across the United States. The United States was ravaged by the Jesuits. Plus managing immigration of Catholics from Ireland and flooding the country with Catholic, people, basically to overrun the demographics. This country was assaulted on all possible levels. And everybody who opposed, who was in office, who genuinely opposed the central bank, the authority of the Pope, blah, 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 blah. What happened to those people, I wonder? Well, they got killed. They got assassinated. What happened to the people who opposed the Federal Reserve? Well, they died on the Titanic, which wasn't actually the Titanic. I think it was the Oceanic. Either way, they died. The only people that were wealthy enough to actually make a difference in opposition to the Federal Reserve were put on a nice little comfy trip all the way to the bottom of the ocean. And the Federal Reserve Act was passed in the middle of the night. So, same thing with JFK. JFK was a Catholic, but he was a liberal Catholic, so that didn't really work out too well for him. So he was assassinated. Now you're going to tell me that Trump is coming out of nowhere, and his platform is he's against the establishment, he's going to take it down, and he hasn't been killed at all. He's been able to do his thing for 4 years, and then he's going to do his thing again. He hasn't been killed. People love him. Come on now. No, but they did try to kill him. No, they did not. That's what they want you to think, so that you can froth at the mouth and believe that God's anointed cherub angel is Trump to come and rescue you from the deep state. This is all just how blind people are. And it's practically, talking to people who are under delusion, doesn't matter if they're hardcore MAGA Trumpers, hardcore Christian Zionists, hardcore NAR, hardcore Catholics. It doesn't matter. Delusion is delusion. Delusion is delusion. Do you get it? Delusion is delusion. If you don't love the truth, then you don't love the truth. If you love the truth, then you are open to correction, open to where the evidence leads you. That's why I do so much evidence in all of my videos, so that you can see for yourself. Yes, we talk about it, but you can see the evidence for yourself. I'm not just making things up. I'm not just giving you my commentary without context. I always give you a lot of evidence. If you follow the truth, then you just go where the evidence leads. I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus because it's true. The gospel is true. Everything else is secondary. Do I have personal reasons for my conviction? Absolutely. Everybody should have that. But the reason I believe the gospel is because it's true. Not because it's the best possible deal. Of course it is. Not because it makes me feel a certain way, but because first and foremost, it's true. The reason I do what I do with these videos is because I enjoy speaking the truth. The reason, hopefully, why you listen to these videos is because you know that I do my best to speak the truth to the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge at the time. Truth is what should guide you. And if you allow truth to guide you, sure, you might run into some situations that might be hard to swallow because you've been programmed, and we all have. But nevertheless, truth is more important to you, and you're willing to go through that pain to come out to the other side and be with the truth. But the people who are not lovers of the truth are impossible to talk to because they don't think that way. They get challenged and they revert. They hold up their shields. They can't deal with it. That's why only God can crack a heart of stone, a hard mind. Only God can affect that. So we have to pray for those people and do our best to speak the truth and be educated so that we can defend the truth. But nevertheless, delusion is delusion. All these people are delusional. Whether you're a Christian Zionist or a MAGA Trumper with an ear band-aid on, it's the same level of delusion, or a militant Catholic. It's all delusion, and delusion is coming upon the world. So all these things are important to watch. It's important to watch these things and see what's going on. Remember also with the Jews that the Jews are a barometer for how close we are to the mark of the beast being enforced to the point where, they're going to be throwing people in jail and killing people, because the Jews are the last bastion for the people who keep the Sabbath. Once the Jews convert and see the light of Sunday, that's it. But remember that the devil has a very important purpose for the Jews. So all this Third Temple stuff is going to happen. Dispensationalism was created by the Jesuits. The Moody Bible Institute, the Moody family was mobsters. The Dallas Theological Seminary was by Freemasons. Schofield, Freemason. Darby, an occultist. Irving was all kinds of weird. He started Pentecostal, or contributed to Pentecostalism, which is, interestingly enough, merging into the NAR and dispensationalism and all these things today. But nevertheless, the State of Israel is a papal project, and it's going to be used for their papal outcome. I talk about what those possible outcomes are in my Great Delusion series, so go check it out. But nevertheless, that's an important thing to watch. What's happening with the Jews? What's happening with the Middle East? Not in terms of, oh my gosh, the Third Temple is being rebuilt and the Antichrist is going to walk into it. No, from the meta of that, from the level above, which is, yeah, they're going to build the Third Temple to deceive people, and maybe they might even stage some guy to walk in there and call himself God. Maybe, Pope Francis, maybe the Yanaka Rav Shlomo, which will fulfill the Muslim eschatology of the Jewish Messiah being also the Muslim Antichrist. So there's a lot of intersections there we talk about in the Great Delusion series, but the Middle East is definitely a place to watch, but of course you have to watch it from the right perspective. So now onward to the second part of this dialectical nonsense, which is the LA fires. Of course, the LA fires was a very big thing that happened recently, and there's a lot to talk about with them, as always. This is from, what is this from? From Facebook. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to play the sound on this because it's that song, Do You See What I See? But they're going to knock my video out for monetization if I do that. But we can watch this together. Look at this. This is a picture from somewhere in LA. And it's got this laser beam coming down. It was just nothing new, folks. We know this from the Maui fires. We know this from other places. They have these giant modified aircraft that have these huge lens, and they have laser technology, microwave technology. It's not a far stretch. You'll see a video of some guy using a laser gun. Let's see. Here's another good video on this whole LA fire stuff.
After the California Department of Insurance wouldn't allow the rates to rise like they should from a free market perspective, they had to set up their own insurance program called the Fair Plan for homeowners. They have about $6 billion of exposure in Pacific Palisades alone. They don't have enough capital to actually fill the gap, because the reason the rates want to go up is because the thing costs more than the state is willing to admit. They're driving real estate value up because they're not allowing the cost of insurance of that real estate to naturally float. And so by driving real estate values up, the economy looks good, they make property taxes, income comes in, but at the end of the day, the bill is going to come due. And at some point, taxpayers are going to look at the fact that they're paying some percentage of their income to support someone else's home value. And they're going to say enough is enough. And enough of these sorts of events start to happen. And then the legislative change, I think, will happen that says, this, it doesn't make sense. We have to make a change. And I think we're getting pretty close after this series of events. After the California Department.
Yeah, and this is all on top of the other stuff we've talked about before with the insurance, like with the hurricanes, and how insurance has to keep paying out. And they're trying to orchestrate. There's a lot of angles with this. Obviously, the smart city is one of them. We'll look at that. But I think I can't help but think that this is also contributing to the overall stress on the economic system and crashing the economy so they can introduce their new solution of a digital system. I can't help think that was part of this plan. But as usual, they have multiple goals for these things. Here's a quote that's interesting by a guy named Steph the Pharaoh. I was an insurance agent years ago. I always found it sketchy how they knew of all the events prior to it happening. In 2017, we got memos weeks before the Florida hurricanes stating we wouldn't be taking on any new clients from the state. I represented MetLife, Travelers, Nationwide, ASI, and many other A+ rated companies. So they got memos saying, oh, we're not going to deal with this a couple weeks before the hurricane. How did they know? How did they know? That's a really interesting coincidence, don't you think? Here's a forest fire without the forest, before and after. What do you notice? Well, you notice there's trees that haven't been burned, so that's a really interesting situation. So much for that. This is also interesting. Let's see.
Just another coincidence, right?
As a 3-time United States Digital City Award winner, the City of Los Angeles has been investing in the infrastructure, the apps, and the data tools to be a globally recognized smart city. But as technology evolves, so our smart city must evolve too. That's why we have developed our Los Angeles Smart City Strategy, known as Smart LA 2028, as a roadmap to the 2028 Summer Olympics. It includes 56 new goals that use technology to transform the way we live, work, and move around LA. Check it out here. Thank you.
Just another.
I told you, by the 2028 Olympics, the last Olympics is about as woke as they'll ever get. It's time for the Olympics to come back to what they originally were, which was a Catholic show of ideals, the Catholic ideal of ecumenism, the world uniting, the different races and colors and peoples uniting with their rings under the Catholic system. That's what the Olympics was made for, and it's going to swing back to the right now that the world is swinging back to conservative, and that's going to be hosted at LA, and LA needs to be ready to show the world this image that you can adopt. It's so great and wonderful, and all of that needs to hurry along, so we need to get the show on the road. This is also from Facebook, Los Angeles 2.0. Let's see.
Los Angeles 2.0. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. 15-minute cities, here they come. Our good friend Gavin Newsom can't control his enthusiasm. He's smiling ear to ear. There's still houses on fire. Oh, how convenient. A smart city in LA by 2028, just in time for the Olympics. They are telling you to your face what they're doing. And he can't contain himself.
And all that opportunity and that pride and spirit.
Look how happy he is. Look how joyful he is talking about this. And then there, he notices that he went a little bit too much off balance. He says, oh, well, we still need to watch.
That comes from not just hosting those 3 iconic games and venues, but also the opportunity, I think, to rebuild at the same time. And that's why we're already organizing a Marshall Plan. We already have a team of looking and reimagining LA 2.0, and we're making sure everyone's included, not just the folks on the coast, people here that were ravaged by this disaster.
You just said you're organizing a Marshall Plan for the rebuilding of California. What is that Marshall Plan?
For
Tell
this
us about
region,
this Marshall
we're just
Plan.
starting to lay out. I mean, we're still fighting these fires, so we're
Wait. I'm not a heartless lizard. We're still taking care of these people. Don't worry.
We're already talking to city leaders. We're already talking to civic leaders. We're already talking to business leaders and nonprofits. We're talking to labor leaders. We're starting to organize how we can put together a collection of individuals on philanthropy for recovery, how we can organize the region, how we can make sure that we are seeking federal assistance for the Olympics more broadly, but also federal assistance for the recovery efforts.
Los Angeles 2.0.
2.0. The image of the beast coming in hot. Let's see, we have a couple. Oh yeah, this is that laser gun I was telling you about. Watch. This is a handheld little plastic laser gun. Okay, just check it out. That is impressive. I've never seen anything like that. I'm sure they exist. They've been around for a while, but it's pretty cool actually. But imagine if you as a civilian can get your hands on something like this, like a little tiny gun that shoots a laser beam out. Imagine what the government has at their disposal to do whatever they want with raining fire from the sky. Firefighter reveals 2 minutes. Now this is, okay, really quick preface before I read this. This is an example of creating multiple psyops within a psyop so that you can't think straight. Okay? There's immediately a counter narrative or a counterfeit, not even a counter narrative, but a counterfeit conspiracy almost. This says, firefighter reveals 2 men were caught on camera lighting fire just before Palisades blaze erupted in LA. Just before you think that it's the government doing it with advanced technology from the sky, shooting projectile laser beams like they always do, at least in the last couple of years that we've seen it. Just before you think that, here's a little conspiracy. Oh, there's 2 guys that were found. Believe this, believe that. And of course, the mainstream media is not going to cover this. Or if they do, then it becomes mainstream and people reject it and they go for the count. It's just constantly just things that when I read this, I'm like, really? You're really going for it, aren't you? You're not even trying to hide behind the mainstream anymore. You're going for the counter narrative now. You're giving me a counterfeit conspiracy so I can believe your low-hanging fruit of 2 guys that you found that started the fires, as opposed to the reality, which is much broader and much more sinister. So this is really entertaining. I mean, it's not entertaining as the fires happen, but it's entertaining that these stories are being made to try to push you off the scent. Do you get it? To push you off the scent so you don't dig a little deeper. They give you a little low-hanging fruit. Don't eat the low-hanging fruit because it's not good for you. It's full of sugar and you'll get fat and slow. The blue roof houses and the houses without a smart meter are still standing in California. Same as the Maui fires, man. Why? That's just really strange. Why is it that picture you saw with all those houses burned down, but the forest was not even touched? How does that even work? That's very strange. Now, there may be some, I mean, this is interesting too, which is that a couple days beforehand, the Golden Globes was mocking God. And, you know, that there may be something to do with these fires as well.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us now, why? Why now? What took you so long? Anyway, it's time for our mid-show recap, and I'm here on the floor with all of my peers. Just go with it. And this is so exciting because everywhere you look, there's a Fanning. Elle, Dakota, Peyton. Oh, the air is thick with the smell of signature fragrances and the lingering stench of ballroom salmon. Ballroom salmon is actually the name of Stanley Tucci's new cologne, now available at Buca di Beppo. So much has already happened in the first half, and the acceptance speeches have been on fire. Who got shouted out the most? Let's look at the numbers. All right, cast and crew are leading the way with 11 mentions. Moms are holding strong with 3 shout-outs. God, creator of the universe, 0 mentions. And Mario
Look at them laugh.
Lopez, host of Access Hollywood, 1. All right. No surprise in this godless town. The room has been buzzing and
No surprise in this godless town. No thanks for God. Nobody shouted out to God. Ha 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 ha. What does the Bible have to say about that? God will not be mocked. You will not mock God, the creator of the universe, who is self-existent and beyond anything we could possibly imagine. How could you possibly mock the creator and think that you're going to get away with it? Certainly not. Nobody can get away with such a thing. Now there's repentance available for you through Jesus. Jesus took those sins on his shoulders so that you could repent from such a thing and live. But these people, by and large, they've sold their souls to the devil. All these people, just like that video of Trump and Obama and their little political shindig, these people are all slaves. You look at them here in their nice suits and ties, and they're all done up, and they have nice food. This is a golden cage they're living in. Thank God that you are not among this club of materialistic illusions and false assurance of existence. All of these people, by and large, have sold their soul to the devil. And if they don't repent, they will be destroyed because they're all part of the club. So this is a golden cage scenario. They're all trapped. You who living your day to day, maybe you have some debt, maybe you have some bills, maybe you have some financial challenges, whatever. Nothing's perfect in life. You are much more free than these people. So remember that. But nevertheless, they mocked God. And so the question is there a relationship to what happened? I don't know. We can talk about that, but there's certainly some interesting things to look at with that. Of course, meanwhile, whether it was an act of God or not, of course, God has decreed all things. Meanwhile, you have the typical false signs and wonders. This is the healing statue of Mary survives California wildfires in perfect condition. So out of all the wildfires and stuff, the healing statue of Mary, Queen of Heaven, the pagan edifice, survived the fires. Isn't that interesting? Of course, you also have this Dr. Taylor Marshall, who I talk about in my Daniel walkthrough. He was teaching a thing about how the the kingdoms in Daniel are 4 kingdoms, not 5. And of course, if you realize that there's 5 kingdoms, then there's only one candidate for the 5th kingdom. But nevertheless, he's a Catholic apologist, and he says he doused his home in Catholic Epiphany holy water before the fire came. Results. These are the results. Catholic man's house in Altadena miraculously spared from fire. He credits the Epiphany house blessing. And the comments of this are just hilarious. And so this guy says, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was the only church to survive Pacific Palisades fire. It's the one true church. No holy water needed for it to survive. Same reason, different season. They have like these things with Mary, the Nagasaki mission. Holy water is absolutely useless. It's the blood of Jesus that saves and protects. I have no idea what saved this house, but it wasn't the water. This one finally talks some sense. Incredible. Sometimes I wonder why God doesn't just appear to everyone and give them a direct choice, him or not. Then something like this happens and I realize that he is doing just that every day in the Mass and in these types of miracles. So people are totally buying this stuff. And some people say this is a fake image. People are like, community notes, we need to validate this. I highly doubt that that's what happened. This is a completely fake story and even faker image, says this guy, Dr. James Washington. And this guy says, I wonder if this is the same house. Texas Rose says, and this is from another post. This is, I just talked to a married friend on the phone in Los Angeles who took this picture from his front yard and his neighbor's home. Many of the homes around him burned down, but his home and the purple scapular, and they doused the home in holy water. And that family lives a very holy life. Miraculously, their home is fine. Pray for all the others in the area and them too. So maybe it's the same, Father Dave Nix, it's the same house. So maybe it's not a fake image. I don't dispute that it was God who saved this house, but a lone home in Lahaina also survived a catastrophic fire. It had a red metal roof. I'm wondering if the home also had a metal roof. So interesting situations. So people are all up in arms about this and divided. Now, could this be like these people who are, again, this is where you have to walk a narrow road, folks. You have to walk a narrow road. And unless you have nuance in your vocabulary and in your thinking, it's easy to get either to the right or to the left. We know that God appoints all things. We know that God is very merciful. I do believe that there are genuine elect in the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church that are God-fearing people that are loyal to God, that want to please God. Of course, they're deceived by certain things because they don't have perfect theology. Nobody does. But nevertheless, they're God-fearing people. When it comes time for the final choice, those people, whichever ones they're left, God will give them the awareness to wake up and realize that what they've been taught is wrong. I believe that because the plan of salvation is universal. Not universalism, but universal in scope. All tribes and tongues. That means there are people in the Catholic Church that need to still come out. And maybe these people will come out a little bit later, but nonetheless they were saved from this fire because God saves the elect. And their house didn't burn down. What happens as a result of that? Well, the enemy quickly comes in and says, oh, well, it's because of the holy water. Oh, look, the statue of Mary didn't burn down. Oh, look, it's because they're Catholic. All really quick to spin the truth. So there's a duality here that you have to recognize, which is that God is acting and the enemy is also acting. And unless you understand how to draw a line between these two things very carefully, it's easy to go one way or another and say, oh, this is all part of the enemy, or this is all an act of God, or whatever else. There's a fine line. If these people genuinely were saved, like, because it seems to be 2 testimonies now, that Father Dave Nix post seems to be very convincing that it's the same house. Either way, those people, if they're God-fearing people and were actually rescued by God, that maybe is something that happened. And there's no reason why we wouldn't believe that, regardless of the fact that they're Catholic. Maybe they're very God-fearing and humble people. We don't know. At the same time, it's very clear that the enemy is using all of these things for deception to further along the religious agenda. Oh, look, Mary is because of Mary, is Mary's protection, and so on and so forth. So there's a battle all the time raging for your mind. And all these things that happen, you have to draw a fine line between them and realize what it is and what it's not. So, conclusion from all this stuff, by now these things should be obvious that they're contrived. Obviously, this was a real fire. This is a real situation, very deadly situation. I saw some videos of people trying to run away from the fire through like a tunnel, and then only to find out that at the end of the tunnel, it's like they're running right into more fire and flames, which is just horrible. Oh my gosh, what a horrible situation. What a horrible time. But nevertheless, they have the technology to do target burnings, to do, the things that we're seeing done, like in Maui, like in California and other places, hurricanes. They have the power to manipulate the weather. That's not even up for debate. I covered in one of these episodes, like how many patents to manipulate the weather over the last 20 years that they've filed. And the fact that the insurance companies testify against themselves, all these little memos, internal memos, like, oh, no more insurance policies 2 weeks before a giant hurricane. Like, they obviously know. They're all in on it. And of course, these things are just designed to push the agenda forward with more policies, with the crashing the economy, with making smart cities, with so on and so forth. There's multiple outcomes for each thing. The rich always get away, obviously. Insurance companies always plan ahead. And the people who get, the short end of the stick are the average people who are just there and are victims to all this nonsense. Los Angeles is the home of the 2028 Olympics, and this is a very, very significant event, considering the context of everything in Bible prophecy and history. It's a very significant event that the 2028 Olympics is being held in Los Angeles. Why? Because America is destined to be the false prophet that deceives the world into building an image. Number one. Number two, because America has flipped from dark to light. With Trump now in office, now we're going to see the image of the beast starting to really come together. And it's going to come together in the United States first and going out into the rest of the world. Doesn't have to be a linear thing, but the United States is the leader of this deception because it's the false prophet. It's the one designed to deceive the nations into doing these things. So America presumably will be the first place for these things to really happen, this new way of doing things. That's number two. Number three, you see a lot of revival, quote unquote revival, and ecumenism and everything else in the United States. Mass baptism is scheduled for this year. Their goal is to have mass baptisms across the United States, all that kind of stuff. You see conversions. Everything is coming to a critical point. You also have the dialectic with the Jews in the Third Temple, and that needs to be resolved by 2028. So there's a lot that's going to happen in the next 4 years. So by 2028, there needs to be a brand new situation. So when America is on display for the world, it needs to be resurrected. And so there's a lot that's going to happen. And so that's why it's very significant that the Olympics, which was started by Catholics, Jesuit operative, to unite the world, why it's very important that they are in Los Angeles in 2028. That means that is a marker. Do you get it? That's a goal that they need to achieve. So it's pushing and actualizing everything towards that goal and making things coalesce faster and faster. So it's a marker, again, for the fact that there's not much time. I don't see 10, sure, I see about 10 years max, but 15, 20, not really. I just can't see it. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it. The Olympics was created by a Jesuit agent. It was designed to be ecumenical, and it's going to come back to its original design and fulfill its original design, to bring this common mentality to the world and to bring the Catholic ideal to the world through sports, through games, through all these pagan activities, these Greco-Roman activities. Now, was this an act of God? Was this fire thing an act of God? Well, again, it's important to walk the narrow road because on one side you have total dismissal. Like, this was just random. God had nothing to do with it. Which, of course, God is sovereign over everything and appoints all things. And then you have the other side of it, which is superstition, right? Total attribution of everything that happens to God's judgment and God's wrath and everything else. So there's a narrow road to walk there. We know that God is not going to be mocked. We know that God appoints wicked people to judge other wicked people. We know that nothing happens unless God has allowed it to happen. So putting all that biblical information together, I think that it could be a judgment. It could be a judgment on these wicked people in Hollywood and in all the places that were there by allowing other evil people to carry out their evil desires, to bring about the smart city and burn this to the ground as judgment against the other wicked people that needed to be judged. Does that make sense? Of course, there were people there too that were saved and so on, so we don't know the full story. We don't have the full demographics, but nevertheless, it could be part of that scheme. I'm sure many elect are going to turn from their ways as a result of this situation. God will bring a lot of people out of Babylon, out of atheism, out of liberalism, out of, Hollywood from this situation. I believe that. We don't know. We don't have the numbers. We don't know, but we know that God uses all things for the good. And we also know that God is not going to be mocked. So those people cheering on that, oh, God didn't receive any accolades, ha, 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 within a few days, just like they did with the Brazilian, it just came to my mind just now, but the Mardi Gras, was it in 2022? I forget, it was a couple years ago, where they had this display on Mardi Gras, and it was literally like, it was so blasphemous, so horrible. You know how they have their parades, and one of the elements in the parade was Jesus, quote unquote Jesus, and he was, basically in his, loin covers, and then you had this guy as the devil pushing him around and just basically doing whatever he wants to him, which is just like, oh God, it was really horrible. It was really, really, really horrible. And after that situation, and people were laughing and cheering it on, after that situation, Brazil had the worst flooding it has ever had in like decades, I think. It was horrible flooding. Now we know flooding is a judgment. We know that from the Bible. We know that God's not going to be mocked. And I think, in fact, they even had a warning. I think that lightning struck the Jesus the Redeemer statue like a few days before the carnival was scheduled to happen. Like, hey, you better listen up. Don't do what you're going to do. I'm giving you a chance to repent. Don't do it. And they still did it. And then they got flooded to hell, basically. They got really flooded. Lots of really bad floods. So the same thing is with this, with this whole Golden Globe thing. They mock God, and literally like a couple days later, the whole thing is on fire. I mean, you tell me. I think there's definitely a hand of God in that somewhere, but nevertheless, it's important not to go the route of what's important here. The important part is to avoid mainly the superstitious route, which all the conservatives and Trumpers are doing, into saying, oh, this is God's message for us, that we need to, Christianize society, right? Because Hollywood's evil, so we need to, make everybody Christian and Christianize the seven mountains and, get Jesus in schools and put the Bible in schools and rest on Sunday and everything else that comes along with that superstitious behavior, which is religion. Religion and superstition are one in one. They go together. When you walk by faith, you don't need superstition. You have freedom. Superstition is slavery, but superstition works great with religion because they're hand in hand. They're two sides of the same coin. So that's what you want to avoid, because the superstitious interpretation of these events, like the lightning striking, the various monuments and stuff, and the fires that happen, if you go hardcore superstitious that, oh, it was this or it was that, and God has a message for us, and you could take that and be very creative and come up with all sorts of things and justify religious behavior, i.e. Seven Mountain Mandate Christian nationalism. So either way, the point is that God will use these things for the good. Whether or not it was an act of God, the reality is that God is not going to be mocked. And these people, if they do not repent, they will face something extremely more pressing and horrible and nightmarish than the LA fires. They're going to face the lake of fire, which is permanent death, a painful, hopeless, permanent death. Who can deliver you from that? When you've crossed the line of no return, you are in the lake of fire, you're burning to death, and you know that you'll never live again. That is just the worst possible thing in my mind you could ever experience. So we have to pray for them, and we have to spread the truth, because otherwise they will be destroyed. Now, onward to the final part of this, which is part 5, the image of the beast. Okay, well, in this final part, I want to look at how the image of the beast is coming together. If you don't know what the image of the beast is, then please watch my End Time series, my Great Delusion series, my Synagogue of Satan series. There's a lot of great material for you to edify you on that concept. We're not going to spend too much time on it here, but again, there's probably over 120 hours worth of End Times eschatological material on those particular documentaries. An image is a representation of something. So the image of the beast is a government that will represent what the papacy enjoyed for over 1,200 years in the Roman Empire after Constantine, and when the Holy Roman Empire was around and the nations of Europe pledged their power to the Pope. That was a system of government of nation states, nationalism, right? Nation states with their various kings pledging their power to the papal power, which was kind of like the god over all of them, the god of gods, right? So that's basically the government that the beast enjoyed. That's the first beast of Revelation 13. Therefore, the image of the beast is a representation of that government. And that image is going to be worldwide. That government is going to be worldwide. It's going to begin with the United States because the United States is the deceiver that is going out into the world working false signs and wonders, like what we've seen today, to deceive people into building this image. But the world is going to be bowing down to the image, meaning the system of government. It will be a worldwide government where the kings of the earth will give their power to the beast. So that's the difference. And the difference is also going to be that it's going to have technology, lots of it. AI, all the chips and QR codes and everything else that we've talked about. Cryptocurrencies, digital currency, social credit score, robots walking around, policing things. Everything that you have seen in the sci-fi movies is coming to life. That representation will begin here in the United States, and it's going to spread to the rest of the world because the politics are going to happen very quickly through Trump. Then, with the new Pope being conservative and kind of, in the opposite direction, the spiritual stuff is going to come. The torch is finally going to be passed from Trump to the Pope, and all of this I anticipate to happen within the next 7 to 10 years. Again, I could be wrong. Here's the thing, folks. Anybody who's watched my 120 plus hours of content on eschatology with the 3 series that I just mentioned, not including all of these news updates to document everything, not including even the Sabbath series, which I document, 2,000 years of Sabbath enforcement throughout history, not including that, just the things that I just mentioned. You will see that the only thing that I could possibly be wrong on, and again, I'm trying to say this without sounding arrogant, but the reality is this. The evidence is very much in alignment with that idea. The thing that if somebody asked me, what could you be wrong about? I say, okay, what I could be wrong about is overestimating the speed at which they are going to bring about the image of the beast. I could be wrong about that because really that's the only thing that's left. And they need to bring things very quickly and basically integrate the world into one governmental system and have a revival and, do all that whole stuff, the spiritual and the political. I could be wrong that the speed at which it will take them to achieve that is 7 to 10 years. I could be wrong about that. I don't think I'm wrong. Because again, all the things I've covered for you today show you very clearly how quickly they can change the culture. Again, compare from 2020 to now, 2025. In 5 years, how many things that they've changed? Now consider another 5 years from now, how much more this is going to change even faster with all these new technologies and culture shaping and dialectics. And now the dialectics are in the past. Now everybody's a MAGA Trumper and the whole world is swinging to the right. It's going to be super easy. So I could be wrong in the sense that I could have maybe overestimated the speed at which they're going to accomplish this image of the beast. I don't think I'm wrong. I really don't. Now, nobody thinks that they're wrong, but I just don't see it taking more than 10, 15 years, not even to take that long. I really don't. 10 years, I think, is a reasonable estimate for all these things to happen. It could be less than that. But either way, an image is a representation, and the political is going to happen very quickly. And then the spiritual is going to happen even quicker than that because there's not much time. There's not much time left. So let's take a look at some of these articles. There's a lot more articles in this one. This is from Culture Critic. America was founded to be the true successor of ancient Rome, but most don't know how deep the parallels run from its grid plans to its constitution. Here's why we still live in Rome and why it won't collapse this time. Here's SPQR and the eagle. Of course, you have the grids of the Roman Empire, the Senate system. You're in the woman that's riding the seven-headed beast. Those are the different empires throughout history that are the continuation of empires. 5 have fallen: Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and of course their Papal Rome is the fifth one in that. If you don't understand all this, then go watch my Revelation walkthrough. One now is, which is the wounded papacy. One is yet to come, and he'll rule for a little while, which is the United States. And then the United States will help the eighth to come, which is the beast itself, the resurrected beast, to come back into power. So the United States is the continuation of the powers, and you don't get a feel for the United States in Daniel's vision, like Daniel 2, but the United States is a continuation of these pagan systems, and it wields all the power of the first beast, meaning it is a continuation of these pagan powers throughout history. And you can see it here. This is SPQR. Here's the eagle. They also made an important logo change. America's eagle clutches an olive branch. The power of peace was central to the American ideal as it was in Rome's founding myth, the olive branch extended by Aeneas in Virgil's Aeneid. So a lot of similar mythologies of the olive branch and the eagle. Like Rome, America was founded on a semi-mythical tale. Paul Revere's midnight warning of incoming British forces became a slightly exaggerated story of bravery when America needed a unifying hero. And the U.S. venerated its heroes by comparing them to the Roman Republic's heroes. Washington's voluntary transition of power was like that of the Cincinnatus, who led Rome as dictator through a military crisis before amazingly stepping away. Cincinnatus's civic virtue stood at the heart of the founder's vision, a republic that would never fall to tyranny. Cincinnati took his name to remind them of just that. In architecture, the U.S. didn't shy away from comparing itself to Rome's history's greatest empire. New York's mighty Penn Station was modeled on the baths of the Caracalla before it was demolished. I didn't know some of this stuff. It's really fascinating to learn this kind of history. Then neoclassicism became Art Deco. It kept elements of classical design, but fused them with a powerful new energy, forging a uniquely American style worthy of a burgeoning civilization. Yeah, we have actually a lot of, what's his name? Frank Lloyd Wright here, I think, in Phoenix that has a lot of this kind of art and architecture. It's a nice style, but you know where it comes from. There's no shortage of symbolic links to Rome, but the U.S. also emulated it in a practical sense. Strict grid plans were the perfect system for a rapidly expanding nation, just like the insulae of Roman military camps and colonies. Nothing new under the sun. Ancient Rome gifted the modern world endless innovations, but above all its politics, the Roman Republic became the fundamental model for the American Republic. There's the Senate, Congress, the opposite of progress. But Rome's Republic, however successful, still fell into tyranny after 500 years with the rise and fall of Caesar. How do you stop that from happening? The founding fathers studied ancient thinkers like Plato, who warned democracies inevitably would fall into tyranny. To prevent this, Polybius said you must combine elements of the three basic systems: monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. This was the brilliance of Rome's Republic: consuls, monarch-like; Senate, aristocratic; and assemblies, democratic. The American system followed the presidency monarch, the Senate being aristocratic, and House democratic. Now here's a little tidbit for you. No system of government can possibly work without Jesus. That's why all of these systems of government, no matter how clever, and Plato says this or this philosopher says that, it doesn't matter. It's all philosophy. You know why? Because man is desperately wicked. And no matter what system you use, the flesh is going to get you. Greed and pride and envy and sloth and lust and all the things that are part of the human flesh are going to get you. It doesn't matter what system of government you use. Pretending, or I should say, putting your hopes in a system of government and voting, and we can do it, and we just need the right government, we just need the right balance of power, it's never going to happen, folks. The only time government will ever work is when the real New World Order comes about, which is when Jesus returns. And he renews all things, he destroys evil, he subsumes everybody with his spirit so that we can all do the law perfectly and be renewed in the image of the Creator. And he rules physically on earth, so he's there. And everybody's cooperating in this new reality. That's the true New World Order. And in that situation, there will not be any problems with that government. But until then, you could try any form of government. It's never going to work. Never, never, ever, ever. So this is a delusion. But to fix the threat of tyranny, the founders had to go further, so they looked to the Enlightenment. They haven't looked to the gospel yet, have they? They took to Montesquieu's ideas on checks and balances, then threw in an independent judiciary, so powers were checked like never before. There you go. That fixed the problem. Did it? Did it fix the problem? No, it didn't. Because it doesn't fix the human heart. The human heart has to be fixed, and the only one who could do that is God. Still, the founders knew that no system can fully guard against the corruption of ambition or ambitions of men. For them, history's main cause of tyranny was loss of virtue among citizens. Yeah, and they also believed that man was inherently good, which is the problem. They knew for a free society to survive that people must themselves protect it and be educated on why they should. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. For a republic to survive, the people must study civic virtue, the dedication to the common good they saw in Cincinnatus, Cicero, and embodied by Washington. No ultimate protection exists for this, but they did have one more trick. There's a nice little pagan statue. The inalienable rights of man. The Bill of Rights, First Amendment. There you go. There's your salvation. We have a Bill of Rights, the document that tells you what you can and can't do, and what you're owed. Freedom of religion, speeches, and press that no government can take. With that backstop of freedom, Americans could always study for themselves the tyrannies of history. Yeah, that was a nice experiment, but it didn't last more than 100 years, folks. Study your history. After the Civil War, America was done. That's it. It was subsumed by the beast. As Cicero, defender of Rome's republic, in his death famously said, "Not to know what happened before you were born is to be a child forever." If these threads interest you, I go deeper, yada, yada, yada. So Rome and America have a very interesting parallel, and that's because there's nothing new under the sun. And Daniel 7 tells you that the continuation of empires, the life of the empire is continued even though their dominion was taken away. And Daniel 2 says the same thing. It's one system with different empires in it, but it's one system. That is also reflected in the woman riding the beast in Revelation 17. She rides the beast. The mystery religion rides these various empires. And they're just different iterations of the same thing. When, of course, the United States is revealed in the New Testament, in the book of Revelation. It's not so much obviously, in the book of Daniel, because Daniel is just laying the foundation, historical structure. But in the Revelation, book of Revelation, we do see the United States in the false prophet and also the seventh head of the Beast of 17. And I talk about that quite a bit in my Revelation walkthrough, so check it out. Here's that guy from Germany again. Far-right activist from Germany spent U.S. election day at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Coming together as Donald Trump gathered his supporters, family, and friends at Mar-a-Lago on U.S. election day last month to wait for the results to trickle in, a small group of far-right Germans went largely unnoticed. Among them was the purported semi-professional, one-time porn actor, self-confessed former cocaine user, convicted thief, and hard-right candidate for the German parliament, Philipp Anders Rau. Together with a compact delegation of young political activists and influencers, Rau posed for the cameras with the American president-elect at his invitation chanting, "Fight, fight, fight," in English and German. Members of the Alternative für Deutschland AfD party had already been making inroads with the Trump camp for several months before the U.S. vote, as Europe's populist anti-immigration forces attempt to harness MAGA's momentum before Germany's general election in February. Coming up, Alice Weidel, the AfD leader, became one of the first politicians abroad to welcome Trump's victory, and party members say they are cultivating proximity to the incoming administration, with a few planning to attend next month's inauguration in Washington. That's right. Image of the beast is forming. Trump is the locus. He's the center of this political activity, and they're all uniting themselves to him, and he's going to bring that system of government, of MAGA, right, of populism back into the world, set the stage for the conservative pope to come in, to take the light, and to be marveled after. This is what it's all about, folks. They're all peas in a pod, though. Hungary Prime Minister said Europe can only be saved by returning to Christianity. Do you agree with him, yes or no? Now, here's a picture of a giant statue. I don't know where the statue is. And this is Christianity, or is this religion? I think that if Europe returned to the gospel, yeah, it could be saved. But it's not going to return to the gospel. It's going to return to religion. That's what the Bible predicts. It's going to return to religion. And this is exactly what's happening. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? We have some digital ID stuff. UK to roll out digital ID in 2025. Did I highlight something here? I did. And of course, as usual, it erases things. So we'll just read what we can. All right, let's see. This is InfoWars. That's right. They don't let you highlight stuff. A digital ID program utilizing smartphones will deploy in the United Kingdom next year. It is being marketed as a way for young people to buy alcohol and go to clubs utilizing facial recognition biometrics within the app. Look, kids, it's so cool. You can scan your face and buy booze. It will also allow the payment of taxes, banking activities, state-issued benefit program disbursements, and perhaps alarmingly, merely shopping at the store. Young people will be able to use government-backed digital ID cards to prove that they are old enough to drink alcohol under legal changes to take effect next year, the Telegraph said on Sunday. They'll be able to sign up to digital ID companies that are certified against government-set standards for security and reliability, and then use the app on their smartphone to prove that they are over 18 when visiting pubs, restaurants, and shops. It is part of a wider effort to move more state functions online so that people can prove their identity for everything from paying taxes to opening a bank account using the government-backed app. Yeah, everything, by the way, is now becoming increasingly more validate your identity. Like, literally, I'll be on my computer and Google signs me out and suddenly says, like, verify who you are. I'm like, what do you mean verify who I am? I've been working on this computer all day. You know my IP address. There's really no reason to suddenly just kick me off the service and say, verify who you are, put in your information again, so that they know that you're here physically when you timestamp into it. Same thing with your phone. Now, when I buy something, Shopify, of course, you probably have experienced this too. When you go on Shopify, everything is now two-factor authentication. Oh, let's send you a little code really quick before you buy this so you're authorized to buy it. And you just get used to this stuff. Now, of course, some of that stuff is useful. I mean, I guess, there is a lot of fraud, and so it's to some extent good to have those kind of things in some sense. But we know where these things are going, folks. They're getting you programmed and used to the fact of like, okay, let me just click in every time and, take my little identifier with me so that I know that I can log into the internet every 5 minutes. This is what they are getting you used to. If you've ever used crypto, it's a nightmare how many identifications you have to do. It's not decentralized. It's the most centralized thing there is. Oh, but it's on blockchain. Oh, really? You think the government doesn't have access to your information and knows exactly all your timestamps when you log into that thing with all your KYC and your identifying documents? Yeah. If you could log into a wallet without having to prove anything about who you are, then yeah, I would say it's decentralized. That's the way it should be. Of course, they're never going to do that because it would be, a nightmare for them to control. Like, it wouldn't be able to control anything. But this way, they can make you feel like, oh, you're sticking it to the man and, you're sticking it to the banks, but you're actually identifying yourself all the time. So this is happening all over the world, folks. And they're rolling these things out in different places at different times, but it's all going to coalesce. Here's one in Thailand. Thailand going down the totalitarian poop emoji hole with CBDC rollout. And again, CBDC, don't get thrown off by that term. Oh, but that's the deep state CBDC. No, there's no deep state, folks. Whether you want to call it CBDC or freedom tokens or Trump coins or whatever USA coin or whatever this is going to be, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be programmable money that's going to be attached to moral performance. Do you get it? That's the whole point. Moral performance. And if you don't perform morally, i.e. worship the beast and rest and acknowledge him as your creator, provider, redeemer on Sunday, then you're going to be extricated from society. That's the point. That's what the Bible tells you. It's not a conspiracy theory. Let's see.
Very interesting. In Thailand, the first pilot was completed successfully last year. It was a 6 months pilot. And then a week ago, the second pilot started. Because the first one was so successful, the second one was launched for 50 million low-income earners, $14 billion.
Notice, by the way, how they always pick the poor people to pick on because they're desperate. So they're doing this pilot program with CBDCs for poor people to give them some money to spend and this and that and get them used to this whole thing.
Giving away free money, $280 for every person who participates in the pilot, which is 10,000 baht, which is quite a bit of money for the average Thai. With that money, they can use it, they program the money, so they can use it to buy groceries and essential things. They cannot use it to buy fuel, tobacco, alcohol. They can use it in 4 kilometers radius from their house. The official excuse is that we want to stimulate the economy, the local community and the economy. And there's an expiry date of 6 months on the money. And everyone that participates in this pilot program has to be registered in the taxation system of the state, and many of the Thai people are not. And this is 50 million people. They onboarded a lot of millions already. It's going very fast. It's going pretty well. I'm following it. It doesn't look good. Two things that are happening in parallel to the launch of that second pilot, which is huge, is the rollout of a digital ID in Thailand, and the second one is carbon climate taxing. They're both going out in parallel. They have some linkage between them because if you want to be part of the CBDC pilot, you do have to have a digital ID. It's linking to that system. And with the carbon, the climate stuff, you can see that you may be throttled if you reach some quotas in terms of your climate-related expenses. Very interesting. In Thailand,
They're doing this already, folks. Your internet, your phone, they throttle you if you go over your data. They're going to implement this around the world in places where they can get away with it. They wouldn't be able to do this in the United States right now because the culture's not shaped yet for that. But for poor people in Thailand, they're just like with Bill Gates and his jib-jabs in Africa. They can do whatever he wants over there because there's no regulation. So that's the proving grounds for all these things. And then they bring it to the civilized world, quote unquote civilized. And so this is, you can't just see this, oh, that's just happening in China, or that's just happening in Thailand. No, this is part of the image of the beast. All these things are going to be integrated. What they're learning here, they're going to apply later. They're going to call it a different name because CBDC is the deep state version. We want Trump coin, freedom cities. We're going to have our freedom cities and freedom coins and freedom IDs and freedom this and freedom that, freedom fries. So this is the problem, folks. It's coming together very quickly. But most people won't see it. People, like the Trumpers, will see that thing in Thailand and say, that's never going to happen here. Trump is against CBDCs. No, is he? He did a 180 on Bitcoin in like 6 months. And now he wants to have his own digital nationalization of Bitcoin and a digital dollar and yada, yada, yada. He even has his own Trump coin. Come on. Trump is playing ball for his masters, not for you. Oh, this is from Fox Business, Catholic Business, X money payment system to launch in 2025, X-CEO. Hours before ringing the new year, the CEO of X, formerly Twitter, announced the platform will launch a payment system, X Money, in 2025. In an X post on Tuesday afternoon, CEO Linda Yaccarino said users are the media and announced X will connect you in ways you never thought possible. Just like they give these poor people in Thailand, look, you can have groceries, you can have food, you can do everyone. Just sign on the dotted line, make sure you get registered so we can put you in the governmental system, know exactly what you're doing, where you're at, track your behavior, but here's free money. Oh, X, it's going to give you so many things you want. It's going to be amazing. Just try it out. Get used to it. She followed up by referencing XTV, X Money, Grok, and more. Buckle up. Happy New Year, Yaccarino wrote. Yeah. Buckle up, folks. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild hell of a ride for the next 7 to 10 years. That's for sure. But X, X is going to be the thing in the United States. X is going to be like the WeChat. Oh my gosh, that's not what I want to do. There's some... See this little highlighters on here. I'm trying to get rid of it. Anyway, what does this say? Oh, TikTok. Biden won't enforce TikTok ban. Official says, leaving fate of the app to Trump. Gosh, how convenient. At the end of Biden's term, all these dialectics with TikTok and everything else. Now suddenly, Trump can decide. What is Trump going to do? Trump is going to probably give it to Elon Musk, and they're going to take over another part of it and make WeChat of the United States that controls all these apps. It knows exactly what you're doing everywhere and controls your life and everything else. This is the whole thing. They got people to use TikTok. They made a dialectic with China so they could justify banning it. And then, no, quick, don't ban it. Just take it over. And now it's over. Whereas if the government had just started it, if they just started it and it came up and it became this giant mega app, then people would have been suspicious. But now that there's been this drama and this tit for tat and this ping pong game with the lasers, oh my gosh, it's so much more entertaining now. Now it seems justified to take it over and Americanize it. President Joe Biden won't enforce a ban on social media app TikTok that is set to take effect a day before he leaves office on Monday. A U.S. official said Thursday, leaving its fate in the hands of President Donald Trump. Congress last year, in a law signed by Biden, required that TikTok's China-based parent company ByteDance to divest the company by January 19th, a day before the presidential inauguration. The official said that the outgoing administration was leaving the implementation of the law and the potential enforcement of the ban to Trump. The official spoke on condition of anonymity in order to discuss internal Biden administration thinking. Trump, who once called to ban the app, here we go, more doublespeak, has since pledged to keep it available in the United States, though his transition team has not said how they intend to accomplish that. TikTok CEO Shu Zichu is expected to attend Trump's inauguration and be granted a prime seating location at the as the president-elect's national security advisor signals that the incoming administration may take steps to keep TikTok from going dark. Of course, what are the steps that the government is going to do? What do you think the government's going to do? Really, like, elementary question. What do you think is going to happen here? What do you think? Right? When Elon tells you that his dream is to make X into a WeChat, and Meta is flipping to the right, and the image of the beast is forming, and culture is being shaped, and there's dialectics here, and the bad cop is giving the torch to the good cop and saying, there you go, you take care of it, i.e., it was never my problem, it was going to always be this, but now we've finished our little game, so it's your turn to, to act and to bring this forward. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? What's going to happen is that TikTok's going to be taken over, and it's going to be integrated. Here's proof of it. I'm not to say proof, but here's a documentation that this is not just a conspiracy theory.
Elon Musk is reportedly looking to buy TikTok. Here's why I think that is a terrible idea. Elon Musk recently faced backlash for demonetizing the X accounts of those whose opinions he disagrees with. It seems this demonetization is subject to his personal opinion and not a consistent company policy. Have I not been warning you about Elon Musk for years? Never forget that at the Met Gala, his jacket read Novus Ordo Seclorum, which is Latin for New Order of the Ages. I believe that Elon Musk purchasing Twitter was not as much about free speech as it was about gathering data on humans for the creation of AI and transhumanistic projects and potentially a global social credit system. Let's not forget that Elon Musk was a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, and social media is listed as a pillar of the digital ID system. It always felt weird to me how easily they gave up Twitter. Did that feel weird to you too? Klaus Schwab stated that the fourth industrial revolution will be a fusion of our digital, physical, and biological identities, aka transhumanism. No one on the right seems to be at all concerned that all of Elon's projects, pretty much, Neuralink, Starlink, the Boring Company, Tesla, support and provide the groundwork for the globalist goals and Agenda 2030. He is creating a brain-computer interface, and he stated on Joe Rogan's podcast that he believes it will become totally commonplace and humans will be able to telepathically communicate with each other within 5 to 10 years. Tesla is a data collection company disguised as a car company. Tesla is harnessing machine learning and AI to build one of the most innovative neural networks in the world. He's even using machine learning at Tesla to test out predictive behavior in humans. Whether you like Elon Musk or not, whether you believe he is intentionally trying to bring about those globalist goals or not, that is where his work is heading. Elon Musk.
See, this is another good example of having to use a very nuanced approach. She has some good things. This is documenting the inevitable and unavoidable fact that Elon is part of the club. He's a globalist puppet, just like all of them are. Obviously, this is so obvious. But what is the angle here? The angle is, the evil is transhumanism. The evil is AI. The evil is Klaus Schwab, which is not true, folks. The evil is not obvious. The evil is not some obvious dark dystopian future. The evil is a false light golden age that everybody's going to love to be a part of. Okay, if you are aware of the big bad evil globalists that want to make you crickets, you can't marvel after the beast in that situation. Do you get it? So this is the misappropriation. So you need to take the meat and spit out the bones, because transhumanism, you're already transhuman. What you can do with your phone is more than somebody could do 50 or 100 years ago. You are transhuman. You are transcending humanity with just a little phone in your hand, or your little smartwatch, or whatever else, or your electric bike or your electric car. You're already transhuman. Transhumanism is not what the Bible warns you about. Okay? Transhumanism will be, I'm sure, some part of it. Maybe there'll be some benefits for people by participating in, and getting chipped and so on. But that's not what the Bible warns you of. The Bible warns you that there is a spiritual power that will deceive people into worship, and they'll think that this is a good thing. So you can't think that this is a good thing if you're aware of the globalists. You get it? So there's more to the story with these things. It's not just so obvious, it's the globalists, the WEF, the Klaus Schwab. Remember who has a permanent observer at the UN and all these economic forum? Who has a permanent observer there? The Vatican does. What does that tell you? If they have a permanent observer, if they're just observing, they're not involved in the decision, they're observing. Well, it tells you who pays the bills. That's what it tells you. What in the New World Order do we have here, Donnie? Apparently, we will be investing at least $20 billion to build all AI data centers across America in the upcoming years. Let's see what Donnie has to say.
He's a founder and chairman of Damac Properties, Hussein Sejwani, very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that Damac will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and
Catch that? Short period of time.
they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sunbelt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence. He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know, with AI. In particular, the first phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and
That's going to be a very, very hot item because America needs to lead the charge and deceive the nations into adopting this system. Now, let me just ask you an honest question. You can ask this to any of your Trumper friends. If Barack Obama was here in Trump's place and Barack Obama was speaking to you about some dude investing potentially up to even 40 or maybe $60 billion in a very short period of time to build massive data centers for AI research and AI capabilities across the United States. If this was Barack Obama saying the exact same things in the exact same language, people would be up in arms. The Trumpers would be frothing at the mouth that the deep state is taking over and doing all these, evil things to bring the military-industrial complex to some dystopian future. People would be up in arms, right? If Hillary Clinton was saying these things, okay, what would you think, right? But because Trump is saying it, oh, no, it's America. We got to lead the way because, we have all that Bitcoin we got to nationalize, and that's going to give us, economic power and any kind of justification because Trump is the one saying it. It's so delusional to think that just because this man is telling you something that you would froth at the mouth for if somebody else was telling you, that because it's different because he's a lone ranger or whatever else you think. I don't know what these people think, but obviously Trump can get away with it. But if somebody from the other side was saying these things, this would be so easily and obviously evil because this is moving towards the New World Order, the counterfeit New World Order, not the real one. But either way, AP. Trump says he will change the name of the Gulf of Mexico. Can he do that? Yes, he can. President-elect Donald Trump said Tuesday he would move to try to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, a name he said has a beautiful ring to it. It's his latest suggestion to redraw the map of the Western Hemisphere. Trump has repeatedly referred to Canada as the 51st state, demanded that Denmark consider ceding Greenland, and called for Panama to return the Panama Canal. That's right. We have to get this image of the beast going, folks. We got to get the resurrected Roman Empire and marveling after the beast, and all these things are on a time scale. If people thought this was a joke at first, but this is serious. This is from Wall Street Journal. Denmark opens back channel to Trump to discuss Greenland. U.S. ally is signaling its willingness to negotiate military and economic matters related to the island, but won't sell it. That's the first phase. We'll see how it goes. The Danish government in recent days has privately sent a message to Donald Trump's team that Copenhagen is happy to negotiate military and economic deals related to Greenland. But it wants the conversation to take place behind closed doors. Why? Why are you guys so shy to talk about these things? Obviously, you're doing something you shouldn't do. That's why you want to talk behind closed doors. Here's this from Donald Trump on Instagram. Oh, Canada. And he's got a picture of the United States and Canada with one giant flag to rule them all. And this is the future, folks. And of course, it sounds really silly, but it's not. It's really not. If you understand the context of the Bible, we'll look at something very important with that. But this is from The Sun. Donald Trump should be allowed to buy Greenland. The world needs a transfer window for countries, says Jeremy Clarkson. The former Top Gear host and Sun columnist backed the incoming U.S. president's controversial foreign policy goals as pretty strong. So he should be allowed to buy Greenland. Of course, there's this whole dialectic now and debate against this. And what's going to happen? Well, we have to see and watch these things, but there's more to the story as always.
I really wish people would wake up. Donald Trump Jr. in Greenland on private visit after dad suggests U.S. should buy territory from Denmark. Trump wants U.S. control of the Panama Canal. Now he's talking about changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Just watch.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring.
I'm sure some of y'all are like, who cares? Why is that important? I'll tell you. Do y'all remember the Club of Rome? It was a group that was organized in 1968 for the sole purpose of accelerating the plans to have the New World Order. Of course, they wanted it by the year 2000, but that didn't happen. And guess what it's made out of? 10 nations. Do you see how Trump's plan aligns with that? Revelation chapter 17, verse 12. The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received a kingdom, but who for 1 hour will receive authority as kings along with the beast. It's time to wake up. They've been hinting it for a while. Trump, the magician. Even in Space Force, it's just like out there. You're the mighty watchful eye. It's got the eye symbolism. MAGA is the 5th degree and the Church of Satan. It's truth in plain sight. Trump announced $20 billion investment to build new AI data centers in the United States. He's also buddies with Peter Thiel, who is over Palantir Technologies, which is a major surveillance tech. The investor for these AI data centers is billionaire Hussein, whatever his name is. Look who he's buddy with. They had to give y'all a hero, and a lot of y'all have just taken the bait.
They have, and if you try to explain this to anybody who's a Trump fan, I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible to reach them. This is that 10 Kingdoms map. This was from the Club of Rome. There's another guy who published a similar map. We'll look at that in just a second, but this is what they're going for, folks. Now, who knows exactly how it's going to pan out? But if you remember, like originally, Papal Rome was here, and he had all the nations of Europe pledging their power to the Pope. Okay? All these little nation states. That system is going to resurrect and be worldwide. This is what the Club of Rome thing is. It's going to be resurrected, and you can imagine like the whole Roman Empire is this map right here, the whole map of the world. And these are the nation states in the Roman Empire and pledging their power to the Pope. This is the image of the beast that will enforce the mark and that the devil will receive worship through, because the Pope will be the God King over this entire. This is the final iteration of the mystery religion and the pagan empires. How this is going to look exactly, who knows? It's not important to be dogmatic about it, but certainly Trump wanting to create one system out of North America, have a North American kingdom, to which then that kingdom can pledge its power to the beast, makes sense, because then other countries will follow suit. Oh, well, maybe South America, maybe the Latin American countries, we should have our own kingdom too. Africa should have its own kingdom because this system works. Look at America, it works. So everybody's going to have their own kingdom, just like, it's interesting here that you see this is Russia, and it seems like Ukraine is annexed. Is that? Yeah, I think that's Ukraine. It is, yeah, that's Germany. The Ukraine is here somewhere. So that's interesting. Anyway, this will be interesting to watch, the different kingdoms of the earth and how they form, but that's another thing to be watchful for, is as America becomes this kingdom, it already is a kingdom, but as it really solidifies into this section of the world, watching other places do the same thing, because they have to have giant areas that can then pledge their obedience to the papal power. You can't have all of these countries doing their own thing. You get it? They all have to be on the same calendar. I've talked about this in my Sabbath series too, where right now a lot of these countries are on a different calendar. We are on the Constantinian calendar, which is the Roman calendar, which has been around since 321 AD, where Sunday is the first day of the week. Some other countries, I think like China, Sunday is the 7th day of the week. And like in some of the Muslim countries, it's a little different too. So they all have to get on the same calendar in order for the world to be enforced with Sunday laws. The Jews and Muslims have to convert. China has to go from dark to light and have a revival, a Catholic revival, which is brewing there because there's a massive opportunity for the Catholic Church to resurrect in China. Just wait. I talked about it before. India is having a major conversion right now with literally I've covered articles where they've planned mega churches of 300,000 people to build tons of them over the next 10 years. And India is practically ripe for the picking into Catholicism because they're pagans. So for them, it's no different carrying around a statue of Vishnu with candles and a statue of Mary. Oh, okay, well, we did that too, just a different god. So, okay, that makes sense. Throw a little charismatic Kundalini awakening. They're already attuned to that. That's going to be easy, folks. So there's some spiritual things that need to happen, political things that need to happen, but this is not that far off. It's really not. It really is not. Here's the other map. I think this is, what is her name? Brianna Robinson. Let's see. Oh, she's talking, but there's no sound. Hold on. Have you seen this map? Here's that map of the world by this other guy. This random dude that just came and went.
World Order map from 1942. It was created by a Polish Jewish immigrant named...
So this was before the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome published their map in, was it 1960s, 70s, something like that.
Maurice Gomberg. This map proposed a post-World War II New
Probably a Jesuit. Just an educated guess.
World Order following a victory by the Allies. The map predicted that the US would control Canada, Mexico, Greenland, and a number of Pacific islands. The US would also have a dominant military presence globally. Make of that what you will in light of Trump's new plan to conquer Canada, Mexico, and Greenland. I'm not telling you what to think, I'm just presenting information. Almost nothing is known about this Polish Jewish immigrant, Maurice Gomberg. Apparently he just dropped this map and that's it. You can't find any information about him on the internet other than this map. This man is a ghost, which is kind of strange. A little bit
Nah, he's just a Jesuit.
suspicious. I'm just saying, be careful what you blindly cheer for. Have you seen the New World Order?
Remember when, what's his name? Lacunza, the Jesuit who was one of the Jesuits who basically made the futurism in what it is today, dispensationalism. Manuel Lacunza. He published his commentary on Revelation as Yosef ben Ezra, a Jewish rabbi or a Jewish pseudonym, and that way he could hide his identity. Of course, Irving found the book and translated it into English and fell in love with it, and then the rest is history. But Yosef ben Ezra. So that tells you everything, folks. That tells you everything. So when you see these little stories of some random Jewish guy that never was discovered and just published this, map that suddenly got regurgitated 20, 30 years later by the Club of Rome for their plans for world domination. I mean, very likelihood he's probably a secret society member, probably a Jesuit, who knows. We have one more feature presentation for you today, and that is the running of Andrew Tate for office.
Ladies and gentlemen of the United Kingdom, my name is Andrew Tate. I'm the leader of the BRUV Party, Britain Restoring Underlying Values. And I'm here
Bruv and Doge are going to be excellent partners together. I can just feel it.
to introduce myself to you as the only hope and chance for the once Great Britain to repair itself from the eternal decline we are unfortunately being subjected to. I'm extremely rich and very successful. And although this has not brought me much happiness or any new friends, it has certainly increased the variety and capability of my enemies. They have locked me in Romania for over 3 years. The UK Foreign Office instructed the Romanians to do exactly this on false charges that even Romanian courts now are admitting were completely fabricated because they fear my influence. And they fear my influence because the United Kingdom has been hijacked by Satanists who have absolutely no concern for the people they are supposed to work for. They work for big banking interests and they ignore their constituents absolutely. There is currently nobody within the political class which will do the things which are necessary to repair our once great country. There is no reason for a city with a legacy like London to be running with blood and for drugs to constantly be found on our streets. There is no reason for a country like Great Britain that once had the most formidable navy on the planet to be endlessly invaded, incapable of defending its own borders. The decisions that our rulers are currently making are not accidental, and I no longer believe it is incompetence. It is simply malice. They are deliberately trying to destroy our society. They are two-tier policing on purpose. They're allowing us to be invaded on purpose. They're allowing crime to run rampant on purpose. They're allowing drugs to run rampant on purpose, because the politicians do not work for you. They work for somebody else. And those people want the UK and all of Western civilization to be destroyed. They're going to laugh at my attempt to become prime minister. They're going to do their very best to delegitimize me. They're going to say that I'm not serious, that I don't stand a chance of winning, exactly like they did to Donald Trump at the beginning.
Do you get it?
These people do not understand that the world is changing. The youth is with us. And with time, as these people grow old and die, and the youth stays mobilized, we can take our countries back. You don't have to like me. This is beyond the politician. This is about the politics. You can hate me with all of your being. But even if you hate me, I guarantee you your streets will be safer. I guarantee you the invasion will end. I guarantee you our economy will be more prosperous. Those who love me and hate me alike will benefit from my leadership as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Listen to me. I'm the good cop here, and that bad cop is going to get taken care of as soon as I come in. Just trust me on it.
And I will be addressing the pressing concerns that the people of the UK face in these prime directives here on Twitter, so you can see what real leadership looks like. Every time an issue appears, I'll tell you exactly how I would fix it. I previously laid out how I would fix the knife crime epidemic. I previously laid out how I would fix the shores being invaded by people who are not British and do not share our culture. And I will continue to lead by example and show competence and explain to you exactly how I'd fix the issues as Keir Starmer and the other MPs refuse to show up in the House of Commons or discuss anything that matters at all. We will take our country back, or our country will fall. We are in a binary scenario. It is 1 or 0.
Pay attention. 1 or 0. Don't be like the dumb cat.
It's not okay. It will not be fine. It will not fix itself. And these people currently sitting in those chairs in the Houses of Commons have no intention at all of fixing it. Their only intention is to hold on to power, to destroy the country, to enrich themselves, and to delegitimize anybody who they see as a genuine threat to the stranglehold they had on our once great nation. The only thing you can rely on in European politics is the perma-failure of our political class. None of these things are going to get better. Nothing is going to get fixed. Nothing is ever going to change. But this perma-failure can work against them, because as they fail to address issues and fail to take me seriously as a political candidate, on a long enough time frame, I will win. My promise to everyone at home is that I will deliver my manifesto instantly and efficiently. You can download the manifesto at votebruv.co.uk for free, and you will be able to see exactly how I intend to fix the UK. If I do not implement my manifesto within 3 months of power, I will step down myself. If I take power and shadow interests, hidden figures prevent me from implementing my manifesto, I will tell all of you why they are stopping me and who they are. I will be transparent and explain exactly why we cannot fix our country. I understand by doing this, they're going to try and put me in jail like they already have. I understand by doing this, I'm making very powerful enemies. But men must live for something larger than themselves. Their perma-failure will eventually lead to their destruction, and we will reunite as a country and take our borders back. There is nothing left to lose. There is no longer any time to wait. Our country is falling apart around us, and in this world where things move faster than they ever have, the process is accelerating. America has managed to save itself with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And now the United Kingdom needs somebody who is prepared to do the hard things which must be done, who is prepared to be the bad guy, who's prepared to take the heat and risk his life to save our once great nation before it is too late. If you would like to see me as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, you can support the Bruv mission, Britain Restoring Underlying Values, simply by signing up for the email list at votebruv.co.uk.
Man, they love their acronyms. Doge, Bruv. Oh, the title of this video is exactly like Trump. Andrew Tate announces bid for UK PM after Musk backs controversial personality. Peas in a pod, just like Trump. Didn't he say that? Just like Trump, they underestimated Trump. What do you mean they underestimated Trump? Trump has been groomed for decades to be what he's doing now. And he didn't just show up randomly, but that's the narrative they're feeding you. Just like the narrative that, oh, suddenly Andrew Tate is just deciding to run for office. Do you think he would run for office just willy-nilly? Like, do you think that running for office is not only just financially crippling, but it's exhausting? Unless he had a reassurance that what he's doing is going to be panning out, there would be no reason for Andrew Tate to do that. He's very comfortable. Oh, I'm locked up in, oh, you poor, wealthy multimillionaire. You're locked away in your mansions in Romania where you're basically a god king there. You poor thing. Do you think that he would have any reason to go into politics unless he knew that he was being backed? Of course he is. Of course he's being backed. That's why he's doing what he's doing. This is not a joke. He's running for office. And he's running at the perfect opportunity when everything has reached its darkest hour, when the political turmoil is everywhere, where the culture is being destroyed. Suddenly now, what do you see? You see the same thing like they did with Trump. They're introducing a charismatic figure. All of these, if you followed all these different places where the dialectics are happening with politics and bringing up charismatic leaders, all of these people are like Trump. Do you get it? What's the guy's name in Argentina? Milei. Then there's the one in Brazil. Then there's Italy. Italy's one is like super charming or super wanting to basically be like Trump. And she's, very charming and authoritarian. It's the fascist model of bringing a charismatic leader that is authoritarian, that is getting things done, and seems like the solution, but then ultimately he's just a dictator or she's just a dictator. These people are going to be playing their cards with Trump. Trump is the main man to bring the MAGA populist system to the whole world, and all of these people are going to be peas in a pod with Trump. And you're going to see all around the world, people are allying themselves with one man, which is again setting the stage for the final marveling, which is the Pope. Trump is not the Pope. He's not going to be the Pope. I don't see that happening. Although that would, at this point, can't rule it out, I guess. It might happen, but you never know. The point is that Trump is not the final boss, right? So that means that all this marveling and attention that he's getting from the world is designed for something. He has to be a Judas goat in my mind. And he's a Judas goat for the entire world to bring the entire world to the papal power. He's a he's the greatest Judas goat in history, to bring all of the world into this political system so that then it can adopt a spiritual reality. So Andrew Tate running for office tells you everything about the state of the world that we're in right now. He'll be buddy-buddy with Trump when he makes it. Of course, he's perfectly primed to be the good cop to solve the bad cop's problems. I don't think, again, that he would be running unless he knew that he would have support and he would be, put into office. But don't forget, folks, please don't forget. Let's not forget really quick, because people forget very quickly in today's world. It's another reason why they have so many psyops. Do you get it? They have so many psyops that you just forget. There's just so much sensory overload that you forget what happened like 2-3 years ago. You forget that Andrew Tate talked about men being cowards for not politically being involved with what's going on. Oh, you're a coward if you're not voting. You're a coward of this. You forget all the times that he got emotional and loss of control, temper, got violent, all these things. You really think that when somebody like that, with such a horrible track record, when he's given all the power of being basically in control, do you really think he's not going to show his fangs eventually? Of course he is. Of course he's going to show his fangs. Andrew Tate is the last person who should have power over the people. But nevertheless, this is what the people want. They want to be enslaved, and they're going to be devoured by the delusion. But nevertheless, he's going to be the first to call for a public execution for people who don't support the system, people who don't bow down to the authority and rest on Sunday and do whatever else. Our culture. You're pretty soon, again, when the Muslims and the liberals are thrown under the bus, and everybody's been integrated into this new thing. All of that rhetoric that you see him right now passionately yelling and focusing on all the evils of the left and the deep state and the atheists and the Muslims and blah, 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 blah. When all those threads are, out of the way, do you think that's just going to magically go away and Andrew Tate and all of his compadres are going to be suddenly just really nice people? And okay, well, I guess all the threads have been, done away with now. Now we can actually be nice and friendly. Or are all those threads just walls between you and the beast? And they come down one by one. Atheism, liberalism, Muslims, Jews, homosexuals, whatever. Everybody's gone now. Now there's a nice clear path for the beast to go and sink its teeth into the people that it really wants to sink it into, which is the Sabbath-keeping elect of God that refuse to bow down. That refuse to bow down to the system, because you will reveal yourself. We don't know who is elect and who isn't, but at the end of time, at some point you will reveal yourself by refusing to bow down to the system. Then the beast will know who God's elect are, and they can be killed or persecuted or thrown in jail or whatever else. So those are the people that the beast really wants. But to get to those people, that requires many, many steps and layers. And so this is the point. Once all of those threads are knocked out, all that animosity and vitriol and toxicity that you see from all of these people that's directed, and right now it's directed at Muslims, it's directed at the deep state, it's directed at the Jews, it's directed at the liberals. When all those fires are put out, all of those faces are going to go whoop. All the multiple heads of the Hydra are going to come up and go and ready to attack. So you have to be ready for that outcome, because Andrew Tate and the people like him are going to be the first to call for your head when you do not bow down to this system. Right now, he's campaigning as the strong and dependable man that Britain needs, quote unquote, but he's just another charismatic actor. He's a person that's been put into a position at the right time to create a cult of personality, because people are desperate for solutions with all this immigration crisis that's taken over England. And so he represents the old guard. He represents that Anglo-Saxon pride, that nationalism that we got to get back, and solutions and prosperity, and just like what Trump represents. It's an idol. It's an idol, and they're masters at creating idolatry through these people. And of course, because people did not love the truth. Do you see a common thread here? If you love the truth, you see right through this stuff. But if you don't love the truth, then you're going to be very easily deceived by a human solution, by a man coming to save you. A man other than Jesus, obviously. And this is the point. This is the point. And because people did not love the truth, they will be devoured by the lie and the deception, by all signs and power and wonders of the devil. This is a sign and wonder. Andrew Tate running for office is a sign and wonder, because he is preying on emotionally damaged and vulnerable people that have been so traumatized by this dialectic of Muslim invasion in Britain. So this is a sign and wonder, and of course people that don't love the truth will be devoured soon. And it's also a sign that things are coming to an end, folks. All of these people that are sprouting up, charismatic dictators and people that are loving these people and swinging to the hard right, the center being abolished, this is a sign that we're coming very close to the image of the beast to come to life, and as a result, that the world will marvel after the beast. When people hear me say that the world will bow to the Pope and enforce Sunday laws, they think I'm crazy. They really are. But look around you. Look around you. We've covered quite a lot of things today, and we covered quite a lot of things in all these episodes. But watch my news episodes, watch my end times materials. We're at the end of the end. That's pretty well documented, I think. Who knows how much longer it is, but I don't see these things happening for 20, 30, 40 years. I really don't. I'm just being honest. I really don't see this happening for 20, 30, 40 years. I see it happening for 10, maximum 15, although that seems like an eternity to me. But nevertheless, they are going to arrive at a universal digital system very soon with all the technology. They're going to flip the world to a populist national federation of nation states very soon, because all the countries are flipping. They're going to convert people to a charismatic new Catholic religious thing very soon. That's all happening across the world as well. The technology part isn't hard. It's not, like I said, we already have the tech to enforce the mark of the beast, but the challenge is shaping the culture so that people accept this counterfeit salvation and counterfeit path. More and more people are going to flock to these solutions, these digital things like the X money and, digital coins and digital systems and trials and all stuff for free money. People love this kind of stuff. They're so easily baited because they don't have the love for the truth. You have to have a love for the truth. This is the moral of the story today, folks. If you have a love for the truth, then you can get out of this matrix. So the question is, at what point do you pull away from this? At what point do you pull away? Well, again, walking the narrow road is important. On one side, you have total dismissal of these things like, this doesn't concern us. People have been saying end times forever. How do we know it's the actual end times? That's one side of it. That's, skepticism. And on the other side, you have I need to drop everything, go into the forest and, live off grid. That's also another extreme. Complete self-reliance, which is not true, because even when you're off grid, living off grid is a nightmare. I don't know if you ever looked into it, but living off grid, truly off grid, nobody's really off grid. It's not going to hurt you to be more self-sufficient, to learn to maybe grow some food, I think is a good practice. having more efficient ways of doing things, being natural, right, in your things, not being so dependent. Like, for example, I make my own deodorant. I mean, it sounds like a random idea, but I learned how to make my own deodorant. It's actually very effective. It's natural. It's cheap. It's way cheaper. And I don't have to go and do the store. Now, I'm not saying that's like some crazy life hack, but learning to do those kind of things and being more in tune with nature, right? With natural things, with living a more natural life, I think is a good idea without having to go into prepper mode. When they start passing serious Sunday legislations and you start seeing propaganda against keeping the Sabbath, against Sabbath keepers, it's time to get out of the major cities. It's time to get out of the major cities. And at some point, you'll have to come to the terms with the fact that you'll lose internet access, benefits of various kinds, transportation, electricity, maybe all kinds of things. But God will provide a way. Somehow he'll provide a way. If you're left alive, then I believe that God will provide a way. So worry less about when that point will come and more about what you're going to do until that point in time. What are you doing until that point in time? Until the point where you have to make a decision and leave everything. Are you spreading the gospel? Are you helping the poor? Are you helping others out of deception? Are you learning and edifying yourself so that you aren't deceived and you know the major doctrines of Christianity? Are you trying to live by the golden rule and treat others with kindness? Are you taking care of your health, right? Taking care of your health is very important. Don't be eating fast food. Don't be eating junk. I have a lot of stuff on health on my website. If you have some questions, I'm happy to try to help you live a healthier life. But nevertheless, you have to live a healthy life, folks. You can't hang on to insurance. Now, of course, sometimes there are meds and things you have to take and you do your best, but really try your best to live as healthy as possible and take as few medications as possible. It's not about being self-reliant. It's about not being reliant on this beast system. And the more you can try to get off medications and be a healthier individual, the better. This body is dying every day, but nonetheless, it's the body we've been given until we get our final bodies. So we have to take care of it. All of these things that I just listed off, spreading the gospel, helping the poor, helping others out of deception, edifying yourself, living with gratitude, living by the golden rule, taking care of your health. This is what you should consume your day, right? Having a purposeful life, having meaning in your work. That's what you should consume your day. Not how do I survive the coming apocalypse? Again, it doesn't hurt to be more self-sufficient, to learn some of those things if you have the time, if you have some means to do that. I don't think that's a bad idea, but living off-grid is not easy. I don't know if you've ever looked into it. Living off-grid is extremely high risk. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to live off-grid. If you've ever watched people who actually try to live completely off-grid, they have those like reality shows and documentaries and stuff. It's horrible. It is absolutely horrible to try to live off-grid. I'm not saying it's a bad idea to have maybe like generators and solar power stuff and maybe water filtration. Being responsible, absolutely. I think those things are useful tools. But you can't just try to live off grid right now. I mean, you can, if you have the means to do it, then, and if you're passionate about that, then sure, why not? Give it a shot. But nevertheless, don't worry about that stuff as much as the other stuff that's important that I just listed off. So final thoughts for all this, wrapping it up. There's a lot going on. I'm going to do my best to watch the news and continue to do these updates while I have other projects that I'm working on. Of course, there's many projects that I want to finish this year. And then once my salvation series is done, then I can just focus on the news and we'll see where everything's are. But my anticipation for that is probably I'm going to be finished with that series by the end of this year, by the fall, something like that, maybe even the end of the year. In either case, after that, I'll be focusing on the news. Maybe I'll do lives, maybe I'll do weekly VDS episodes. I don't really know. I don't know what I'll do. But either way, there's a lot of projects that need to be done, and I'll try to do my best to focus on the news. If you are watching the news, then watch for the things that we've been talking about. Watch for false signs and wonders. Watch for dialectics. Watch for image of the beast stuff. Watch for, religious nationalism take over, AI, and all these different things we've been discussing. Watch for these things and send them to me, and that way we can all watch together. You can post them in the Fennec Fox chat so everybody can be edified by it. And we can watch like one giant Fennec Fox ear, basically one giant satellite dish here. But the point is that we all have to be watching the right things. In the end, it's about perspective. It's about perspective. The cat video is very cute and it's funny, but it has a very good point, doesn't it? And that's a very good point, because the dumb cat couldn't see the hand behind his head. It's like Plato's cave, where the people are holding, various objects and the light is casting a shadow and the prisoners are looking, and the wall, in front of them has a projection, but they don't see the hand behind their head. Same thing with the cat. The dumb cat was just looking left to right and just getting entertained by the laser pointer. It hadn't even concept that it could be a laser pointer. It just sees, it's the reality that's in front of it. Whereas the smart cat had a different perspective. It was turned around and it sees like, oh, wait a minute. Well, that's interesting. And it figures it out, which is such a funny video, but it's so important. The smart cat looked around and saw the hand. You get it? He looked around. So you have to have perspective. Perspective is everything, because the way that you get out of this system is through perspective. The devil's goal is to suck you into the chess game where the two hands are playing each other and you're like, oh, I'm on the light. Oh, now the dark winning. Oh, now the light's winning. And what's happening next? And you're in the storm of life. Whereas if you use scripture and history correctly, it zooms you out to the big picture and you see that, oh, the devil's actually under this table and saying, ha ha, look at me doing this. But you're not affected by it because you see the dialectic. You see that both sides are controlled. That's the point. So know your history so that you can see where things are going, and understand your scriptures so that you have a standard of judgment. If you don't know your history, you don't know where things are going. You can't possibly understand where things are going. If you don't understand the Bible's prophecies clearly, and we do a great job in the Daniel Revelation series, so go check it out. 13 hours. Well worth your time. But see the big picture there, and if you understand that, then you have right judgment. If you don't understand that, you cannot possibly interpret the news correctly. You can get a few things right, which are very obvious, i.e., oh, the globalists are coming. Well, what does that mean, the globalists? The globalists are... The Bible doesn't warn you about atheism. Yeah, there are globalists. Trump's a globalist, but not the kind of globalist that the people who are pointing out the globalists think he is. Do you get it? Trump is part of the globalists, but the globalists that the majority of people are worried about are the atheistic, obvious, evil globalists. They're all globalists, folks. The ones that are coming to rescue from the globalists are also globalists. That's the point. But you don't understand that unless you really understand the context of history and scripture put together. All of these dialectics are necessary for more and more people to wake up. Just like how the Q nonsense deceived a lot of conservatives, and now people are waking up to Trump's lies through all these deceptions. In the same way, there's liberals that need to wake up because of Trump's winning and meta flipping to the right and so on that we talked about. God has elect from all tribes and tongues, conservatives and liberals, and he's going to bring them to himself through these various dialectics. As the devil is doing his thing, God is doing it all for the good and using it for his purposes. So we have to remember to stay steadfast, and also, very importantly, to take a leadership role. I hope that these episodes have inspired you and also armed you and edified you to take a leadership role. These things that we discuss in these podcasts are not well known by most people, unfortunately. Most people are caught on one side or the other of the dialectic, or they know some truth, they can see that these things are dialectical in nature, but they don't see where the history, the track record of history is going. They don't understand that the beast is the papal power. They don't understand that the image of the beast is a resurrected government that will honor and give power to this papal power so that people can worship the devil through the Pope. They don't understand that bit. And that's critical, because then you can understand what the mark of the beast is, and you can understand what is happening with society and how everything is being shaped in that direction. So we need to take an active role in spreading this information and helping people understand. All these things are foreign to most Christians today, sadly, because they've been deceived by dispensationalism, by preterism, charismatic movements, NAR, Pentecostalism, all kinds of nonsense. So they have some pieces, but they realize that these things are dialectical in nature, but they don't have the full truth. They don't see the big picture. They don't have perspective. Do you get it? They're still caught in some sort of dialectic. Many of these influencers who see something is up, like Ashley, or the other one's name's like Brianna or whatever it was, Shepherd for the King. I'm going to call him Shepherd for the Jews now because he's full-on Zionist. God is a Zionist, bro. That's literally a quote. God is a Zionist. No, God is not a Zionist, because Zionism is inherently atheistic and antichrist. So God is not a Zionist by any stretch of the imagination. But this is the problem. Somebody who can recognize certain things pretty well is completely blinded in another direction. So this is sad to me. And of course, the solution is prayer, but also reaching out to these people. And maybe if enough comments reach their inbox, maybe they might be open to a conversation. They might learn something new. But either way, these people should not be demonized. They should not be insulted, but spoken to so that they can be educated. Comment on their posts, message them, whatever, tell them to learn the truth, share with their friends, with their communities, help them get out of the final delusion that's coming. Because a lot of people are ripe for the picking. Even the ones that identify certain truths, if you don't understand the trajectory of history, you're going to be blinded and blindsided by the prosperity and the golden age invitation that is coming. Most people are, unfortunately. I'm happy to support you if you're having conversations with people, if you need an idea of how to explain something, if you want help like with certain resources or videos, or which video should I talk about, or which video should I watch, I'm happy to help you with that. Just send me an email, tudor@danceoflife.com. Also, when we launch the shop, which by the way, now if you're watching from the future, go check it out at the website. I'm not going to say the link because it's not ready as of the time of this video, but it'll probably be ready pretty soon. There's going to be a lot of fun items in that shop that will help to be conversation starters for you. So hopefully that will help you break the ice with some of these difficult conversations that are not easy to have. But nevertheless, we need to pay attention and watch carefully all these threads because they're always happening and they're always moving from one thing to another. And things are moving so quickly that you lose track of it. So we have to watch as a community. So again, send me your stories if you have them. In the meantime, educate yourself. There's plenty of great studies in the library. Do not neglect them. Cosmology, the afterlife, end times. The Trinity is a great one. Hardly anybody's ever watched that one. And it's a great series, 18 videos. So many awesome and profound things in there that are discussed. What else? The Sabbath series, all the major teachings I've done, except like I said, from this video, the time of this video, the salvation series has not been done. And that's going to be a big one, probably about 37 episodes. It'll be great. Very well timed. We'll see. But nevertheless, that's a big one. But there's so many great studies. Go get edified so that you can wield the sword of truth with skill. Again, everything is by God's sovereign decree. So don't fret, don't panic, don't have anxiety. All these things are just part of the plan. And history is coming to an end, folks. Remember the most important part of all this, okay? Let's end on a nice positive note, a nice spiritual note. All of this proves that God is real. Do you get it? All this proves that God is real. The most profound, life-altering knowledge you could possibly ever come into existence with, to contact with, is that God is real. The God of the Bible, and it's not the God of the Hindus, it's not the God of the Native Americans, it's not the Jewish God, it's not the Catholic God, it is the God of the Bible. The God revealed in the scriptures is real. God is who the Bible says he is. He's merciful, he's kind, he's abounding in steadfast love. He's also all-powerful, and he's the judge of the earth. This God is the only God, and he created you for a very important purpose. That purpose is to marvel at him and to worship him for all of eternity and to be in his presence. He also gave you information through these videos, through these other channels, through the things that you're learning so that you can be part of his plan to wake people up. What a profound plan to help people come out of this satanic system. All that matters is that we play our part in that plan and keep the hope of God in our hearts and minds. I'm getting a little teary-eyed about this, but I hope you're with me on it because it's such a profound thing, folks. It's such a profound thing to come to the terms with the fact that God is real and he's coming back. One day all this clown show is going to come to an end. It's going to be a thing of the past, and none of this is going to matter. All that's going to matter is whether or not you believed and whether you were courageous. So be courageous because you have eternity with God and everybody who believed, and that's a beautiful thing. So this is what you need to remember, folks. Didn't plan on getting emotional, but here we are. This is what you need to remember because this is what gives you peace. All the craziness that's coming, all of the dialectics, all the false signs and wonders, all of the bread and circuses, all of the deception is there to remind you that God is real and he's coming back and he's sovereign. And that is the peace that the world can never take away from you. I hope that this has inspired you and has edified you. Take care. Do not lose hope, but rather stay steadfast and lean into the Lord. Take care and God bless.